Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Each cell has its own individual sun enhancement. How many cells does the human body have? At least tens of trillions. This is just for ordinary people. For someone as extraordinary as him, who knows, it could be worth 100 trillion? Then his strength will increase rapidly. Aaron licked his lips and looked up at the sun high in the sky. He was tempted by this bold idea. However, he dismissed the idea the next moment. The idea is good, but we need to consider his current physical condition. Although he can continuously strengthen himself by absorbing sunlight, his body is still too weak compared to the energy of the sun. The combined power of 1,000,000 suns, even small ones, would probably destroy him in an instant. Etc. He has super regeneration. He can burst open and then instantly revive due to abundant energy. Wouldn't that be like exploiting a bug? Think about it again. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, could you use this tactic to self-destruct with them? But how can you ensure that there are still cells remaining after self-destruction? Should you prepare some cells in advance and store them in a safe place? No, I miss my dad. Aaron thought about it and temporarily abandoned the idea. He was more worried that the self-destruction would wipe out the entire solar system. That being said, given the capabilities of the primordial furnace, creating 1,000,000 suns would be as easy as drinking water. It's actually I who limited its potential. As expected, I'm not too weak after all. Aaron reflected deeply on himself and decided to work a little harder recently. However, he has only been in this world for less than a week. To have achieved what I have today, it's all the result of my hard work. Aaron sighed inwardly and decided to set a small goal first: 10 solar cores. At this moment, Potts and Happy arrived late. Seeing the chaotic scene and Ivan Vanko resigned to his fate at Aaron's feet, he quickly handed the briefcase to Tony. The latter quickly pressed the button, and the armor gradually covered his entire body, even making Aaron's eyes light up. With the Mark V protecting him, Tony's tense heart instantly relaxed. Noticing Aaron's gaze, he suddenly blurted out, "I won. Are you out of your mind, a modern-day AQ? From now on, I'll call you AQ Stark." Aaron ignored Tony, carrying Ivan Vanko like a dog in his left hand and Felicia in his right, and defied gravity to lift himself up into the air, much to the astonishment of the three. "Tony, I'm so envious. My family members are all 31, I lost again. Etc. It seems like there's something I haven't said. Hey, where's my anti-radiation medication?" Looking at Aaron, who had flown countless kilometers away and disappeared from sight, Tony felt helpless and did not expect an answer. "I'm going to go back and figure out a solution." However, Aaron's voice drifted on the wind. "Come see me tomorrow." "What fuck? You heard that?" Damn it, I feel so awful." Tony was speechless. He recalled Aaron's affectionate gaze at the sun and the intense heat emanating from it, and a terrifying thought suddenly popped into his mind. "Jarvis, find me all the Superman comics." "Tony?" Potts and Happy were both puzzled. Tony, his face grim beneath his armor, asked, "Is it possible that Aaron is a god among men, Superman?" Jarvis, immediately search for keywords such as Krypton, UFOs, and kryptonite and view samples of all families raised in the United States about 22 years ago. Oh no, worldwide. Also, investigate the publisher of Superman comics. I want to buy out the company entirely and have the head of Superman comics come to Stark Industries immediately. At the same time, immediately design a new suit of armor, specifically designed to counter Superman's abilities. Tony grew increasingly serious and terrified as he thought about it. Super strength, super defense, super hearing, flight, X-ray vision, super eyesight, heat vision. Upon comparison, it's not that they're completely unrelated, but rather that they're exactly the same. Does he also possess a super brain? Freeze breathing? Microscopic vision? Super endurance? And the bugged ability to continuously grow stronger by absorbing sunlight every day? The thought of so many abilities concentrated in one person made Tony curse under his breath. This is a serious matter. The DC universe has Batman, but their universe doesn't. Are we going to make him wear a black bodysuit and cosplay as Bruce Wayne? Wait, it doesn't seem like it's impossible? Seeing Tony Stark's serious expression, Potts and Happy exchanged bewildered glances. Is Aaron Superman? He is a god among men. Who are you? Ivan Vanko watched as Aaron trembled. How long has it been? Is there half an hour? He actually flew all the way from Monaco in Europe to New York in the United States. That's a full 6,000 kilometers. Along the way, Ivan Vanko only felt his body flying ahead, while his soul chased after him. I arrived here in a daze. At least 10 times the speed of sound. He didn't burn? And his body wasn't torn apart? He murmured to himself, I'm still alive? He looked at Aaron, then at Felicia, who was equally surprised. An idea popped into my head, and I couldn't help but blurt it out. Was that a biofield? Are you Superman from Dacia? I mean the one from Krypton. You've actually watched Superman? Aaron was quite surprised to see Ivan Vanko looking like a disheveled engineer from a frontline construction site. Ivan Vanko's eyebrow twitched. I may be a bit sloppy and ugly, but that doesn't mean I'm not blind. Before Ivan Vanko could answer, Aaron said, I am Aaron, not Clark. Of course, you can think of me as Superman. As for Krypton, you can go and see it if you have the chance. He told the truth that if there's a chance, it's definitely worth going to see. As for Superman, to be honest, even if he doesn't admit it now, I guess these people would think so anyway. He doesn't know biofields, but he is proficient in controlling air and magnetic fields. It is sufficient to ensure that ordinary people will not spontaneously combust at speeds of more than 10 times Mach. So you're admitting it, right? Supermen really exist in the world. Ivan Vanko's eyes widened. You're Superman. Why are you thinking about me? Are you interested in working for me, doing your regular job? Car repair. Aaron was embarrassed. You used to be a car mechanic? Now you're making exoskeletons by hand? How about I send you to the steampunk world? I'm sure you'd thrive there. Boss, you wanted to see me? Dr. Otto arrived, looking travel-worn. This is Ivan Vanko. He knows the original version of the arc reactor like Stark. You'll be in charge of training him. He didn't give Ivan Vanko the option to refuse. He made his decision directly. Ivan Vanko hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. He had come for revenge, not to be a servant. However, Aaron ignored him and bluntly stated, you can try to build your own armor or come up with some futuristic inventions, but don't mess around. Remember, nothing you do can escape my eyes. If you want to get revenge on Tony Stark, that's fine, but first you need to think carefully. Do you have the ability? After saying that, Aaron and Felicia left gracefully. Ivan Vanko watched Aaron's departing figure with a look of apprehension, remaining silent. You've mastered the power of the sun? Otto didn't think about that. He was overjoyed. Ivan Vanko was puzzled. The power of the sun? You mean your boss? Remember, it's your boss. Otto's phone suddenly lit up, and Aaron's familiar voice came through. Otto and Ivan Vanko were both taken aback. The latter, in particular, always gives me a chill down my spine. How did he do that? On the other side, Aaron arrived at the deepest part of the company, in the laboratory with the highest level of security. When the door opened, a woman suddenly rushed up. Oh God, I know I was wrong. Please don't lock me up like this. Skye, who had been locked up for a day and a night, had no worries about food or drink, but she was all alone and had no entertainment. Apart from having wild thoughts, she could do nothing. She thought about many things and pondered a lot. On one hand, I was afraid, and on the other hand, I was trying to understand the sequence of events. Finally, she realized she had been scammed. Whether it's the person who issued the task or the organization that's rising tide, they all saw themselves as cannon fodder and puppets. Under the guise of upholding the public's right to know, she attempted to steal Osborn Group's secrets using her decent hacking skills. Skye hadn't joined the Rising Tide organization yet. She was a lone, unaffiliated hacker, and nobody cared about her fate. After all, the target of this mission is the massive Osborn Group, and if exposed, they will face endless retaliation. Now, the worst thing has happened. Aaron's hacking skills exceeded both her and the Rising Tide organization's expectations. The organization is okay during high tide. As long as the internet is disconnected, they will be temporarily safe. As for Skye, you know you were wrong? Then what about the hundreds of millions my company lost? Aaron gave a half smile. Did he think an apology would solve everything? If saying sorry was enough, what would be the point of having police? Sky, pale-faced, weakly asked, I work for you? Aaron chuckled. Given your rudimentary hacking skills, I'll give you a maximum of 10,000 US dollars a month, which is only 12,000 a year or 1,020 cubic meters over 1,000 years. You will have to work for me for 416 years without eating or drinking. What about the year-end bonus? Sky asked in a low voice. All right, I'll round it down to 400. Aaron had no intention of wasting words with Sky and went straight to the point. How about we make it simple and sign a contract of servitude? Let's say you live to be 100, then you only need to work for me for about 80 more years, less than 400 years. What do you think? Sky paled. A contract of servitude? 80 years of working for someone else? She'd only just left school and entered society, and now she was a beast of burden again? No, this is worse than being an animal. No, I don't want to. Aaron frowned. If you don't want this and you don't want that, then how are you going to return it? Several hundred million. You think you can just refuse to pay it back? That's my money. Do you think you're hung-tie, making the entire American people foot the bill for you? Sky thought for a moment, then tentatively said, how about I marry you? Aaron looked him up and down. I want to be your boss, but you're just thinking of getting something for nothing? Sky felt quite embarrassed. It was indeed the only solution she could think of. However, she was worried. Sky, do you think I lack women? Believe me, if I post a personal ad online, the women who apply will line up all the way to Hollywood. Sky nodded. She believed her. That's what she's worried about. A wife is impossible, but you can absolutely be a tree in the forest. Huh? Sky asked, puzzled. Come here, let me inspect the goods first. Let's talk about a deal worth several hundred million. Under Sky's shocked gaze, Aaron pressed a button, revealing a hidden lounge. The large bed in the middle is particularly noticeable. Are all researchers this permissive? 3 hours later, Aaron walked out of the laboratory feeling refreshed. He had just discussed a deal worth at least several $billion with Sky. The collaboration went very well, and they agreed to discuss the next deal tomorrow. Looking back at the closing 20-centimeter thick iron gate, Aaron always had the feeling of a girl being imprisoned. Shake your head. Aaron glanced at the time. 5:30. Time to clock out and go home. However, he led Felicia out the door. Norman brought good news. Boss, we found the alien plant you asked us to find. Early the next morning. A small town in Missouri. Aaron, along with Felicia, Norman, and Helen Zhao, got out of the car. This is the home of the man you mentioned named Peter Quill. The house has been vacant ever since the death of its owner, Meredith, in 1988, and the mysterious disappearance of 8-year-old Quill. No one lives there. Aaron glanced at Star-Lord's hometown and gestured for Norman to lead the way. Norman understood immediately, knowing that Aaron wasn't interested in these things, and quickly had someone lead the way. Based on the information you provided, I hired a total of 37 local private agencies to search this area day and night. And he specifically instructed them that once they found a suspicious target, they were not to act on their own, and to notify us immediately. One of the private investigators, 657, was in the jungle 3 kilometers away from here when I arrived at the suspected target. Norman explained while reporting on the work progress. Then I took out a few photos. Aaron glanced at it and immediately recognized it as the celestial flower he desired. This is a strange flower with a hollowed-out outer net. Its vibrant colors alone tell that it is no ordinary thing. This is the seed left on Earth by Ego, Star-Lord's father, the deformed celestial member, and his Aquaman clone. Don't be fooled by its seemingly delicate and small appearance. But in places invisible to the naked eye, it is rooted deep within the Earth, remaining dormant until it is activated. However, once Ego activates it with the power of the gods, it will grow at an alarming rate, devouring and destroying everything on the surface. The Earth will be covered by special plants, and human civilization will be destroyed. Based on our preliminary tests last night, this thing contains some extremely powerful and unique gene, completely different from any other life on Earth. It seems to contain enormous energy, but it is currently dormant. Even so, we have difficulty detecting its components further. And it seems to be alive. Norman hesitated for a moment, then changed his wording. It possesses life, even consciousness. I suggest we conduct further experiments. This is our chance. Once we decipher the genes of this plant, we may once again change the world. Felicia and Helen Zhao were both very surprised. Zhao Hailuan, in particular, had already taken the preliminary test data and carefully reviewed every detail. Norman was not annoyed by this and completely disregarded Zhao Hailuan's almost insubordinate attitude. After all, Zhao Hailuan was right next to Aaron. However, Aaron shook his head and laughed at Norman's ambition, saying it could indeed change all of humanity. For example, everyone could become nutrients for plants. Norman was taken aback, looking at Aaron's enigmatic smile. He felt that the boss seemed to know the secrets behind this better than they did. No one is allowed to study this thing without my order. I don't want to wake up the next day and find myself the only human left in the world. Aaron gave the order in an unquestionable tone. Of course, no one else had the chance to come into contact with the flower of the gods, because he will completely melt it down. The power of the gods. He was quite interested in this as well. I wonder what abilities I'll gain by fusing the flower of the gods? However, for various reasons, Aaron's expectations were not high. Although Igor is a member of the Celestials, he cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Compared to the normal celestial beings, having only lived for tens of millions of years, he's probably still considered a child? No, it should be called a deformed child. A disgrace to the gods. Thinking and thinking. The group arrived in the jungle. We followed the path pioneered by the researchers all the way to the location of the flower of the gods. Here, a dozen or so people in white coats were busy at work. Aaron waved everyone away and went straight to the flower of the gods. It's beautiful, but also dangerous. In places unseen by others, Aaron's powerful X-ray vision allows him to easily see into places dozens of meters underground. The roots of the flower of the gods continued to extend downwards, seemingly reaching deep into the Earth's core. Once activated, it can instantly and continuously draw energy from the Earth's core, transforming into a Pandora capable of destroying the Earth's surface. But now, it was right there, utterly powerless to resist Aaron's smelting. Place your hand on the delicate bud of the heavenly flower. The black hole enveloped the flower of the gods, pulling out its roots and continuously melting them. Heart of the gods, brain, you possess the immense potential of the Celestials. Simply bury yourself in the Earth's core, and after hundreds of millions of years, you will grow into a new member of the Celestials, limited by ego's potential. In its complete form, it will be a star system-level energy body, possessing indestructible dimensional armor and the power to control the rules of the universe. Pseudo-celestial body. You have gained the unique celestial power of the Celestials, possessing considerable energy resistance and powerful magical damage, as well as an immortal lifespan and powerful self-healing abilities, further enhancing your physical body. Mental power. Residual. You possess considerable mental power and mental resistance, but it is not yet fully developed. Matter manipulation. You have mastered considerable microscopic particle manipulation abilities, allowing you to control surrounding molecules to rapidly reconstruct into different objects according to your will. If you're feeling pessimistic, you can create a tiny, broken sphere, bury your brain inside, and become a living planet. Parasite Pandora. You can create clone seeds and inhabit them on a planet. Once activated, they will rapidly destroy everything on the surface and become another version of you, an avatar. Seed of life. Sea King seed. Your seed has mutated, gaining the ability to hit its target every time, but you can control it. Congratulations, you've become Sea King. It must be said that Ego truly deserves to be a member of the Celestials. Even though he is just a deformed child who has only been born for tens of millions of years, he still lives up to the name of a god. The 5 abilities he acquired were all incredibly powerful. As for the 6th one, it seems pretty weird too. If you had a different Aquaman, he could probably build a kingdom of descendants connected by blood in just one generation. If one is evil enough, one can even pollute the entire world with one's own genes. Could they even make Earth, hundreds of years from now, their own sons and grandsons? Aaron thought for a moment, then looked surprised. It turns out this ability is the most outrageous. He quickly dismissed this extremely perverse idea. What a pity. If Igor were a fully developed Celestial, the characteristics he developed through fusion would have been even more powerful. Aaron couldn't wait hundreds of millions of years to slowly incubate. even if he eventually became a star system-level god and shattered the sun with a single slap. Even so, due to the characteristics of the Celestials, he can now swim freely in the core of the planet, absorbing the planet's life force to strengthen himself. Furthermore, he possesses remarkable mental and material manipulation abilities. He could absorb energy in different ways to grow his life level to the complete form, and then master the power of the complete form of the Celestials more quickly. You can rub your hands together to create a sun. In the blink of an eye, one can mobilize the 4 fundamental forces of the universe for one's own use. The power to master the rules of the universe. It possesses an indestructible dimensional armor, making it easy to withstand stellar explosions. The ego version of the traits that Eren has now acquired only allows him to master a weakened and deformed version of the Celestial Group's power. But for Eren, it was also a huge boost. He felt that his power had increased. His physical strength seemed inexhaustible. With the power of the gods and the supply from the sun's core, Eren had no idea where his limits lay. I really want to have a good, satisfying battle. I'm terrifying right now. Eren took a deep breath, and with a casual gesture, the surrounding molecules gathered together under his thought, transforming once again into a celestial flower. But this is no longer Igor's parasitic seed, but his. After thinking for a moment, Eren stripped the flower of its special properties, and it withered quickly. Put it back in its original position. He turned and left. Let's go back. Norman glanced at the alien living plants that were so different from Earth's plants. Watching it wither so quickly, I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If anyone else had done this, Norman would have incurred the wrath of a capitalist. But now, haven't you heard? This entire area is torn down, and all research materials are burned on the spot. Then everyone get out of here and go to the finance department to get the money. Everyone's bonus is multiplied. Yay! Norman was stationed here to ensure that all data was destroyed. Eren had complete confidence in Norman. He glanced at Zhao Hailuan, who seemed reluctant to part and wore a mysterious smile. Would you like to study that plant? Zhao Hailuan nodded. Then let's go back. I have something similar here, as long as you. Zhao Hailuan's face flushed red. After thinking it over carefully, she decided that for the sake of truth and great science, she would do it. Felicia remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard anything, but her fleshy, black-stockinged legs felt weak. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Igor woke up from a nightmare. My seed. Owner. The praying mantis frantically released her grip on Igor's temple. She had never sensed Igor's rage before. My abilities have failed? Igor shook his head, looking somewhat anxious. No, that's none of your business, you're great. Igor rose and walked to the temple hall. With a wave of his right hand, a star map of the Milky Way appeared before him. It has countless glowing points on it. But these points of light are not stars or planets, but rather life-bearing planets that he deliberately marked. After spending hundreds of millions of years creating a planet for his brain in his early years, he has remained in solitude ever since. That undying impulse for his fellow human beings and for life itself drove him to explore the stars and search for other life. However, when he encountered those lives, his joy and excitement vanished, replaced by a deep sense of disappointment. Those lives were too fragile, too ignorant, too insignificant. Compared to their own greatness, their existence is nothing but a waste of air and resources. From that moment on, Igor understood. His deep-seated desire to find other life forms was not to transform into a human and wander among life forms. It is for eternity. He wants to create a world of equality, wisdom, and life exactly like his own. That is himself, the whole world is him. So, he transformed into Aquaman, traveling to different inhabited planets, mating with women from one civilization after another, and giving birth to offspring containing his genes. He hoped to give birth to a descendant who would inherit his divine genes, and together the two of them would activate the divine seeds on those planets marked with life, transforming worlds into his own. That is eternity. However, thousands of years have passed. He experienced disappointment after disappointment with his descendants, who were just as foolish and fragile as ordinary life. He was executed without mercy, and his body was piled up haphazardly on the ground. The pain of being unable to achieve his goal compels him to seek out the mantis woman and, with her ability to manipulate emotions through emotional resonance, help him alleviate this anxiety and fall asleep. At this moment, he searched and saw a desolate star. With a light tap of his index finger, he opened the box with both hands, gazing at the azure planet, his expression complex. This is Meredith's world. That was his water lily. He loved her so much. At least for a time, he only loved her. It was true love. Then, after Water Lily became pregnant and gave birth to Peter Quill, he personally implanted a brain tumor in her brain and left alone to find another true love. Before leaving, he planted seeds on the planet as always, waiting for them to blossom and bear fruit. Mouse. Who destroyed my seed? All feelings for Meredith vanished, replaced by rage and Ego's bloodshot eyes fixed on the planet. This world, which he was given a tiny bit of emotion, but which he would eventually ruthlessly erase. His rage resonated throughout the entire planet, causing violent tremors to erupt throughout the moon-sized sphere, as if in fury. Owner. Faced with the sudden onslaught of Ego, Mantis was at a loss. Her emotional resonance allowed her to clearly perceive Igor's current rage, like a volcano about to erupt, brimming with boundless power. Igor took a deep breath and everything returned to calm. It's nothing, just some clueless idiots trying to thwart my plans. Ego doesn't care about a mere clone seed. If he wants, he can create more seeds to spread across other planets. But he couldn't tolerate it. Someone had sabotaged his plans. Regardless of whether the other party did it intentionally or not, he had to find out the situation. Meredith, my water lily, please forgive my rudeness. I have to descend upon your world once again. You know how much I love you, and I've been running away from you until now. But now, with a flick of his black cloak, Igor lifted it into the air without any wind. A blue chain of light tore through the ground and extended to his body, seemingly providing him with more power. At the same time, a huge oval spaceship slowly descended under his control. No one can stop my plans, no one. Aaron was unaware that Igor was about to arrive. But he was actually mentally prepared. When he returned to Osborn Corporation, Tony Stark had been waiting for him for a long time. Tony looked annoyed. Dude, you know what? It's always someone else waiting for me. Aaron remained unfazed. Hungry? Not anymore. Seeing Aaron's nonchalant demeanor, Tony was furious. He had been waiting for him for a full 2 hours. He's Tony Stark. He showed no respect to anyone, whether it was the military, other high-ranking officials, politicians, or corporate bosses. He was always the last to arrive at any banquet. The main characters always appear last, don't they? In terms of wealth and wisdom, who can compare to him? However, he witnessed it firsthand today. Waiting for someone is a very unpleasant experience. All expectations gradually fade away during the wait. Killian roars, "UB asterisk 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 D. I waited for you all night in the wind and rain. We made plans in advance yesterday," Tony said, full of resentment. Here I am, aren't I? Aaron casually handed the suit to Felicia and went to sit down at the table. Potts quickly interjected, "Mr. Aaron, what we were talking about yesterday." Hold on. Aaron flipped his right hand, conjuring a reagent out of thin air, and then injected it with anti-radiation properties and some heavy metal poisoning removal properties through the primordial furnace. Press the button. Send Connors over here. Tony and Potts both looked completely bewildered. Not long after, Connors knocked on the door and came in. "Boss, you're looking for?" "I." He glanced at Tony, somewhat surprised. Aaron slammed the reagents on the table. "Put your experiment aside for now. Go test the effectiveness of this stuff and see if it can solve the problems of nuclear radiation and palladium poisoning." Connor's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately took the reagent and went down to conduct the test. Tony Stark realized, So, this thing was just made. As you can see, I rushed to finish this after I got back yesterday. UB asterisk 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 D. Where did this monster come from? Could it really be Krypton? Tony couldn't control his facial expression this time. He was utterly astonished. I thought that he was already pretty impressive for spending 3 months being imprisoned by the Ten Rings gang and building the arc reactor and the tin cans from a bunch of junk. I didn't expect there to be such an expert. The idea came to him during the day, and he went back and developed anti-radiation and anti-heavy metal reagents. I also took care of some business in Missouri. He returned without stopping. Tony glanced at his watch, and his lips twitched. Even time management masters would have to admit defeat. Tony Stark, acknowledge your genius. They're only a tiny bit worse than me. Tony lost his temper. Okay, actually, I've basically solved the problem. In the future, my palladium poisoning problem will not worsen. I just need to take it slowly and spend more time to get it over with. Aaron nodded. Tony couldn't help but press, aren't you curious how I solved it? I'm not curious, so do you still want it? Yes, of course I want it. Tony nodded, utterly frustrated. Why didn't you ask? If you had asked, I could have shown off. You know, I'm a genius. I solved the palladium poisoning problem in the arc reactor and replaced it with a new element, an unknown element that has never appeared in the periodic table. Element. Not only did it increase the capacity of the arc reactor by at least 1,000 times, it also allowed me to say goodbye to death. Tony raised his head, hoping to see Li Luan's expectant gaze. That's it, Aaron said calmly. Tony was unwilling to accept this. This thing the size of my palm on my chest can generate 3 billion joules per second for at least 15,000 minutes. That's impressive. With a little more effort, your little thing could supply the entire electricity needs of New York City for a year. I'm so angry. Why is it that, even though it's a compliment, it doesn't make people happy, but instead evokes a strong sense of frustration? Tony shut his mouth, no longer wanting to make a fool of himself. Connor's test results did not take long to arrive. Even in the Marvel universe, where cutting-edge technology abounds, Osborn Corporation's equipment is still top-tier. Soon, Connors excitedly rushed in with the Li Qianzhao test report. Boss, the reagent you developed is incredibly effective. After injection, it can effectively solve the problem of nuclear radiation, strengthen the body's resistance to nuclear radiation, and prevent gene mutations. At the same time, it also has an extremely strong cleaning effect on heavy metals such as palladium poisoning, far exceeding any other method currently used in the world. My God, this is another groundbreaking invention that will shake the world. Those residents suffering from nuclear radiation will be given a new lease on life. Upon hearing this, Tony, still somewhat skeptical, snatched a report and began to read it. Although he was not an expert in biological genetics, he did have some research on these subjects. Moreover, through analogy and application, Tony's achievements in this area actually surpassed those of many biology experts. Damn it, how did you do that? If Aaron hadn't presented other groundbreaking products, he would have seriously doubted the authenticity of this report. From now on, he will be completely free from that awful chlorophyll juice. His body should be fully recovered within a week at the latest. If it weren't for the fact that there aren't many people currently threatened by nuclear radiation, this achievement alone would definitely make you the richest person in the world. Tony was very disappointed. Really? I don't think so. Trust me, it'll be a huge hit. Aaron thought about it and realized that a year later, the cherry blossom country, where people were living a good life, would be hit by a nuclear radiation incident with far-reaching consequences. The problem persisted until he traveled through time. Instead of being resolved, it worsened. This accident has had an unprecedented impact, and countless people have been harmed by nuclear radiation. Moreover, the cancer rate will continue to increase in the future. At that time, these things will be hope. Aaron gently shook the anti-radiation, heavy metal medicine. Suddenly, he spoke up, Connors, these things are only sold to people, not to animals. Huh? Connors asked, puzzled. Felicia seemed to understand. The boss means that this thing should not be allowed to enter Japan. Connors suddenly realized, I understand, boss. Tony Stark stood by speechlessly. If you can't make money, are you really a qualified capitalist? In response to Tony Stark's seemingly sarcastic question, Aaron's answer was simple, I don't need the money. Although he is not an angry young man and doesn't have much right to talk about patriotism, he doesn't mind doing whatever he can easily do. Some money can be earned, some cannot, and some is unnecessary. Aaron countered, then why did you shut down the weapons department? Tony opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The tone shifted, becoming somewhat questioning. Do you know that Natalie Rushman has a problem? Aaron raised an eyebrow but did not answer. Tony had an I knew it look on his face. Good heavens, you didn't even tell me yesterday. You didn't even ask. Aaron is not a champion of justice, and Tony is nobody to him. If it's a beautiful woman, he might even kindly offer a reminder. But you're a grown man. Get out of my way and don't touch me. Tony glanced at Felicia, then at Connors. Speak your mind or shut up. There are no outsiders here. Tony's actions didn't escape Aaron's notice. His heartbeat, micro-expressions, and micro-movements changed in an instant. Obviously, it wasn't anything nice. Tony thought for a moment, then his expression turned serious, becoming unusually earnest. Aaron, what do you think of this world? Upon hearing this, Aaron instantly guessed what Tony wanted to say. You've become that. What kind of country? The Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack and Logistics Agency is now renamed SHIELD. Tony Stark added, isn't my proposal concise and easy to say? You've become a consultant for SHIELD. Aaron leaned back in his chair and Felicia immediately came over to massage his temples. Savoring the aroma of the naan, Aaron greedily took a deep breath. Goodness, she knows how to enjoy herself even better than I do. Tony glanced at Potts subconsciously. Well, he still doesn't have a new secretary. These are things we can only dream about. As it stands, is that right? Tony Stark, fearing Aaron might overthink things, said, I'm not a secret agent, nor do I work for them. I just think Fury is right. Aaron interrupted him, for example, saving the world? Being a hero of justice? Tony paused for a moment, and Aaron continued, you should check this out in high school. Why? Because many adults would prefer the world to be destroyed directly, while those immature high school students are always thinking about being saviors. Hee, isn't that funny? Tony glanced awkwardly at Potts and Connors. However, there was no response. Okay, actually I haven't joined yet either. Tony completely gave up. Okay, you're right. I should check out some high schools, like Midtown High? Or maybe I should consider colleges. Imperial State University is pretty good. Okay, on this topic, don't you think this country is very dangerous and needs someone to protect it? Aaron pointed to his face. Huh? Tony asked, puzzled. I don't think they want someone of my skin color to save them. Someone like you is the most suitable. In a way, this place has nothing to do with me, does it? Aaron said meaningfully. Tony immediately understood. He realized that Aaron was from Krypton, and that this country was indeed unrelated to him. What does Krypton look like? Tony suddenly asked. Aaron waved his hand and said, you should ask DC Comics, they'll tell you. I asked them, and they said the character was inspired by a flying being. Is it someone from your tribe? Or are they just imagining things? Who knows? Seeing that Aaron's attention was completely elsewhere, and he was admiring the beautiful scenery of the mountains the whole time, Tony realized that all his words had been in vain. Okay, remember to save me too? Or maybe 3 sets of the new student outfits? Tony thought of Happy, then immediately passed on him, and started thinking about his future child who wasn't even a tadpole yet. No matter the price, I'll pay. Connors, remember what Mr. Stark said. Give him the stuff and see how much he's willing to pay for it. The expo is scheduled for June 5th. Aaron wouldn't mind selling 3 to Tony before the expo started. It's a good opportunity to use the money to get rid of those rats. Oh, and remember to get freshman number 1. It includes lifetime service. This is a VIP guest. Connors nodded, indicating that he understood. Tony asked curiously, newborn number 1? What's the difference? Aaron didn't explain, and Professor Connors picked up the conversation. Newborn 1 is the most effective and reliable drug. In the future, we will launch the second version of the New Life Anti-Aging Agent, Super Healing Agent, Anti-Cancer Agent, etc. These are diluted versions of New Life I, with only about 1% of the original efficacy. They need to be taken for a long time to achieve good results. Newborn number 1 can maintain its best effect with 1 dose per month, but newborn number 2, even with 1 dose per day, is less than half as effective as the former. However, the effects of New Life number 2 are still quite remarkable. Cancer will no longer be a terminal illness, and it's not expensive either. As long as no accidents occur, everyone can live to be 100 years old. As for the newborn set number 1, it can allow one to live to at least 120 years old without illness or worry, maintaining eternal youth. Tony and Potts were very excited after hearing this. You only know how incredibly tempting this thing is when you hear it in person. Without a doubt, If the first half of 2010 was the era of the iPhone 4 and the second half of 2010 was the era of Stark Industries, then 2010 years from now will definitely be the era of Osborn. No, Deef, Aaron. Newborn number 1 is aimed at the wealthy and powerful, while newborn number 2 is for the general public. The former may be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, more expensive than the latter. But it still attracts a huge following. Everyone will go crazy for it. The Osborn Group, or rather the Astor Group, will become a behemoth. Truly wealthy enough to rival a nation. Tony imagined it for a moment, and he found his breathing becoming rapid. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying Osborn would become at that time. For a company, becoming comparable to a major power might not be a dream. Aaron, congratulations on your fortune. 014601331 Felu 143043541. Tony's expression was complicated. He hadn't taken what he'd heard before seriously. Only now did he realize just how terrifying the challenges Stark Industries was about to face truly were. After thinking it over carefully, Tony said seriously, "I suggest you take security seriously. This stuff will drive people crazy." Aaron understood Tony's meaning perfectly. He laughed. "Crazy? I'm quite looking forward to seeing just how crazy they are. I'll wait for them here if they dare to come." Confident enough. To be honest, for a moment, Tony put himself in Aaron's shoes, and he felt a chill run down his spine. If not handled properly, it could mean making enemies of the world's wealthiest people. Good luck. A dozen minutes later, Tony left carrying a suitcase, his face a mixture of emotions. "Boss, a reporter from Fortune magazine would like to interview you about your business development philosophy." Happy had just come up and started to speak when Tony gestured for him to stop. "Tell him to go find Aaron." After saying that, he got into the car without looking back. A wealth interview? What's he going there for? This month he's talking about how amazing and smart he is, and next month he'll be kicked off his throne. That's a hellish joke. Pepper, convene a shareholders meeting immediately. Stark Industries needs to grow, and we need to protect our own interests. Damn it. Tony was unwilling to accept this. He didn't want to be blown up from behind like that, or rather, blown to pieces. Damn it. Where did such a monster come from? However, not long after Tony Stark left the Osborn Group, an inconspicuous piece of news suddenly appeared at the top of major media outlets. The report above is brief and concise. But there was one picture that was very clear. Tony walked out of the Osborn Group building with a very solemn expression, carrying a briefcase. It also features the Osborn Group logo and a phoenix rising from the ashes. Those who are unaware of the situation remain unmoved. But some people have been making a huge fuss over this little photo. Meeting appointments kept flooding the Osborn Group's front desk with calls. Then it was transferred to the president's secretariat. "I hope to schedule a meeting with Aaron as soon as possible." However, all of this was in vain. After Tony left, Aaron then took Felicia and Zhao Hailuan to the storage room. As always, they melted down everything that the Osborn Group had collected. Perhaps because everyone turned a blind eye, everything Osborn Group's shipments received the green light. So this time there's more stuff than ever before. There were many things among them that even Aaron couldn't name without carefully searching and comparing them online. However, Aaron had already smelted quite a few things, especially after smelting the water bears and the flower of the gods. His body has reached a point of near-perfect perfection. Whether it's earthworms, sea cucumbers, hydras, zebrafish, or other different breeds of cats and dogs, none of them can bring him a significant boost or new abilities. But it wasn't without its gains. After melting down some parasites such as horsehair worms and Toxoplasma gondii, Aaron acquired a parasitic control ability. Neuromanipulation. You can create special energy state parasites that can attach to the nerves of humans or animals, thereby controlling their behavior. Furthermore, after smelting pitcher plants, Venus flytraps, and several animals and insects that produce chemical hormones, Aaron's own abilities further merged and evolved. This resulted in a more complete ability to control hormones. Hormonal control. You can more easily release various volatile pheromones and hormones, thereby hypnotizing and manipulating people or objects around you through words or actions, and even affecting their normal metabolism. It is not recommended to use this casually, as you never know what might appear around you. perhaps attracting a female monitor lizard, a female sheep, a female gorilla, or even a vampire. Besides these, to talk about the biggest gain, that was undoubtedly the multiple abilities he gained after fusing various octopuses. Super learning. You have gained powerful learning abilities. Your brain and body work together to easily replicate actions or skills that you see or perceive, allowing you to learn and master them quickly. Gene editing. You can edit and manipulate your own or others' genes, RNA only, according to your own wishes. Warning: if you don't want to become a bizarre creature or grow 2 short limbs, it's best not to arbitrarily modify your own genes. Ambidextrous. You possess an extremely exaggerated ability to coordinate. Each hand, each foot, and even each finger can perform different movements simultaneously. Super brain. Your brain has undergone further refinement and evolution, with enhanced parallel processing and memory capabilities. Frankly, how could one obtain so much energy by smelting ordinary species on Earth? Aaron was also quite surprised by the power. Moreover, it possesses microscopic capabilities such as gene editing. Even with a flawed version of divine power, achieving this would not be easy. This means he can arbitrarily alter his own RNA gene expression and even change other species, including other RNA viruses. If he wanted, he could slowly create all sorts of RNA viruses or re-edit and modify viruses such as AIDS and Ebola. Make it gentler or make it more terrifying. Marvel's real-life Plague Incorporated? Aaron thought about it and decided that he should use this thing sparingly. The primordial furnace warned him, and his body was already perfectly formed. After fusing with the primordial furnace, his potential was limitless. If he acts recklessly and arbitrarily, it may backfire. It's not worth it. As for the 2 short limbs and such, Aaron thought it was better to forget it. It felt weird. He doesn't want to be attacked from both sides. Looking at the other abilities, they are mainly support-oriented. It's unclear whether neural manipulation can control energy life forms. If possible, then it's highly feasible. Hormone control. Maybe I could try dating someone with purple skin? Aaron was quite concerned about his exceptional learning ability. Does having this ability mean I can learn anything and master it at a glance? Various martial arts and weapon techniques and even magic? Aaron thought for a moment and wondered if, with this ability, he could go to Camartage for further studies. Aim to learn all the magic within a month? Aaron thought it looked like it had great potential. Let's test how strong this ability really is. After thinking about it, I connected directly to the network. Quickly search for various martial arts videos. His brain is like a sponge, constantly browsing and absorbing all kinds of knowledge. After reading it once. Brain, I already know how. Hands and feet, I can do it too. Aaron, I got it. Close your eyes and carefully recall the actions you just performed. Every exertion of force, every change, is constantly being replayed. He instinctively followed suit with the gesture. Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Xingyi Quan, Sanda, boxing. He watched every video he could find online. And it can perfectly imitate. No, it's not imitation. With his enhanced learning ability, combined with his perfect control over his body, he can say without hesitation, as long as the knowledge taught online is correct, he can perfectly replicate it. They are more standardized and more powerful than those teachers. The student surpasses the teacher. He stayed in the storage room for a full 3 hours this time. However, Aaron transformed from a fighting novice who relied entirely on his physical talent into a fighting master proficient in various fighting techniques and weapon combat. Even if only the same level of power is used, he was also confident that he could defeat those so-called outstanding agents. After studying for so long, it's time to relax. Aaron rubbed his head, which wasn't even throbbing at all, even though he had absorbed and mastered so much knowledge in such a short time. The brain, however, was not affected. Still full of energy. Aaron simply didn't want to become an emotionless learning machine. A balance between work and rest is the right way. After leaving the storage room, Aaron took Felicia and Helen Zhao, who had been waiting outside bored, to go play poker with Sky. This is a good opportunity to test our improved coordination skills. As for the changes outside, Aaron didn't care at all. Felicia hesitated, but Aaron's stick skills were too powerful, and she could only make whimpering sounds each time. Only one person, Norman, who was in charge of the work in Missouri, stared blankly as emails, text messages, and phone calls popped up one after another. All kinds of contact methods, both overt and covert, were bombarded. After understanding the situation, Nua was stunned for a day or two. Answer or not. Why are you contacting me when you can't reach the boss? I don't know anything about this. Norman rolled his eyes, then slammed the phone down and stomped on it. Damn it, who used my phone to browse illegal websites? My phone has a virus. Right at this very moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky. A severe magnetic field disturbance occurred in Old Bridge, New Mexico, USA. This was accompanied by a massive storm and the bizarre phenomenon of the aurora borealis. The energy index in the vicinity surged. Some people even witnessed a pillar of light shooting into the sky. Aaron, who was doing something important. They also noticed the strange fluctuations in the weather. He looked up and headed southwest. Then he lowered his head again. Business is more important. At the Trident building, Nick Fury looked at the energy index, which was issuing warnings continuously. His brows furrowed into a deep frown. Southwest to New Mexico. Coulson, you take care of this immediately. Shocking. Tony Stark appears to have obtained the legendary Fountain of Youth. He and Pepper Potts appear together on screen, and he looks almost 10 years younger. Just recently, Air Force Commander General Ronald also became 10 years younger, and all the negative comments vanished. Was it a coincidence? Or the emergence of the Fountain of Immortality? Eyewitnesses claim that royalty, high-ranking officials, and politicians from various countries were spotted at the Monaco Grand Prix, and they appeared to be surrounding Mr. Aaron of the Osborn Group. According to an unnamed source, the Osborn Group has achieved a major breakthrough in biomedicine, offering hope for a future where humanity can be reborn. It is understood that the Osborn Group, a rising star in the United States, is preparing to establish its headquarters in Dacia, thus implementing a dual headquarters system. Could it be that this Western Pearl has reached an unknown agreement with Dacia? Early the next morning, various reports about the Osborn Group have appeared in major media outlets. But they're all small media outlets or tabloid news. The major media outlets, however, tacitly remained silent. They simply abandoned this potentially explosive news topic. Everyone anticipated that things might not be so simple. Discussions surrounding the Osborn Group are gaining momentum. The level of attention given to the Osborn Expo on June 5th is unprecedented. However, regarding these media reports, the entire Osborn Group remained silent. We neither deny nor agree nor disagree. Anyway, the main point is that you say what you want, and I didn't hear it. Norman didn't know what to do. Aaron was too lazy to deal with it. He casually tossed the newspaper on the table aside. Felicia, want to come to New Mexico with me? Felicia struggled out of the pile of documents, revealing a pair of resentful eyes. Boss, you know me. I've been busy with things related to the expo lately. With Mr. Norman away, I have a lot on my plate. Felicia was exhausted. Other secretaries either do the work or are done by others. Unlike her, who works harder than an ox or a horse, and when she has free time, she still has to satisfy the boss's terrifying demands. Her legs are still a little weak now. Especially when Norman was not around, Felicia realized that the seemingly taciturn, research-oriented former president was truly amazing. It's impossible to finish. There's simply no way to finish it. Felicia had been dealing with various documents since early morning. Heaven help her, she hasn't even graduated yet. How could she possibly be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility? But there's nothing I can do. Aaron is currently in charge of the Osborn Group. He only needs to make the pronouncements, while Norman executes them, keeping the entire secretariat extremely busy. With Norman gone, only Aaron and Felicia are in charge. Felicia had no choice but to bite the bullet and take on the challenge. Between inspecting the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom, arranging the expo, scheduling the progress of the Solar Project and the Cradle of Life Project, and handling various appointments, I also had to deal with various other tasks. Even after becoming Spider-Woman, Felicia still felt like her brain was about to explode, wishing she could learn the art of creating clones to create 2 of herself. Oh no, or maybe 4 or 5 would be barely enough. Aaron glanced at the mountain of documents, felt a pang of sympathy, and then looked at Zhao Hailuan with his far-sighted eyes. But the latter, having exhausted all his efforts last night to obtain the Aaron version of the Flower of the Gods for research, has not yet woken up. Even in her sleep, she still tightly clutched a celestial flower in her hand. Upon waking up, she was even more eager to get back to her research. After hesitating for a moment, Li Luan turned to Barbara. Oh ho, he's still studying with Kate right now. As for Sky, she discussed a multi-billion-dollar deal with Aaron, but having not yet recovered, she had no hope of recovery. Aaron sighed, "You only realize how little you know when you need it, and you can never have too many women. Felicia, get me a plane. I'm going to West New Mexico by myself." Felicia rolled her eyes, then listlessly picked up her phone to contact a private jet. After notifying the other party and arranging the itinerary, the airport in New Mexico also began preparations. Aaron went to the storage room as usual. He then had the insect shop owner bring the items, paid him a considerable sum, and sent him away. This time, most of the abilities were repetitive, and their intensity was not as high as before, so they could not bring him much improvement. This time, some plants were also melted down. Aaron has already made up his mind. Every species on Earth would have to be melted down. They even want to get their hands on every species in the entire universe. Since melting one or two is the same thing, might as well melt them both. Incorporating all beneficial features is the first step towards becoming an all-rounder. The biggest improvement after smelting these plants is that they are more efficient at absorbing light energy. Besides, there's another decent improvement. Super breathing. Similar abilities have been detected to have merged. You now possess more efficient breathing, and every pore and cell on your body can breathe, even underwater. Super breathing has also integrated with the abilities of light energy absorption and kinetic energy absorption, evolving into a more efficient energy absorption process. His efficiency in absorbing various forms of unclaimed energy in the surrounding environment has been further enhanced. Every cell, every pore, is like a greedy glutton, frantically devouring the surrounding energy, as well as the energy of the sun's core. When no one is looking, his body was like a high-speed machine, undergoing earth-shattering changes every moment. Every day, he felt himself getting stronger. This is not an illusion. He can clearly perceive changes in everything from large bodily organs to small cellular structures. Every energy reserve, consumption, and distribution. Every cell's birth and death. He knows everything. That's exactly it. Only then did he realize the terrifying changes taking place inside his body. If someone were to study him at this time, then they would definitely exclaim in shock, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." To put it simply, the energy contained in each of its cells far exceeds that of a conventional human missile. After some time, each cell will be comparable to Tony Stark's first-generation arc reactor. Perhaps in a few months, it will be able to rival or even far surpass Tony Stark's second-generation reactor. There are a whopping 100 trillion such cells. If the data is displayed, a first-generation reactor outputs 3 billion joules per second for 15 minutes, with a total energy of approximately 2.7 times 10 to the power of 12, enough to easily blow up 10 high-rise buildings. The second-generation reactor is 1,000 times larger than the first-generation reactor, producing 10 to the power of 15 cokes. If this force were to explode simultaneously, it could even destroy a small town. Therefore, with Aaron's current normal strength, destroying the city would be a piece of cake. Destroying a country is not difficult. To take it even further, for example, by placing multiple solar cores and having them self-destruct like bombs. Its power is enough to drive people to despair. But with current human technology, studying Aaron's body is not easy. Even a single cell is enough to withstand all known human technology. Therefore, Aaron was not worried about any cellular remnants of himself being left outside. No matter how much research they do, they can't keep up with Bing Luan's growth rate. Aaron declared, "Go ahead and research, keep chasing me, but if you can see my exhaust fumes, I'll admit defeat. Speaking of which, I'm definitely stronger than Henry, who's been basking in the sun for 30 years now. I just wonder how I compare to Odin." Aaron thought about it and felt that he had a very good chance of winning. After all, he's too versatile. And Odin is too old. If I were 2,000 years younger, I might still have a lot of fun. Aaron took a deep breath, trying to put those thoughts aside for the moment. As Aaron boarded his private jet and looked at the empty cabin, he felt something was missing. We're missing a few bus-to-flight attendants. Aaron suddenly realized. On a whim, he thought of having Felicia find 2 suitable ones. But after thinking about it, you should find it yourself. The main problem is the current environment. Who knows who Felicia hired to plant this agent? If Aaron had a bigger appetite, it might even lead to the formation of a mini United Nations. That feeling was absolutely amazing. Aaron closed his eyes in deep thought. The feeling of being alone was quite unpleasant. Perhaps it was because his strength had increased too quickly, and he had acquired too much ability to refine, but Aaron always felt very angry. It can't be that way of my nature. Yes, it's a matter of ability. 3 hours later. Albuquerque Airport. Look, isn't that Mr. Aaron, the president of the Osborne Group? Oh my God, it's him. I want his autograph. Aaron glanced at the crowd that had gathered around him, then left through the VIP passage specially set up by the airport. We boarded a bulletproof Rolls-Royce arranged by the Osborne branch in Mexico and headed directly to Old Bridge. However, halfway there, a sudden storm arose ahead and thunder dragons roared incessantly in the sky. A hurricane swept across the desert, raising tens of thousands of tons of yellow sand. Boss, should we leave now and come back when the weather is better? Continue. Aaron looked up at the sky through the car window. In that instant, he saw a figure fall from the sky. In that direction. Aaron pointed northwest, and the driver immediately did as instructed. Although he didn't understand what this strange, unfamiliar boss wanted to do, it was none of his business. If the boss, a billionaire, isn't afraid, why should he, a mere underling, be afraid? Aaron, sitting in the back row, was carefully experiencing the chaotic magnetic field storm. He possesses electromagnetic control, but he is not proficient in this ability. Having been in this world for just over a week, I have already acquired dozens of abilities. There simply wasn't enough time for development. Only at times like this. Only then could he carefully experiment with these rarely used abilities. Gradually, the thunder in the sky seemed to be getting closer and closer, and the sound of thunder seemed to be right there in the sky, ready to fall at any moment. The driver glanced at the sky with a puzzled look. Boss, something seems off. This is getting closer. We seem to be in the eye of the storm. He glanced at the signal, his face paling slightly. The signal here is severely affected by the electromagnetic storm. If we continue deeper, we will lose contact with the outside world. Never mind, your attendance fee will be tripled this time. Continue. Aaron continued his experiment without looking up. He was trying to control the surrounding magnetic field and manipulate the power of the thunder in the sky. Possessing electromagnetic and lightning control, he could theoretically also manipulate this supreme power of nature. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. But he needs time to bring these things to his will and make them as easy to use as his own arms. Moreover, there seems to be another external force influencing the surrounding space. Therefore, his process of clarifying the magnetic field lines and controlling the thunder was not easy. He fight against that force. At the same time, Aaron also devoted some of his attention to try to control the wind with your breath. Having mastered the control of chi, theoretically speaking, it already possesses the power to control the wind. Wind is a natural phenomenon caused by the horizontal movement of air. Having mastered chi, he can naturally be considered the master of wind. If he wanted, he could manipulate the air on a large scale to create hurricanes and tornadoes. Aaron was multitasking. It is simultaneously regulating the wind, harmonizing the magnetic field, and subduing the thunder in the muscles. His struggle against nature caused the electromagnetic signals in the surrounding environment to fluctuate wildly. Not far from Aaron, a van also plunged headlong into the center of the thunderstorm. Under the immense power of nature, it was like a small boat on the sea, which could be capsized by the wind and waves at any moment. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Get out of here. I think we should leave quickly instead of charging towards death like idiots. Daisy's driving skills were quite steady. With her right hand on the gear shift and her left hand on the steering wheel, she drove steadily on the highway while yelling. Watching the wildly leaping thunder and the lightly floating van, Daisy felt so close to death. However, her voice did not influence the person in charge. Daisy, concentrate. You don't want to fail your courses, do you? Jane Foster kept fiddling with the instruments, even tapping them heavily with her hand. Doctor, our instruments are malfunctioning. 0. Look, is it riding a roller coaster? Dr. Eric looked over and watched the line above rise and fall sharply, then level off for a while, and then surge wildly again. I think it's bungee jumping. It's insane. We should go fix the equipment before coming back. Daisy quickly offered her suggestions. Eric shook his head, took out another device, and his face was filled with excitement, even a little crazy. Hold on, and we may discover a unique natural phenomenon that no one has ever discovered before. The atmospheric fluctuations are highly abnormal, like a great musician playing the Fifth Symphony. This is data never recorded before, and it may have implications for my research. Huge inspiration. Eric was incredibly excited, constantly recording and analyzing data point by point. He had never seen such a change before. How to put it? It's like God suddenly decided to manipulate this world on a whim. Wind, magnetic fields, and lightning intertwine and blend together perfectly. That's incredible. Believe me, this may be the greatest discovery of our time. Then what about the Fountain of Youth? Daisy retorted. I was referring to meteorology. Eric added one more thing. Daisy pouted, and Jane Foster started fiddling with the equipment again. Believe me, this discovery will benefit you for a lifetime. Nature is truly amazing. I even suspect that there is a powerful force behind it all, deliberately manipulating everything. Eric kept muttering to himself, his voice gradually becoming inaudible. However, at this time, the outside environment suddenly became quiet. The three of them looked up at the same time. They stared wide-eyed at the rapidly subsiding thunder and the hurricane that seemed to have been paused, momentarily stunned. Eric lowered his head, snatched the instrument, and said, "The electromagnetic signal has returned to calm." It's so quiet, it's as if everything that just happened was an illusion. What exactly is going on? Jane Foster was puzzled. Just as they were wondering, a figure suddenly drew closer and closer, then crashed to the ground in front of it with a thud. Startled, Daisy immediately slammed on the brakes. Damn it, you saw it, I didn't hit him. The dashcam footage can serve as evidence. Daisy is an excellent driver and doesn't want her license to be confiscated. What is that? Jane Foster looked to the other side, where a pristine luxury car stood out from the surrounding world. A Rolls-Royce? It must cost several million, right? Driving this luxury car into the storm with us? Which rich person is crazy? They can give me their money. Daisy's eyes locked onto the Rolls-Royce, and she moved with it. At this time, an Asian man got out of the car. BB. No way. It's that man. Aaron approached Thor, his right hand itching to strike. The power of Thor was about to be his. Boss, should we take this person away? Upon hearing this, Aaron pondered for a moment. Carry him on your back and take him to the nearest hospital that we cooperate with. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately went a lift Saul, exclaiming, "He's so heavy." The driver's face turned red. This unlucky fellow, he was carrying such a heavy load. At least 200 pounds. I almost strained my back. At that moment, Aaron met the curious gazes of the three people who had just gotten out of the van. Then I saw Daisy, and my eyes lit up. Isn't this the perfect candidate for a flight attendant? Daisy Louise. Aaron walked up to the three of them, and his near-perfect appearance was pleasing to the eye for Daisy and Jane. Do you know me? Daisy was surprised to see Aaron approaching, and for some reason, her heart started pounding. Impossible. She has never felt this way about any other man. Is it because Aaron is so approachable? Or is it because he's so handsome? Damn it, am I that kind of woman? I'm supposed to focus on my studies and get a PhD in astronomy. I can't just let myself succumb to lust like this. Of course, I think you are very talented. I have a high-paying job here. Would you like to join the Osborne group? Aaron gave a friendly smile. Daisy glanced at Eric and Jane, but I'm still a liberal arts intern, and my major is astrophysics. Don't worry, although the Osborne group mainly focuses on biomedicine, it also conducts research in other fields to varying degrees. My job happens to be related to astronomy as well. Flight attendants spend all day with airplanes. How can they be good flight attendants if they don't have knowledge of astronomy or similar fields? Daisy was conflicted, but I still want to pursue a PhD in astrophysics. My job is very easy, and I have a lot of time to study. I admire girls like you who love learning. You are very special. I am very different. He's praising me. If anyone else had said that, Daisy would have scoffed. Do I need your admiration? But the one saying this now is Aaron. After Aaron's body was reshaped and continuously strengthened, his genes became quite perfect. Moreover, due to the perfect re-expression of his genes, his original appearance has been subtly adjusted, making him even more handsome than Daniel Wu and only slightly less attractive than the readers present here. As the saying goes, good looks know no borders or races. With his perfectly proportioned physique, doctoral degrees in biological genetics and biochemistry, and status as a super heavyweight billionaire. When all these powerful elements are combined in one person, their destructive force is simply unmatched. Moreover, Aaron constantly exudes a special aura from a certain level of life, as well as a strong scent of male hormones. No woman could resist Aaron. Even if it's AL*********** and relationship, Hui will be eagerly anticipated. Oh my god, he's smiling at me. So handsome, like the sun. Should she refuse? Daisy thought about it and felt that refusing Aaron was a sin that made her conscience uneasy. She also found it difficult to say those two words. Damn, this is so against the rules. No, I'm going to sink. Glug glug. Dr. Jane, I think. Eric looked a little embarrassed. You were convinced with just 2 sentences? A smile, an invitation, how pathetic. Whatever you want, just don't study. Eric was Jane Foster's teacher, and Daisy was Jane's student, so he couldn't possibly say anything. As for Jane Foster, she was in a daze for a while, but when she heard Daisy say that, she immediately realized what was going on. But a hint of jealousy lingered in my heart. She's clearly more talented and gifted, so why did Aaron invite Daisy first and not her? Aaron then looked at Jane Foster and then stepped out. I know you, Jane Foster, an astronomy expert. Your papers on astronomy are outstanding. It's clear that you have a deep understanding of astronomy. Jane Foster's eyes widened, and she instinctively reached out and shook hands. You've read my paper. Of course, for example, that article from 2 months ago about the role of astronomy in history. And that paper from 3 months ago, the one I co-authored with Dr. Eric, about the connection between mythology and astronomy. Jane Foster watched as Aaron recited the most important core points of her papers word for word, and instantly, she felt as if she had met a kindred spirit. Good heavens! It was their first meeting, and Aaron was the high-ranking president of the Osborne Group, while she, despite her young age, was an astronomy professor. But compared to Aaron, she was an ugly duckling, while Aaron was a swan, an eagle, and a towering dragon. Such a talented, cultured, and capable person would actually take a special glance at someone as insignificant as myself. Does he like me? One of the 3 great illusions in life. He likes me. Otherwise, why would Aaron, who is clearly the Einstein and Tony Stark of the biomedical world, turn his attention to this little-known astronomy expert? Oh, right. Aaron struck up a conversation with Daisy first, probably because he wanted to find an opportunity to get to know and connect with her. Perhaps Aaron's real target is her, and he'll use that as a pretext to get in touch with Daisy? Damn, in the US you don't need to beat around the bush. Just go straight to the point. Jane Foster was dizzy. He subconsciously said, I accept. His cough cough. Jane Foster realized what was happening, her face flushed slightly, and she said seriously. What I mean is, I accept your offer, just like Dr. Eric said. As long as it doesn't interfere with Daisy's studies, it would be good to get a job at the same time. This can be considered as entering the workforce early, and it's the Osborne Group, which I believe will definitely be a good experience for her life. Eric's expression changed drastically. Oh no, this is bad. Aaron will steal Jane Foster, whom he values most, as well as his errand boys. Is he, an elderly PhD in his 70s or 80s, the only one left? That's inhumane and immoral. He looked at Aaron warily. Mr. Aaron, why would you come to such a remote, God-forsaken place? It's usually very dangerous here and sparsely populated, not a place for someone like you. Aaron glanced at him. That makes sense, but I would advise against an old man and 2 delicate young girls wandering around these places. That would be even more dangerous. Eric was a little embarrassed, and just as he was about to say something, Aaron then extended an invitation to Jane Foster. Jane, would you be interested in working for my company? We happen to be short of a research director in astronomy. Your benefits will satisfy you, and if you want to do any research in the future, there will be a private plane for transportation and bodyguard protection. Huh. Are you sure it's your employee and not your woman? Before Jane Foster could answer, Aaron glanced at Saul and said, "You have plenty of time to think it over. I'll probably be here for 2 days. Just give me your answer before I leave. Now I'm going to see this visitor from outer space off." Aaron took out a gold-plated business card and gave one to each person, including Eric. He waved and drove towards the nearest town. 014601331 Felu 143053361. An extraterrestrial visitor? That person just now wasn't dead. Eric was momentarily stunned, then realized this was big news and quickly urged Daisy to act. "Hurry, let's follow them right away. Perhaps this is the best opportunity for us to learn more about astronomy. I should have realized it sooner. The unusual situation just now must have been caused by that visitor from the other day. No wonder Aaron came here in person." "I see." Daisy rolled her eyes, solemnly placed the business card in her breast pocket, patted it, and it bulged. "Yes, it's very warm and thoughtful." Daisy once again took to the road as a seasoned driver. With his exceptional driving skills, he was able to keep up with Aaron's Rolls-Royce in a minivan. "Boss, is the speed appropriate?" The driver asked cautiously, implying whether they wanted to shake them off. Actually, he deliberately drove a little slower. A driver needs to be observant. Aaron was clearly interested in those two women. He naturally had to play along and observe Aaron's expression. Aaron nodded with his eyes closed, and the driver immediately understood, slowing down a bit to make it easier for the other party to catch up. This driver is clearly very experienced. The car was just at the point where it could catch up with a little more effort, giving people a glimmer of hope. However, no matter how much the other party pursued, it was always just a little bit off. They'll occasionally offer a little something sweet, get a little closer, and then immediately distance themselves again. 2 words, mastery. Half an hour later, the doctors and nurses who had been waiting in the nearby town hurriedly carried Saul to the hospital. "Boss, these doctors and nurses are all our own people, but this hospital." Aaron glanced around. "Give Norman a call. I need this hospital. Send a lawyer over immediately to discuss it." The driver was speechless upon hearing this and quickly went to the side to make a quiet phone call. He looked so handsome just now. Daisy muttered to herself. Jane Foster nodded. Only Eric shook his head in silence. "Is that handsome? I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. Being rich really does allow you to do whatever you want. Damn rich people." Aaron smiled at the three of them, then ignored the medical guidelines and walked directly into the medical room where outsiders were not allowed to enter. Eric hesitated for a moment, then considered following him inside. But they were stopped by a nurse outside the door. "I'm sorry, we are currently performing emergency treatment. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." Eric pointed to Aaron's retreating figure. "Where is he?" The nurse glanced at him, a smirk playing on her lips. "He's not an outsider. He's the hospital owner." "Good grief, you're already making those demands before even starting the acquisition. If we really do acquire it, will you still need to provide door-to-door service?" Eric tilted his head, trying to see, and kept bringing his ear closer, trying to hear the conversation inside. But the nurse immediately kicked him out, yelling, "Get out of here." At this moment, Aaron entered the medical room, but the doctors and nurses didn't even look at him and were busy with their own tasks. He examined Saul, recorded his physical data, and fiddled with various instruments. Just watching him made him seem very professional. "Give me a syringe." Upon hearing this, the nurse next to him immediately took out a new syringe. Aaron took it, tore open the packaging, and injected Thor directly with the needle. Thor, still half asleep, frowned. It was too brutal. Even the nurse next to him was terrified. "Boss, you the dead?" "No, at least you won't." Aaron drew a vial of blood and had someone stop the bleeding from Thor. Without the power of Thor, Thor's physical abilities are not much stronger than those of an ordinary person. Aaron had some doubts. Could Thor really provide him with what he wanted? After drawing blood, Aaron put it in his bag and melted it down where no one could see him. Thor's power. You have gained the power of Thor, allowing you to more easily wield the power of lightning and possess greater resistance to it. With the blessing of Thor's power, your physical attributes will be enhanced in various aspects. Aesir God Body. Thor, you have acquired the bloodline of the Aesir royal family. You have established a mysterious connection with Asgard. As time passes, your divine power will continuously increase, and you will possess mythical immortality. Even in death, your soul will return to Valhalla, awaiting resurrection on Earth. 1. For Asgard, Thor, as long as Asgard exists, or as long as there is still one Asgardian, your divine power will not disappear, but will continue to grow. The more Asgardians there are, the faster your divine power grows. Huh? I've won the lottery. Aaron, who hadn't held out much hope, was pleasantly surprised. Now, even though Thor has lost his power, he has still regained the power of Thor and also gained the same Asgardian god-king characteristics as Thor. As long as he is alive and remains in the Nine Realms, his divine power will continue to grow with the passage of time. As long as his body continues to grow stronger, he will not have to worry about becoming too weak due to excessive divine power and falling into Odin's slumber. Admittedly, this increase in divine power, when converted, is not as fast as the light energy he absorbs. But this is also a capability for sustainable development. Light energy, kinetic energy, thermal energy, electrical energy, the core of the sun, and now an Asgardian calendar. His body is evolving at an even faster rate. Good. If I acquire Odin and Hellas traits later, I'll just don the imperial robes and declare myself the true ruler of Asgard. I have everything you have, and I have things you don't. That's why I am the true rightful ruler of Asgard. Aaron nodded in satisfaction, thinking that Mjolnir, who was not far away, was still a necessary trip. Whether it's for collecting the 3 special metals or to obtain the possible magic of Odin, he should give it a try. As for whether it will offend Odin? Sorry, he doesn't care. Thinking of this, Aaron returned to the infirmary, placed his fingers on Thor, and sparks crackled between his fingers. Sizzle. Oops. I got electrocuted. Thor suddenly awoke from his deep sleep, his hair standing on end and his whole body feeling numb. Wait. I got electrocuted? Thor got electrocuted. Thor stood there, stunned. Then, noticing the strange looks around me, I asked, Hey, hello everyone, which kingdom is this? Nornaheim-Alfheim? The doctors and nurses were even more confused. Aaron then spoke up, in your language, this is Midgard. With a wave of his hand, the doctors and nurses evacuated in an orderly manner. Just as quickly as they came, they left just as swiftly. You look like someone important here. Thor raised an eyebrow, jumped off the bed, bent his knees, and almost knelt down. Aaron gestured with his hands to help her up, saying, You're too kind. It's our first time meeting. There's no need for such a grand gesture. We don't do these things here anymore, unlike where you are. Thor coughed awkwardly twice, embarrassed to admit that he, as the god of thunder, had been electrocuted and was feeling weak. He quietly braced himself against the bed, and once his legs felt better, his face turned serious. Is that so? In Asgard, this is a grand ceremony for meeting the king. I was just subconsciously following our custom. You know what I mean. However, Thor was thinking to himself that he hadn't even knelt down before his father. In Asgard, the most solemn etiquette is kneeling on one knee, which is the knightly salute. The group only behaves like this when accepting a major appointment. 3.6. For example, the coronation ceremony of a king. Aaron suddenly realized, all right, then when I become king, you can give me such a grand gift. Haha, the weather is so nice today. Thor awkwardly changed the subject, then saw the dark clouds filling the sky, and his face froze instantly. We agreed, 10 for the ride. They didn't care about anything else. 014601331 Felu 143053361. Upon hearing this, Thor nodded, tears welling in his eyes. He had to agree to what he had said, even if it meant kneeling down. Saul recalled what the diva Frigga once said, one lie requires countless lies to cover it up. Today he finally understood. It makes so much sense. But then a thought struck him. I am Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin, king of the gods, the first heir to Asgard, and the future king of Asgard. Maybe you'll have to. He bowed to me. What a coincidence. I am Aaron, the god of storms, the mortal god of Midgard, a member of the Celestials, and also the lord of the Crystal Palace. Aaron feigned surprise. Thor was stunned. So many titles? They sounded really impressive. Let's leave aside the god of storms, and we can probably guess who the god of mortals is, but the celestial group, is that the celestial group he knows? Those are heavyweight characters. As for the ruler of the Crystal Palace Pantheon, forgive his ignorance, he had no idea. However, to be ranked alongside the Celestials, that must be quite remarkable, right? Thor nodded upon hearing this and said politely, "So you are the lord of the Crystal Palace Pantheon. I extend my greetings to you on behalf of Asgard." Aaron wanted to laugh, but he forced it back. "You're Thor, and I'm Thor too. How about we give it a try?" Aaron opened his right hand, and raging lightning gathered into a ball, occasionally bursting out with flashes of lightning and crackling sounds. Thor watched in horror, instinctively wanting to unleash his power, but then thought, "Where's my lightning?" Thor looked up in confusion at the ball of lightning in Aaron's palm. Why does that thing feel so familiar? He was deep in thought, as if he had seen him before. Thor shook his head. It was probably because of the lightning. It looked familiar and normal. But, for some reason, I can't use my divine power right now. I need to find my weapon, a hammer that fell from the sky. Do you know where it is? Wait until I get my hammer back, then I'll have a proper match with you. Feeling weaker than ever before, Thor smiled genuinely. Looking at the lightning in the other person's hand, he felt extremely guilty and somewhat afraid. It's actually quite normal for Thor to be afraid of lightning, isn't it? If you want to find the hammer, then you've come to the right person. Come with me. Aaron withdrew his Thor powers and gestured for the other party to follow. Thor was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly followed. Let me tell you, today should have been my day of glory. During my coronation ceremony as God King, a bunch of wretched frost giants slipped through a loophole and entered the celestial treasury, ruining my ceremony. Then I led my army and taught them a lesson, letting them know how powerful Asgard is. Oh, looking at Thor's arrogant demeanor, if I didn't know that Thor and his crew were surrounded and almost killed, I might actually believe him. He nodded. So how did you get down? Thor's boastful smile froze slightly. That's a good question. In fact, this is a trial. Yes, a trial. The final trial before becoming king. Instead of revealing his embarrassing moment, Saul racked his brains to come up with a reasonable explanation. In a way, this is indeed a trial. Normally, once Thor picks up the hammer, he could simply continue to be his king. But sometimes, unexpected surprises and unexpected events happen, and you never know who will be the first to fall asleep. Perhaps I can tell you about my hammer, Mjolnir. It's the best hammer in the world. Aaron and Thor were talking as they brushed past Eric. After greeting Daisy and Jane, Aaron told the driver to continue driving. Wow, that's cool. Those are your women? They look amazing. But they seem to be ordinary people. Maybe I can introduce you to some goddess women. Trust me, they're absolutely fantastic. Thor acted like he knew everyone. As a frequent guest at banquets, Saul was not completely ignorant. He was always the center of attention at major banquets, enjoying the flattery of nobles and drinking for days on end. It was very popular among wealthy ladies and young women. Human beings cannot bear the blessings of God. Thor spoke with a straight face, completely unaware that Jane and Daisy behind him looked rather unpleasant. Where did this lunatic come from? I think he comes from Arkham. Only a place like that could produce such talent. Daisy said softly. Don't just stand there, let's follow them. Eric was in a hurry. He had a premonition that the question he had been researching for many years might soon be answered. The premise is that the man from earlier wasn't mentally ill. It shouldn't be that bad. Aaron isn't an ordinary person. Anyone who catches his attention wouldn't be a fool, right? My Mjolnir was forged by Eitrek, the greatest blacksmith in the 9 realms and the Dwarf King, using the core energy of a dying star. It is indestructible, extremely intelligent, and can even fly at high speeds. As long as I have it, I will be invincible. Of course, no one but my father, and I can lift it. You know, it's a divine artifact with a master. Thor winked at Aaron and showered him with praise for his hammer. The Meow hammer sounds pretty good. I'll give it a try if I get the chance. Aaron was quite excited. It's not Meow Meow hammer, it's Mjolnir. Thor corrected. You can try it later, but even if you use all your strength, you absolutely cannot make it obey, because it belongs only to me. Thor grinned, and that's why he was proud. Mjolnir was his favorite, and he was also her beloved. He believed that the man and the hammer would always be together. Mjolnir would never abandon him. At least until he got the little axe. Boss, we're surrounded. They look like they're not to be trifled with. The driver looked at the construction site ahead, which was fenced off and had a sign that read "Military Area, No Entry," and said, "Aren't you a god among men? How dare they disobey your orders?" Thor asked, puzzled. "That's a title I gave myself." Aaron got out of the car first, saying, "Give me your phone." The driver looked confused, but still took the phone and said, "Let me unlock the password first." "Need not." With a single thought, Aaron analyzed the fingerprints and buttons on the phone and frantically calculated in his mind, finding the correct password in just a few seconds. "Maybe you should change your password." Aaron said this and led the bewildered Thor away. "You're not a god?" Thor's expression was a little off. "Why don't you give it a try first?" Aaron smiled kindly when suddenly a thunderclap echoed through the clear sky, the booming sound causing Thor to instinctively shrink back. "I was just kidding." Thor chuckled. Regardless of whether others agree, he was convinced that Aaron was God. Even at his peak, he didn't have the ability to summon lightning as easily as Aaron. Only by wielding Mjolnir can he better control the thunder. To be honest, at that moment, Thor felt that Aaron's control over the thunder was even stronger than his own, the Asgardian god of thunder. "I'm so envious. Thor should be like that. Why can't I do it myself?" "Stop. There's been a dangerous incident here. No outsiders are allowed to enter." Aaron and Thor had just arrived at the door when they were stopped by two burly men in black. "Call Coulson out here." Aaron didn't even glance at them and said coldly. The two hesitated for a moment. If it were anyone else, they would have simply sent the other person away. No one would have dared to be so arrogant in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. But they clearly recognized Aaron's identity. A voice came through the headset and they immediately stepped aside. "Please." Thor chimed in, "You're being too kind. In Asgard, no one has ever dared to stop me. If there were anyone so blind, I'd just smash them with my hammer." These words made the two men next to him twitch. They really wanted to give Thor a couple of whacks first. "So you're Mr. Aaron from the Osborn Group. I never expected someone as important as you to come to a small place like ours for sightseeing." Coulson, still sporting a friendly smile, proactively approached him. "Your visit during this long holiday truly brings honor to our humble abode." "Coulson, has anyone ever told you that your dragon language sounds awkward?" Before Coulson could answer, Aaron said bluntly, "All right, enough talk. I want that hammer." Coulson swallowed back what he was about to say, immediately objecting, "Sorry, I can't make that decision. That hammer now belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hey buddy, when did this become your hammer? Damn it, I challenge you to a duel. Let you arrogant and disrespectful Midgardians know what the wrath of Thor is." Upon hearing this, Thor, with his fiery temper, could not tolerate it. He rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. Even though he lost his divine power and couldn't handle a Thor like Aaron, he still had little chance against 2 or 3 ordinary Midgardians. Coulson glanced at Thor, his thoughts shifting, but his smile remained unchanged. "Mr. Aaron's friend, is there a problem here?" He pointed to his head. Thor glared at him angrily. "You're the one who's crazy. I want a glorious warrior's duel with you. Whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group fight, you decide. Are you sure?" Coulson's smile remained unchanged, but a dozen burly men stood up beside him. The people walking beside them also took a step forward at the same time. The men were all muscular and had cold expressions, while the women also had a fierce demeanor. There were snipers aiming in that direction in the distance. Above them, a figure lurked in the darkness, bow drawn and arrow aimed at Thor. But no one dared to aim at Aaron. Thor looked around, weighed the pros and cons, and then looked at Aaron. "Buddy, we're both Thor. You'll definitely help me, right?" Aaron's expression turned cold. "Coulson, if you can't make a decision, then let someone who can make one come over." "Our bureau chief, he..." Coulson was still trying to dodge the question. Aaron made the phone call right in front of him. "Your phone." Aaron handed it to Coulson. Coulson immediately felt immense pressure and had a bad feeling. Looking at the unfamiliar phone number, he hesitated for a moment, but still answered it. "Hello, I'm Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. This is the White House. If you have something to say, let Nick Fury tell you. Now, you must meet all of Mr. Aaron's demands, immediately." "Mr. President." Coulson sighed, "You should talk things over properly. You're a master at calling the presidential hotline when things don't go your way." Coulson immediately called Nick Fury. Soon, Nick Fury's helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. "Coulson, let him do whatever he wants. Just keep a close eye on him. Nick Fury was truly helpless. The president called him directly and gave him a good scolding. Nick Fury tried to retort, "I did all this for the security of the United States." But the president was more direct. "You have a problem? Then talk to me? Talk to Congress? Talk to the federal court. Should we talk to all the generals, marshals, high-ranking officials, politicians, and capitalists again? Of course, if you're talking about the people, then I'm not sleepy anymore. After June 5th, let's see if Jean can better represent the people. To tell you the truth, Nick Fury, you and I are nothing compared to Aaron, who truly represents the will of all the people of this nation and even the people of the world." Good grief, if I don't let Aaron touch the 084 item, does that mean I'm going against the world? I tried to protect US security and uphold world peace by stopping Aaron, but instead I found myself on the opposite side of the people. Oh God, has God abandoned this land? How could he allow a yellow-skinned person to represent the will of the people of Kai? Nick Fury was truly helpless. He could ignore everyone else, but he couldn't ignore the president's words. At that moment, he desperately wanted to quickly establish the Avengers. Only by bringing this supernatural team out and placing it under the United Nations can it, to some extent, be separated from the direct jurisdiction of the federal government. That's why he had some right to refute. Nick Fury deliberately avoided considering whether Aaron still represented the will of the United Nations. Coulson hung up the phone. Aaron's eyes were filled with confusion. Something's not right. They've always done things this way, never giving any face to the FBI or the military. But now, how come S.H.I.E.L.D. is being arbitrarily summoned and reprimanded by an outsider? Mr. Coulson, you don't want to go against the will of all Americans, do you? Aaron smiled kindly, and before he could speak, he led Thor inside. My lord, times have changed. As long as I hold the reincarnation, and before the formula is leaked, my word is the will of God. Fighting and killing are so boring. Subduing the enemy without fighting is the highest level of skill. Thor followed them inside, still a little dazed. His mind was a little slow to process what was happening, but when he saw Mjolnir, he exclaimed in surprise and ran over to him. Dude, I'm so glad to see you again. Coulson and the others wanted to stop them but couldn't, and could only watch helplessly as Aaron and Thor approached the hammer. Damn it, their shield. These days, even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s word doesn't carry weight. Buddy, thanks for your help. Now, I'm going to pick up the hammer and regain my strength. Afterwards, you will gain the friendship of Asgard and me, and the friendship between Midgard and Asgard will endure forever. Except for those people, of course. Thor grinned foolishly at Aaron while holding the hammer, then changed his expression when looking at Coulson and the others. Now, the time has come to witness a miracle. Thor tried to lift the hammer, but couldn't. He looked up at Aaron with an awkward smile. I need to prepare myself mentally. He took a deep breath and used all his strength. He kept muttering, come on, baby. Have you forgotten the days we fought side by side? Don't do this. I know I've wronged you, leaving you here alone, enduring the torment of those wretched Midgardians all day. But I promise, this is the first and last time. Come on, let's get moving. Please, Mjolnir, it's me, Thor Odinson. At least 503. Do something. The hammer flashed, then dimmed again in Thor's delighted gaze. It still didn't lift up. Oh no no no. You really only gave me the slightest reaction. Thor was filled with fear and unease. Need any help? Aaron chuckled, finding Thor's appearance somewhat comical. Okay. He admits that he is building his happiness on the suffering of others. The more boastful Thor was before, the more embarrassed he became at this moment. Ahem, okay. There's been a little hiccup, but trust me, I can handle it. Just as I have defeated many arrogant enemies. Thor forced a smile, not wanting to tarnish the prestige of the Aesir gods in front of the deities of another realm. Aaron nodded in understanding. I know, there are always some bumps along the way in life, that's normal. Yes, that's it. But this is just a small pebble on the road of life, I'll get through it quickly. Thor wanted to try again. But then Aaron spoke up, how about I give it a try? Thor hesitated for a moment. He didn't really want to, but he felt it was necessary to let Aaron know that the problem wasn't with him. This is a curse placed on it by the king. No one can lift the hammer. You can laugh at me if I can't lift it, but if you can't lift it either, you have no right to laugh at me. Why don't we let him give it a try? Mjolnir, all right. I promise you this is the last time I'll let you play with other people. Thor muttered something and stepped aside, then said with feigned generosity, "I promised you, come on. Believe me, no one but me can solve this problem. This contains the power of the King of Gods." Aaron gripped the hammer handle and applied a little force. It was indeed very heavy, like a star core. Even with brute force, it's impossible to lift thousands of tons of weight. 1B. Aaron wasn't going all out. He wasn't here to lift a hammer. Melted. Thor was still talking to himself when he blinked, and then the hammer was gone. He blinked again. "Where's my hammer?" Coulson and the others were dumbfounded. "Where is Object 084? Where did it go?" Aaron's right hand got hit by a hammer? Saul looked up. "You dropped me there?" "You picked it up." Thor looked terrified. "The good news is someone picked up a hammer. The bad news is that person wasn't him, but another Thor." "Good grief, so I'm the one who's copying?" Just as everyone was stunned, Aaron watched as the invisible stream of light flowed into his body. His face showed a slight smile. "Steel body, you metal similar ability detected, already fused. Your body now possesses incredible energy attributes, easily accepting and containing various elemental energies and magic, further enhancing your overall potential. You are the perfect energy container. More characteristics await your discovery. Perhaps you can try magic. In the name of the King of Gods, you have gained some of the Divine King characteristics of the Aesir, allowing you to grant or deprive members of their power to a certain extent, and to enchant weapons with magical properties." My son's hammer. In Asgard, Odin was suddenly awakened from his slumber. Odin. Frigga was pleasantly surprised to see Odin suddenly wake up, but she became nervous when she heard Odin talking to himself. "What happened? What's wrong with Thor?" Odin looked surprised and uncertain. "I can no longer sense Mjolnir's presence." He cast God King magic on the hammer, a high-level magic that surpasses ordinary magic. It has a very high priority. No matter where he was, he could sense Mjolnir's presence and could activate the hammer's magic by calling out to it, causing it to fly back quickly from wherever it was. Even in other distant galaxies, it would only take a little longer. But now, he had completely lost his connection with Mjolnir. "It seems to have left our world?" Frigga's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Thor encountered a powerful enemy in Midgard? Good heavens, we must bring him back immediately. Sol is all right. Odin shook his head. I need to ask Heimdall immediately. I need to know what happened in Midgard. This situation, which was beyond his control and completely outside his plans, made Odin somewhat uneasy. The central courtyard, which has always been Asgard's backyard. Why did this happen? Could it be the work of those sorcerers? Are they trying to start a war between Midgard and Asgard? No, they wouldn't dare even if they had 10 times the courage. Just as Odin was trying to call Heimdall through a telepathic link, his puzzled expression suddenly turned strange. Seeing this, Frigga became even more nervous. What is it now? Mjolnir has appeared. Isn't this great? But there are 3? In the end, even Odin began to wonder if he was suffering from dementia and becoming confused. The exact same sensation, the exact same aura. He couldn't tell the difference between truth and falsehood. Perhaps both were true? Odin suddenly looked outside and said, I'm going back to sleep. We'll talk when I wake up. Before Frigga could react, he lay back down. As always, peaceful and serene, as if she had never been awake. Frigga quickly recovered, composed herself, and resumed her previous state of sadness. A while later, Loki hurried in, glanced at the still grieving Frigga, then at the still unconscious Odin, and felt a surge of joy, but his expression was strange and confused. Mother, how is father? The central courtyard is haunted. Make way, we are Mr. Aaron's friends. You'd better keep your groping hands at least a meter away from us. Jane and Daisy are both Mr. Aaron's women. Yes, that's it. Remember to return all our research data to us, or I'll kick you all out. Eric's angry voice came from outside the door. Soon, Eric led a bewildered Jane and Daisy in, surrounded and protected by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. At this time, Hammer. My Mjolnir. Where is she? Thor looked around, circled Aaron once, and then looked down again. We confirmed that Aaron had nowhere to hide the hammer. He wanted to take action again. Sol, I forgot to tell you something. What? Aaron beckoned and flicked his sleeve in midair. I also have a divine name. You can call me River God. Suddenly, Water started bubbling up from the ground. The parched ground seemed to contain an unseen spring from which water constantly gushed forth. It quickly spread to the entire site. Aaron made a gesture with his palm facing down, and suddenly 3 flashes of light leaped out of the water. One radiated golden light, one radiated silver light, and one was ordinary. Do you want this golden hammer? Or this silver hammer? Or this ordinary meow meow hammer? Thor stared blankly at the 3 hammers being lifted up by an invisible force. He subconsciously wanted to choose an ordinary hammer. But the golden and silver hammers seemed to possess a spirit and nodded at him. He swayed his body again. It's as if it's saying, "Come on, Grandpa, choose me. I'm your beloved meow meow hammer." Sultan hesitated for a moment, then looked at the golden hammer and the silver hammer. In his memory, Mjolnir had always liked him that much and clung to him like that. If Mjolnir were here, he would definitely do the same. Could these 2 hammers be his true loves? Seeing this, the unremarkable hammer shrank back, turning its front head away and showing Thor the back of the head. As expected, this ordinary-looking hammer isn't my meow meow hammer. I didn't expect you to have colored them. You almost fooled me, haha. In Thor's memory, his Mjolnir was not like this submissive little wife. She was always his obedient little hammer, always ready to oblige him whenever he asked. So, the next step is to choose one of the 2. Seeing that both hammers were so eager to use their weapons, and that Thor had even picked one up, he immediately became smug. Then, whoever can awaken my power as the god of thunder once more, and make me a true god of thunder again, will be my Mjolnir. The golden hammer and the silver hammer flew over at the same time. Thor was overjoyed and stretched out his hands, grabbing both hammers at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from both hammers. That's his Thor power. But for some reason, he always felt a little rusty with those 2 hammers. You used a clone technique? They all look like my little hammers? Thor was puzzled, so he waved his hand, and lightning crackled and popped. But I'm certain that ordinary-looking hammer is definitely not my beloved meow meow hammer. Upon hearing this, Neil flew directly into Aaron's hands in a fit of pique. Aaron looked at Thor with a strange expression, who was holding 2 hammers and looking smug. Wow, so this is the real Thor. Having women on both sides, right? Face-to-face NTR, right? Not recognizing the real Mjolnir is one thing, but to deny its existence and favor the other 2 hammers right in front of it? In that case, Mjolnir is mine? Upon hearing this, Thor swung his hammer with great force. That was never mine, Mjolnir. Take it if you want. I now have 2 hammers. But who is the real Mjolnir? Seeing Thor's confused look, Benluin's lips curled up. After being smelted in the primordial furnace, its properties can be extracted and given to Aaron. At the same time, Aaron can also create Mjolnir at will. This Mjolnir is a replica of the previous one, exactly the same as before. The same applies to the curse mentioned above. Thor got his hands on it, but still couldn't pick it up. However, Aaron can use it directly. After obtaining in the name of the God King, he can even change the divine incantation on it and give it to someone he approves of, who will also receive this power of the Thunder God. Don't be fooled by the fact that Thor's 2 hammers possess the power of Thor, can fly, and even have sentience. In fact, it contains a very high amount of gold and silver. It only contains a small amount of uranium metal. Their Thor powers are weaker, and, even combined, they are not as powerful as the real Mjolnir. Moreover, due to their material, they are essentially glass cannons, truly fragile and easily shattered. However, Thor did not have a clear understanding of his own power. He was in the unawakened hammer god stage, and Mjolnir was as light as an ordinary hammer in his hands, so he did not notice anything unusual. Or rather, Thor noticed the anomalies, but didn't take them seriously. Because he did indeed gain a slightly weaker version of Thor's power, and thus regained his status as Thor. It's fine to play around with it normally, but when it comes to a crucial moment. Aaron was very excited. He had originally wanted to see if Thor could recognize Mjolnir, but now it seemed. Meow Hammer, from now on, I'll be your only true master? Mjolnir obediently nodded. The hammer even trembled slightly due to excitement. When it was melted in the primordial furnace, it was unaware of the changes in itself, but it felt a sense of fear. Mjolnir originally had no feelings of fear. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, even if he was shattered, he would still forge ahead. But before the primordial forge and Eren, they were filled with fear. Thor burst into mocking laughter again. Haha, are your spikes afraid? But my Mjolnir is definitely not. They're all the best. I love my Mjolnir the most. Thor struck the hammer twice, the hammers clashing together with a remarkably crisp sound. There was also a hint of violent lightning flashing. Amidst the dazzling lightning, Thor did not notice. Where the gold hammer and the silver hammer collided, there was a slight change in their properties. That voice is as crisp as ever. Didn't you want to try it out? Let's have some fun. With two hammers in hand, double the joy, double the power, Thor felt invincible again. Although he noticed that the sound of the hammering was slightly different from before, he didn't think much of it. Coulson and the others were stunned. 3 hammers? Lightning? Thor, who was originally a fool, suddenly gained the power of thunder. And Eren, the river god? What is all this? In my memory, wasn't Eren the president of the Osborne Group, the billionaire who's been riding high lately and overshadowing Tony? Oh, maybe it could be Superman? But now, how did you become the river god? Eren ignored their confused state and was about to reply to Thor when his expression suddenly changed. Looking to the other side, there was no one there. But his gaze pierced through the layers of obstacles and reached the outer perimeter of the temporary base. We can deal with the fighting later. I need to take care of something right now. You can wait here, or you can find my driver and have him take you to town. Anyway, wait for me a moment while I go buy some oranges. After giving his instructions, Eren vanished in a flash, turning into the wind. Where are they? Coulson and his companions looked around and saw a cloth hanging in the distance slowly drifting down. Thor's eyes widened, and he muttered, could it be the god of speed? On the other side, outside the base, Eren teleported to an open space, as if by magic. Loki, you're just going to stay outside and watch. Aren't you going to come in and have some fun? A figure suddenly appeared in the previously empty space. Midgard, how could you see through my magic? Loki's eyes widened, his voice filled with surprise. Magic, is it very powerful? Eren scoffed, and with that, he vanished in an instant. Loki blinked, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Gone? Or disappeared? To try and pull such petty tricks in front of the king of Asgard, utterly absurd. Loki raised his hand and cast a reveal spell. The principle behind this magic is to disrupt nearby light, which can be easily broken. Bad invisibility magic. However, what? Not visible? Loki looked around, but still couldn't see Eren. Is that all you've got? Eren's voice suddenly came from behind. Startled, Loki immediately turned around and looked at Eren, who had suddenly appeared. He had second thoughts and wanted to slip away. This guy in the courtyard is quite capable. Loki snorted, I already knew you were behind me, I just deliberately didn't expose your trick. Mortal, remember this. Before you stands Loki, the greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms, the one who coexists with the 9 realms. Eren waved his hand, go tell this to other people. The other people in Midgard don't know. Of course, if you happen to run into a bald man in a yellow robe, it's best not to tell her either. Loki's invisibility magic was indeed impressive, but it was full of flaws in front of Eren's eyes. You can absorb light? What about heat? Kinetic energy? Wind? The pheromones your body emits? Your distinctive scent? The vibrations from walking? Can you block them all? No way? But I can. Certainly. Eren never underestimated magic. But that doesn't mean Loki can gain his attention. Loki certainly has great magical potential, but he's not focused. If he had given up those 2 daggers and focused on magic, he might have actually become the #1 mage in the 9 realms. But now, sorry, nobody recognizes it. Before Loki could say anything more, Eren cut to the chase. Loki, how about we make a deal? Why should I, the king of Asgard, make a deal with you? Loki is still very stubborn. But in the next instant, Eren appeared directly in front of him and delivered a powerful punch that shattered Loki. I told you, don't try to show off your magic in front of me. Your stuff doesn't work on me. Eren's gaze locked onto the other side. At the same time, the surrounding environment was filled with strong winds and roaring thunder, and the divine power was clearly displayed at this moment. Loki's face darkened. He felt as if he were being locked onto by some unseen gaze. If he tries to escape, he will be met with a thunderous strike in an instant. Damn it, Why is this Midgard person so powerful? Even illusion magic couldn't fool him? I must have been careless and not paying attention enough. That's what he thought, but Loki's attitude softened, and he put on a smile, as if the tough guy from before was his twin brother. Loki waved his hand, casually casting a spell that blocked sound and sight, and could even temporarily deceive Heimdall. Hello, esteemed and great god among men. I am Loki, the second prince of Asgard, the great sorcerer, currently acting as the king of Asgard. The true king of Asgard is secretly observing me. You know, I cannot dishonor Asgard. Guard's Majesty. What happened just now, with Zhao Qian and Zhao, was my fault. I raised my voice a bit. I'm sorry. Loki and Thor are exactly alike. They truly are brothers. Follow your heart and change your attitude immediately if you see that things are not going well. What would you like to trade with me? Actually, as long as it's not a big problem, I can make all the decisions. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, this kind of clever person who bullies the weak and fears the strong still needs to be punished a little. Isn't this much better? Everyone can talk to each other peacefully, and I'm too lazy to do anything, right? Aaron patted Loki on the shoulder, and a tremendous force almost made Loki lose his balance. What terrifying power! He's even more monstrous than Thor. How did such a formidable character emerge from that backward central courtyard? Did Jonting have an affair, or did a genetic mutation occur? My need is simple. You know about the Celestial Palace's treasure vault, right? Loki's expression immediately changed. That's absolutely not allowed. That would be great. That's really not allowed. If I say yes, then yes. Aaron's face remained kind, his left hand still warmly resting on his shoulder, and a faint light flickered in his eyes, a powerful energy gathering within them. At the same time, the surrounding environment was terribly hot, with the temperature rising by more than 100 degrees Celsius in an instant. Loki felt terrible. He felt death drawing ever closer. But the key point is, he is now in his true form. And it couldn't escape Aaron's notice. If he had known this would happen, he should have sent an illusion. As expected, I wasn't cautious enough. Loki forced a smile, but, well, it's not impossible. Can I have Thor's 2 hammers? Aaron held up Mjolnir. How's this paper? Loki glanced at them disdainfully. No, I want the golden hammer and the silver hammer. Loki also really liked Mjolnir, and seeing Thor become the center of the world because of him, he wished he could take his place. He even tried to pick up a hammer, but failed. Even now, he hasn't given up on the idea. Even Thor likes the golden and silver hammers, so what's the point of using this ordinary hammer? Are you sure you don't want this? Aaron's expression became even stranger. This was the real deal, Thor's hammer. No, I prefer the Thor one. Loki reiterated his demand. Not Thor's, I don't want it. When it comes to playing with hammers, Thor is the real expert. A hammer that even he likes must be a good one. This is unremarkable. Where is the brilliance of a gold or silver hammer? To be honest, Loki only wanted the golden hammer. Since he is currently acting as the temporary ruler of Asgard, only the color of brilliant gold is worthy of his status as a god king. Putting aside other things, if he and Thor both appeared wielding hammers, people see Thor as having a gold and a silver hammer, while he only has an ordinary, unremarkable hammer. What will they think of him? Oh, so-called ruler of the 9 realms, only fit to play with trash hammers? Thor is the face of Asgard. He is the most suitable to be the king of Asgard. Can you tolerate it? Thinking of this, Loki changed his mind and said, could I have 2 golden hammers? The kind that can unleash the power of Thor. Whatever. Aaron said no more. This was your own choice, so don't blame him. Are you sure it's Thor's golden hammer? I'm sure. Loki exclaimed, puzzled. Was something wrong? Aaron waved his hands, and 2 more golden hammers appeared out of thin air. Try it first. Loki excitedly planted the spear of eternity in the ground and took the 2 golden hammers. In an instant. I'm pregnant. I felt that vibrant life force. The power of thunder. I, Loki, have finally mastered the power of Thor. Loki could no longer suppress his excitement. He was absolutely certain that the power of thunder was so strong and so wonderful. He also sensed Thor's presence within it. My god, this is the taste, this is the aura. Even Loki can rampage through armies and become the focus of the god's attention. As Loki entered a state of self-ecstasy, Aaron looked at him strangely, then glanced at the spear of eternity. his figure suddenly contorting. Before Loki could react, Eren had already drawn the Spear of Eternity with his right hand and was playing with it. Loki's expression changed drastically. "This thing is absolutely unacceptable." "Why?" Eren countered with a question, then suddenly turned his right hand and swallowed the Eternal Spear to melt it down. "Where's the Eternal Spear? Bring it out first, then we can discuss anything." The Spear of Eternity is of extraordinary significance, representing the identity of the Asgardian God King, and it is also my father's personal artifact. He would never allow the Spear of Eternity to fall into the hands of any outsider. It could even trigger a war between Midgard and Asgard, which would bring devastation to this land. Loki pulled Odin out again. The hands gripping Thor's hammer 770 flickered with lightning. He was stronger than ever before, and even his physical strength was enhanced by the power of Thor, making him much stronger than before. But he still dared not make any rash moves. Eren is so mysterious that he can create more Thor's hammers with ease. Moreover, Loki was certain that this golden hammer was Thor's hammer, and the power of Thor could not be faked. In addition, he had never held a Mjolnir before and was completely unfamiliar with its weight and other characteristics, so he did not realize that the golden hammer was indeed a golden hammer, and even the material was more gold than you are you. Just as Loki was pacing anxiously in circles, Eren felt a familiar golden light flash by. Perfect shot. Similar ability detected, already fused, extra limited aiming. You have gained the characteristic of perfect shot. Your attacks will never miss, no matter how the enemy tries to dodge. No one can escape your attack. Energy ray. Similar ability detected, already integrated, high temperature thermal vision, energy projectiles/cannons. Your control over energy has become more proficient. Any part of your body can be used as a launcher, making you virtually unstoppable, and the power will be further enhanced. In the name of the King of Gods, you fully possess the rights and characteristics of a true Asgardian God King. You can enchant weapons with magical properties, summon the Bifrost, and bestow or strip others of their power in the name of the God King, using Asgard as an energy source. When you are outside of Asgard, your power will increase at an even faster rate. Key of the Destroyer. You have gained control of the Destroyer armor. With your will, it will become your most terrifying weapon of destruction. Proof of the Oath. Never make an oath lightly. Once you make a promise, you must keep it, or you will bring disaster upon yourself. From this day forward, you are the new god of oaths. Excellent. They directly unleashed their causality attack ability. Eren was very satisfied. To some extent, being able to hit the bullseye every time is already a conceptual level ability. As long as I throw it, it's guaranteed to hit. No matter how you try to dodge, you'll still have to take a shot from me. As for whether you live or die, that depends on your vitality. This move is absolutely devastating against opponents with low vitality. Of course, this ability is somewhat useless against Deadpool or Hela. But it's quite good. Combined with his energy beams, he became a mobile sniper turret on the battlefield, hitting his target every time, whether man or woman, they would all get hit by his shot. The common point is that both involve loss of life. One is about taking a life, and the other is about giving birth. That's absolutely wicked. When Eren noticed the third ability, his expression changed instantly. So, I am now in the kingdom of a good god? Theoretically speaking, although Eren does not have the right to inherit Asgard, he already possesses the rights of a god king. Both Viswar and Loki are more than qualified. Perhaps it's time for me to ascend the throne? Eren imagined that if he went to Asgard now, even Odin would be dumbfounded. They might even suspect that Thingluin was not his half-brother. Or they may be descendants of their ancestor, Bauer, who were separated from his family and lived in exile. Otherwise, outsiders without royal blood could never truly gain Asgard's approval and possess the rights of a god king. This is also the main reason why Loki had no hope of becoming king. Even Thor only barely possessed this characteristic in the very late game. However, he no longer has the opportunity to actually exercise this right. He's no match for Eren now. Eren closed his eyes and carefully sensed that there was a vast energy source in the distant heavens, countless light years away. Obviously. That's Asgard, she's calling him. Calling out to his long-lost master. Eren even felt that if he used his divine power, he could forcibly summon the Rainbow Bridge. Although it required considerable effort, It was not difficult for Aaron. Aaron opened his eyes and looked at Loki, who was still standing there without daring to move. With a flick of his right hand, the Spear of Eternity reappeared in his hand. He threw it directly at it. Loki hurriedly took it, carefully sensing the Spear of Eternity, and only after a long while did he breathe a sigh of relief. No problem, it's genuine. How's the trial run? It's guaranteed authentic with Thor's power, right? Have you considered the compensation? Maybe you could try to back out. Aaron looked at Loki with a half-smile. The latter felt a sudden jolt, as if his inner thoughts had been seen through. For a fleeting moment, Loki did consider backing out of the deal. Now that I have the item, I'll let you be the gift I give to the new king as he ascends the throne. What? You want something from me? Where did you get the nerve? If you're so capable, then travel through countless light years to the ethereal celestial palace, to the golden palace, and before countless golden-armored warriors, question me again. Loki didn't believe it, and he didn't think Loki would actually come to the golden palace to confront him face to face. But when Aaron spoke, for some reason, Loki suddenly felt that it was best not to use such scheming tricks in front of this master. This guy is incredibly weird. Loki's eyes darted around, and he chuckled, of course not. As the king of gods, the first and foremost requirement is that one's moral character be up to par. How can the realms below be convinced if the ruler of the 9 realms lacks integrity? All right then, I swear in the name of the Spear of Eternity. My pact with you, Loki, is hereby made, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will keep my promise. Loki, gripping the Spear of Eternity, solemnly swore an oath. The Spear of Eternity is a symbol of an oath. Odin, the king of the gods, and Roth, the king of the frost giants, made a truce at Jotunheim, and the oath was unbreakable and lasted for thousands of years. If it weren't for my foolish brother, who recklessly stormed into the enemy's base, breaking the agreement and violating his oath, perhaps he wouldn't have been convicted and punished for breaking his oath. Therefore, you can rest assured that I will certainly keep my promise. After all, I am a qualified god king who abides by the rules and always keeps his word. Loki made the vow with a forced smile. He has told countless lies over the millennia, and his ability to fake facial expressions is effortless. But Aaron still noticed a hint of unease in the other person's expression. Instead of exposing Loki's hypocrisy, he suddenly appeared in front of Loki. She patted his shoulder gently, just like before. Of course, after all, you are the king of the Aesir, and I imagine you wouldn't want your reputation for dishonesty and lying to spread throughout the 9 realms and even the entire universe, would you? Loki gripped the Spear of Eternity tightly, his face still smiling. Even after he received the power of Thor and his physique was further enhanced, Aaron's gentle pat still made him feel the same pressure as before. Even after becoming stronger, he still looked as arrogant as ever in front of Lewin. But so what if I'm powerful? I am a noble mage. These days, who uses brute force if they can use magic? At worst, I'll just activate the Rainbow Bridge. No matter how strong your brute force is, when your planet is shattered, you'll still be forced to kneel and beg for mercy, powerless to do anything about it. Loki remained expressionless, but he had already achieved victory in his heart. Of course, my fellow countrymen, shall I take my leave now? Loki smiled and asked, I'll bring you the treasures of Asgard right now. They are definitely treasures that my father has kept for a long time. Aaron nodded. Of course, but I have one request. Please speak. Don't try to fool me with counterfeit goods otherwise. With a gentle swipe of his right hand, Loki's expensive Asgardian leather was torn apart as easily as paper, and some blood even flowed out. Loki's eyes flickered slightly, and his smile grew even brighter. You know the outcome. Aaron didn't say anything more, and Loki didn't ask. However, Loki wondered why Aaron knew so much about Asgard's treasury. They even knew that there were counterfeit goods in there. After thinking it over, Loki decided to play it safe. The oath has been made. Adding a supplementary condition is no big deal. He is a king of gods who keeps his promises, speaks the truth, and is upright and respectable. If it's true, then it's true. Anyway, Odin has quite a collection, so taking 1 or 2 pieces is none of his business. At worst, he can find a way to win a few more wars and gradually fill the Celestial Palace's treasury. Loki thought to himself leisurely. However, he then excused himself and walked to the side. Instead of going back, He went to tease his foolish brother. Seeing this, Eren did not follow to watch the melodramatic love-hate relationship between the brothers. The blood on his fingers glistened in the sunlight. In an instant, the blood disappeared as if it had never been there. Frost Mastery, Frost Giant Bloodlines Similar Ability Fusion detected. You have gained powerful Frost Mastery abilities, possessing the inherited power of the Frost Giants. Gigantification. Residual with sufficient ice power, you will possess a certain degree of gigantification ability, and your physical attributes will be enhanced accordingly. Complete Encyclopedia of Magic. Loki, you have mastered invisibility, illusion, clones, telekinesis, levitation, spatial manipulation, astral projection, polymorph, possession, and short-range teleportation. Hypnosis, energy release, telepathy, shadow manipulation, and other magical properties. No incantations required. These are already integrated into Eren's abilities, with strength comparable to Loki. To be honest, Loki's current strength level is actually not that great. Compared to Loki, the god of time in the later Loki TV series, he's not just a little bit inferior, he's worlds apart. Loki, the god of time, wields the power of time and maintains the stability of time in the infinite multiverse beneath the sacred timeline. The current Loki does not even possess abilities such as possession, telepathy, shadow manipulation, close-range teleportation, or hypnosis. Although he actually knew all of these, he didn't explore them until several years later when he became proficient in using them. Eren had no intention of obtaining any powerful traits from Loki. But now, I'm sorry, Loki, I owe you an apology. Although you are not the #1 mage in the 9 realms, you are definitely a qualified mage. Eren was deeply moved. Loki is awesome? No, the Primal Forge is awesome. They even uncovered hidden traits that Loki had not yet discovered. And he integrated these magics directly into his body in a unique way. Now, Eren doesn't need Loki's complicated abilities, he can use them almost instinctively. Of course, energy consumption is unavoidable. After all, he currently does not possess the kind of illogical power that a true primordial furnace possesses. It completely violates the law of conservation of energy and the concept of rules, a bug among bugs. Eren's heart skipped a beat, and his clothes suddenly changed. He had transformed from a well-dressed, successful man in a suit into a blue uniform with a red cape and a red S logo on his chest. It was none other than Henry Chow. Moreover, Eren is also very tall and strong, even more handsome than Henry, and looks even more dashing and imposing in this uniform. Good. At this time, Daisy and Jane Foster emerged, surrounded by Coulson and others. Eric's voice continued to ramble on, I'm telling you, get all that data back from us right now. Jane added, and what about backups of those other data? Daisy's voice immediately followed, and backups of the backup data. Not a single one can be missing. Coulson was somewhat helpless. He wanted to refuse, but considering that some of his subordinates had said that Daisy and Jane had indeed been in contact with Eren, and that Eren's driver had even come forward to state that Daisy. Both he and Jane are employees of the Osborn Group, and it was Boss Chu who personally invited them to join Osborn. Hearing this, what could Coulson say? He could only try to buy time and have someone make a copy to return it. He would never have given face to anyone else. But Eren, he really didn't want to receive another call from the president. Once we've confirmed that it doesn't involve any classified information then, Eren. Coulson's words came to an abrupt halt at the crucial point. He looked at Eren, who was experimenting with his new abilities in the distance, and his expression changed drastically, especially at the conspicuous Superman suit he was wearing. You still say you're not Superman? Coulson's tone changed abruptly. Don't worry, it was a misunderstanding. It was all our fault. Guards, immediately return all of these 3 friends' belongings without missing a single one. Right now. I also have a small gift to offer as an apology, such as a 7-day trip to Europe or a trip to Venice. Of course, Dr. Eric, I also formally extend an invitation to you on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you willing to contribute to the security of the United States and the world? I guarantee you all the best benefits in the industry. Top-tier benefits, absolutely no one will interfere with your research. Coulson's attitude of being arrogant at first and then obsequious is laughable. But no one laughed at him. Because Eren is truly a god among men. Oh, it's the river god again. Wow, this is someone I can't afford to mess with. Daisy and Jane were equally stunned. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with both shock and joy. The gods themselves invited me. What could I say but accept? I accept. Sir, this is the situation. After Aaron and the others left, Coulson immediately reported the entire situation to Nick Fury without missing a single detail. Listening to Coulson's detailed report, Nick Fury tapped the table unconsciously. The irregular tapping revealed the complex inner turmoil of this king of secret agents. Thor, Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, Aaron the river god, and Superman. Isn't today April Fool's Day? Nick Fury looked up at Agent Hill. I have contacted DC Comics urgently and also searched the global host family database from 20 to 25 years ago, but have not found a foster child named Aaron. Perhaps he didn't grow up on Earth as depicted in the comics, or perhaps he used a pseudonym before or is currently using one. Agent Hill analyzed the problem methodically. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. So, we still know nothing about Aaron's origins and identity? A week ago, he suddenly arrived in the United States and took down Ospoon. In just a few days, they launched a new life-saving agent that can treat cancer, restore youth and prolong life, and even regenerate limbs, giving people hope for a new life and winning over all our allies. Then, he demonstrated a flight speed of at least 10 Mach, as well as superhuman strength. Perhaps this Mr. Superman from the East also possesses extraordinary abilities that strike fear into people, such as an iron body and superhuman vision. Now, he has become the river god, able to summon water at will and retrieve 3 divine artifacts from it. It's only been a week. Give him a few more years. Will he still be chaining the earth to fly around? Or blowing out the sun with a single breath? Or blasting the solar system apart with a single punch? To understand Aaron, analyze Aaron, and focus on Aaron. A comic book craze has swept through S.H.I.E.L.D. They thoroughly reviewed all sorts of information about Superman, but the more they read, the more horrified and frightened they became. Superman is beyond human capability. DC has Batman, they don't. There is only one extreme self-centered weightlifting enthusiast, Tony Stark, who exhibits compulsive behaviors. But no matter how he looked at it, it didn't fit with Bruce Wayne. Is there any trace of kryptonite? Without kryptonite, how are we supposed to fight Superman? Are we supposed to prepare 10,000 women and try to convince him? Nick Fury was very annoyed, although that was not a good mood for an agent doing special work. But secret agents are human too. Now, besides learning about Superman, I'm being told to go study Norse mythology. Thor's here. Does that mean Odin, the king of the gods, and the frost giants are all going to jump out and cause trouble? Nick Fury glanced at a document on the table. It contained a large, green-skinned man. Wow, this tiny Earth is so lively. Agent Hill remained silent. Anyone who knows about these things would find them outrageous. In a short period of time, 2 gods emerged, Superman, a god among men, and Sol, a Norse deity. Oh, and there's one more thing, the mere Hulk? Nick Fury's voice sounded somewhat weary. Where are Mr. Thor and Mr. Superman? According to reliable intelligence, Aaron and Thor rested in the nearest town after they left. Coulson is following Thor, and he seems a bit simple-minded. Aaron is currently training 2 new employees. A woman, Nick Fury said without looking up. Hill nodded. Our Mr. Superman is truly insatiable. Well, that makes sense. His powerful physique is enough to take down 100 cows. Isn't that good news? At least it proves that this Superman is closer to reality and has more human characteristics. Nick Fury likes Superman in comics because he is noble, has a strong sense of morality, obeys human rules, and, more importantly, is a fake. He disliked Aaron because Aaron was real, and he also knew how to bully others with his power. You're a superhero, yet you still resort to those dirty human tricks. How are we ordinary people supposed to live? Damn it, I hate smart superpowered people. So, my new workplace is a private luxury jet? Inside the most upscale guest house in town, looking at the thin blue flight attendant uniform in her hand, Daisy asked a question that came from the depths of her soul. $20,000 per month during the internship. Daisy's expression changed instantly, and she smiled sweetly, mimicking a flight attendant in real life. My dear and respected boss, this way please. What would you like to drink? Soft drink? Juice? Or coffee? We also offer personal services, such as intimate massages, milk face masks, and we're experts at accompanying you for meals and entertainment. Daisy smiled alluringly. Aaron pointed to what Daisy was holding. Daisy suddenly realized what was happening and immediately headed towards the dressing room, her steps unsteady and shaky, making one fear that the mountain might fall. Jane stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. Flight attendant? Astronomy. Just tell me, are these two things related or not? Aaron sat down casually. He was waiting for Loki to bring the things. There's no rush to go back. Anyway, the Osborne group has the hardworking Felicia and the burly Norman, so he won't go back and cause them any trouble. A good boss should be mindful of the physical and mental well-being of their subordinates. The next moment, Aaron called Norman directly and said, "I'll take some time to send a new set of clothes to our president soon." "Yes, boss." Norman didn't ask why, and simply nodded in agreement. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. This was a competent subordinate. New life? Is this the Fountain of Youth from the news? Have you really found the Fountain of Immortality? Upon hearing this, Jane Foster immediately abandoned the connection between astronomy and flight attendants and turned her attention to the new students Aaron had mentioned. The Fountain of Immortality certainly exists, but mine isn't one of them. Aaron shook his head. This is Marvel, where myths and legends exist, and the Fountain of Youth must also exist. It's no big deal to tell you now, since you are all company employees now, and these are all company benefits. Aaron glanced at Daisy, who had quickly changed into her uniform. If the baby is plump and full, he will never have to worry about food or drink. Perhaps because it was too big, the clothes didn't fit well, and the protrusion was too obvious. Vacuum. Daisy was a little troubled. It seems a bit ill-fitting. It's okay. Just wear this on the plane. The onboard surveillance isn't connected to the internet, and the pilot is a woman. When you leave the plane, just put on a coat. Aaron didn't give Daisy a chance to refute and change the subject. There's an anti-aging drug in the new life. If you inject it regularly, you can live to at least 120 years old and maintain your youth for decades. It will make you look like you're 20 when you're in your 70s or 80s. It's definitely a must-have for beauty. Daisy was about to say something when she heard this, and her eyes lit up. He turned and leaned closer, saying solicitously, "Dear boss, you just said, these are all company benefits? I'm your personal flight attendant, and I want to stay beautiful forever and serve you for decades to come. No woman can resist the allure of eternal youth." Daisy is very capable. She is exceptionally talented in driving, physique, and astronomy. But they're also powerless against the allure of youth. Jane, who had never thought about dating and was focused on her astronomical research, subconsciously touched her still smooth face. She was at the peak of her beauty as a Western woman. Oh no, it was about to pass. Perhaps next year, or even in the second half of the year, my appearance will decline significantly. The words "new student" struck a chord with her. Billionaire, Superman, God, friend of women. Jane found Aaron more and more pleasing to the eye, and her heart fluttered with each glance. The key point is that he knows her very well. She has memorized every single paper she has published. What else could this be but true love? "Boss, here's the water you wanted." Daisy bent down to hand Aaron a glass of warm water. The depths between those peaks were unfathomable. At the same time, Daisy winked at Jane. "Jane, it's getting late. We should go back and rest. I suppose the boss has important business to attend to tonight." Daisy smiled mysteriously, and Jane looked out the window as the sun gradually set. Jane didn't suspect anything and nodded. "Then, boss, you should get some rest tonight. We can discuss work matters again tomorrow." Aaron nodded, exchanged a glance with Daisy, and as he took the water glass, he felt something scratching his palm and immediately understood. "Let's go. I've booked 2 rooms. You'll be on the left, I'll be on the right, and the boss will be in the middle, perfectly protected by us." Daisy's tone was a little strange, and Aaron immediately understood, while Jane remained oblivious. She was just a little confused. "Aren't you going to sleep with me? We still have a mission to do." Jane picked up the notebook she had retrieved intact from Coulson. She needed to further organize the data that evening. Daisy shook her head. "It's too late to cancel the room, and I'm a little tired today. I'm going to sleep now. Good night." Daisy draped a robe over herself, covering her voluptuous figure tightly. These things couldn't be seen by outsiders. Seeing this, Jane Foster had no choice but to return to her dormitory and begin her work for the night. Late at night, Jane was still busy organizing the data and occasionally talking to Dr. Eric to discuss the data situation. However, at this time, she suddenly heard a vibration coming from next door, as well as a soprano voice. "What song are you singing so late at night?" Jane subconsciously looked down, then suddenly sensed something was wrong and abruptly looked up to listen carefully. His face turned astonished and filled with unease. She picked up her phone shakily and called Daisy. Beep beep. After half a day without anyone answering, I became anxious. Just as she was about to hang up, the call was suddenly answered. Hello? It's Jane, what's up? I'm taking a shower, it feels so good. The water is so warm, so much water. Why don't you give it a try? Jane's heart, which had begun to recover, sank again. She also heard the loud, rapid splashing sound of water hitting the tiles as it flowed at high speed. Clearly, the hotel's bathing experience was fantastic, large and warm. No, it's nothing. Please continue. Sorry to have bothered you. Hey, wait a minute, don't hang up. Okay, maybe there's something else you want to talk to me about? Shall we just chat like this? Jane stood there, stunned, listening to Daisy's mutterings on the other end of the phone and the sound of running water. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. A long time. Please give me flowers. Ouch! I just tripped and fell. Could you come to room XXX to help me? My legs are weak and the water's off. I really can't move. Jane, you'll definitely help me, right? Jian stared blankly at the top right corner of her phone. Before she knew it, 2 hours had passed. The phone has issued a power warning. Jane, I really need your help. Help, I really can't do it anymore. Hearing the other person's hoarse voice, Jane, worried that Daisy's fall might have been too serious, had no choice but to grit her teeth and go check on her. She opened the middle room. At this moment, the phone automatically shut down due to running out of power. Downstairs, Eric looked at the message that had been busy all along, and now that the server was out of service, completely bewildered. For some reason, he always felt an emptiness in his heart. Jane, whom she had always regarded as her daughter, seemed to be acting differently. And at this very moment, another one. Haha, the wine in the courtyard is fantastic. In the town bar, Thor began a new night. He partied all night, drinking beer nonstop. Coulson, who had previously clashed with him, was by his side, but he risked his life to accompany him. He also brought along 2 notorious alcoholics from S.H.I.E.L.D., and they started drinking contests with Thor. At the dinner table, all grudges and resentments are contained in a glass of wine. If one glass cannot dispel sorrow and hatred, then another glass will do. 1 cup after another. Coulson was drowsy, but Thor remained unfazed. Haha, that's awesome. I never knew the courtyard was so interesting. This wine is fantastic. Cheers. Coulson forced himself to drink it, remembering the task Nick Fury had given him. He had no choice but to risk his life. Not long after, a drunken Coulson slumped onto a stool, yelling, "Drink. Everyone drink. Tonight's entire bill is on me, Coulson. We're not leaving until we're all drunk." Yeah, very well. You may not be a heavy drinker, but you have a good drinking manner. I, Thor, son of Odin, forgive your past sins. Drink. After downing a glass, Saul smashed it to pieces on the floor. On the ground, the bartender bent down to sweep the floor, his eyes filled with resentment. Meanwhile, the bar owner in the distance scratched his head, his face full of worry. How many glasses do we have left? At this rate, can it last for about an hour? The waiter pondered the speed at which the glass would fall, took out a calculator, and calculated for a long time before finally arriving at a conclusion. However, Coulson and other S.H.I.E.L.D. members also began smashing cups as a signal. And now, the bar owner lamented. The waiter's brain was practically boiling over, constantly pressing the calculator. 4 people in total, at the same speed. Like this, like that, no, it should be like this, oh right. A few minutes later. Can you hold on for about 15 more minutes? Oh, another 5 minutes have passed? Let me recalculate. Hikami Miyoshi. Aaron, who maintains a good morning exercise habit, ate sandwiches and drank milk with the 2 women, and then did sit-ups and squats. He then pushed open the door to greet the sun high in the sky. Eric looked anxious. Have you seen Jane and Daisy? I've been looking for them all morning. Aaron instinctively wanted to turn around, but quickly shook his head. It seems they went out early this morning, probably to buy something. Eric was relieved to hear this and decided to go ahead and buy the things. Until, hey, Dr. Eric. Jane. Daisy. You. Eric stared in horror at the two people who slowly walked out from behind Aaron, then looked at Aaron and everything went black. His apprentice was kidnapped, and then his apprentice's apprentice was kidnapped too. Good heavens, he preys on both master and apprentice, leaving no one untouched. Almost at the same time, Loki returned to Asgard, first visiting Jotunheim, then seeking out Odin and Frigga. Then Heimdall was given another warning. Finally, he returned to the Golden Palace alone, sat on the throne, and looked at the empty hall. For a moment, he felt a surge of heroic spirit. But then, he thought of Thor, and then he thought of Aaron. All my good mood, just like that, gone. Loki's expression kept changing. This was the first time he had been threatened, but he had no choice but to accept it. He can lie to everyone, but he cannot break the oath he made with the Spear of Eternity as the medium. Look at the frost giants of Jotunheim, their relics stolen, their home shattered, unable to regain their former glory for 1,000 years. But they still dared not make a move. They dared not easily break the truce agreement. On one hand, they feared Odin's power. On the other hand, wasn't it precisely because of the oath? But now, Thor's actions have broken the oath and war has begun. Laufey would certainly not miss this opportunity, and he was willing to give the other party that opportunity. But now, he needs to deal with other troubles first. Even if you are a god among mortals, you are only a god of the human realm, while I am the ruler of all 9 realms. Fine, seeing how pitifully barren the central courtyard is, I'll take pity on you and give you some things. Loki mentally prepared himself and then obediently went to Asgard's vault. Looking at the treasures with their glorious history, Loki hesitated for a long time before finally settling on 2 items. These 2 things, it should be fine to take them, right? Hey, Aaron. Haha, come and see my friends. Aaron had just left the hotel. Then I heard Thor's familiar, loud voice. Aaron looked over and saw that there were 3 men and 1 woman behind Thor, dressed in armor similar to that of ancient Vikings. Seeing that Thor had specially brought them here, the group couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. He should just be a Midgard man, right? I am puzzled, said Vandal, a master swordsman. Thor was a true warrior. Ordinary Asgardians were not even worthy of meeting him, let alone being treated with such kindness. What magic does this man possess? Sif's eyes sparkled. But he's handsome, Master Fei Chong. Vandal subconsciously touched his face. He's a little worse than me. Vandal, when did you become so shameless? Maybe you should take a look in the mirror over there. Sif glanced at him and pointed to the reflective glass of the restaurant next door. Vandal rolled his eyes. Those noble ladies and ladies have sharp eyes. Huh. Sif tossed her head and ignored her. Vostag looked at Aaron's thick muscles and said, at least in Midgard, he's definitely a warrior. Thor burst into laughter upon hearing this. Stop guessing. This is Aaron. He's no ordinary Midgardian. He's the storm god of Midgard, a god among mortals, a member of the Celestials, and the lord of the Crystal Palace Pantheon. He is a powerful divine warrior. Upon hearing this, both Asgardian warriors and Sif secretly clicked their tongues in amazement. These titles all sound quite deceptive, even if some of them had never heard of it. But the god of storms and the Celestials are household names. Thor is the storm god of Asgard. The Celestials are even more noble, used by gods. Aaron, allow me to introduce you to Lady Sif and the warriors 3, my friends. They're all true warriors, fighting alongside me across the 9 realms, invincible. 423. As he spoke, Thor winked at Aaron. Don't underestimate Sif just because she's a woman. She became the kingdom's most valiant and skilled warrior. Hello, god of the human realm, you're very handsome. Sif extended her hand generously. I've heard this is the etiquette of your Midgard? I think we can do as the Romans do. If it were anyone else, Sif naturally wouldn't offer to shake hands. Such etiquette doesn't exist in Asgard. Moreover, she disdains to get close to ordinary people. But Aaron is different. He is also a god, perhaps even the king of Midgard, and very handsome. Sif wouldn't mind meeting a divine companion. Although he didn't know Aaron's true strength, seeing how enthusiastic Thor was, He must be quite formidable. Those whom Thor approves of are his friends. In Thor's eyes, they are definitely not bad. Erin shook her hand. Miss Sif, you are very beautiful. Excuse me, are you married? Sif wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she nonchalantly replied, my destiny is the battlefield, unless the opponent is stronger than me. The other 3 warriors of Asgard laughed heartily. Thor suddenly said, Sif, you'd better think this through. Erin is very powerful, much more powerful than you. Sif paused, glancing at Erin a few more times, seemingly observing his strengths besides his good looks. The 3 warriors of Asgard, however, did not come out. Thor looked somewhat bewildered. They vaguely knew that Frigga's idea was to have Sif marry Saul and become the new queen of pop. Are you sure you're not joking? Thor, of course, had no idea what they were thinking. He wasn't interested in Sif at all. He only considered her a friend, a good buddy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Jane Foster and established a relationship with her in less than a day or 2 after descending to the mortal realm. Now Thor is simply doing what he said before, introducing Erin to powerful Asgardian women. At least, Sif is strong enough to withstand the blessings of the strong. And the woman in the courtyard? Forget it, just look at it. If we were really together, we'd be more solid than paper dolls. Let me tell you, Erin helped me a lot. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to get my hammer back and reclaim my power so easily. As he spoke, Thor opened his hands wide, seemingly clasping them together. In an instant, with a piercing whooshing sound, 2 hammers, 1 gold and 1 silver, obediently came into Thor's hands. Look, Erin gave this to me. My god, 2 Mjolnirs. Sif and the others stared in disbelief, their eyes filled with doubt and even a hint of skepticism as they looked at Erin. How did you do that? Before Erin could speak, Thor quickly added. Erin was still the river god. In a flash, he pulled 3 Mjolnir swords out of the water. I recognized them immediately. These 2 were my Mjolnir. Thor skillfully wielded the small hammer, which gleamed in the sunlight. The familiar flashes of lightning proved that these 2 hammers also possessed the power of thunder. Soul, I warned you, you should choose carefully. Erin reminded him again, this is the choice you made. These are the hammers you value. Thor raised the hammer. Don't worry, they're all great. I can feel their intense love for me. Under the sunlight, Thor squinted, feeling that something was amiss. The hammer seems a bit small and flat. No, it must be an illusion. They are all perfect. Could it be that you used a clone spell? Split the hammer into 3 parts? And they're even physical. Even a god king couldn't do that. Sif sighed. In their eyes, Odin was invincible and the strongest in the 9 realms. But Odin was indeed unable to conjure more of Thor's hammer. Every powerful artifact must undergo a lengthy design process, be personally crafted by the Dwarf King over a long period of time, and then be enchanted by Odin himself before it can be forged into a kingly weapon with 10 draws. Can you understand this as matter recombination? As long as you can figure out the magic on it, it's not difficult to forge a Mjolnir. Erin explained simply. That's what they say, but nobody thinks it's easy. The mere recombination of matter is a power that ordinary people and even gods cannot imagine. They were shocked by the small part of Erin's image that he had casually revealed, and felt even more strongly that Erin was indeed worthy of Thor's high regard. You must be a great mage, Hogun said seriously. Although Fandal couldn't accept the fact that Erin was more handsome than him, he quite agreed with Hogun's words. He's at least far more powerful than Loki, who claims to be the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. I still can't accept it. He's become the acting god king. Thor, you have to go back immediately. The Allfather is still asleep. If you return, you will surely be hailed as the new king by everyone, instead of letting that be ********D Loki swagger around. Fandal disliked Loki. They wanted Loki to pardon Thor's sins, but he insisted that as a new king, his first decree could not contradict his father's, and firmly rejected their request. That be *******D Loki is just worried that Thor's return will threaten his throne. Hogun was indignant. Isn't father dead? Dead? No. He's just fallen into Odin's sleep and needs to rest for a while. Before Fandral could finish speaking, a familiar fluctuation suddenly came from the sky. Erin gazed at the sky. He saw a golden light piercing through the endless universe, coming from an unknown place. You have more friends coming down. A friend? Could it be Heimdall? Thor was puzzled, as his best friends in Asgard were Sif and the Warriors 3. Loki used to be one, but not anymore. Besides them, who else would risk public condemnation and even being labeled a traitor to see this exile? It was a person wearing full armor, with golden eyes that radiated an aura of destruction. Aaron's eyes pierced through the golden light, and he saw the figure. My God, you can see what he looks like so quickly? That's the light of the Rainbow Bridge. Sif clicked her tongue in amazement. Are you still Heimdall of Midgard? Could it also be the guardian deity of Midgard? Vostag added. Aaron pondered, if you really want to think about it, then you can consider me as the embodiment of everything. Sif thought for a moment, Almighty God? Aaron shook his head. It will be in the future, but not now. At best, he's a weak all-rounder. Within Earth I am invincible, beyond Earth a change of scenery? Okay, it's too early to think about that now. Aaron felt that if he really wanted to make a move, he would be able to fight against anyone below the single universe level. After all, he can unleash the brilliance of 1,000,000,000,000 suns at any time. How many suns are there in the Milky Way? Maybe a few 100 billion. Even if there are more Marvel universes, there won't be too many. 100 trillion of them, even smaller ones, if they all exploded, would be enough to cause structural destruction to the universe. Even among the Celestials, only a few exceptional ones could achieve this, not from the comics. Sif and the others naturally didn't believe this, but they didn't have time to object. Full armor? An aura of destruction. Thor was even more bewildered. Then, realizing a possibility, he laughed and said, could it be the destroyer armor? Impossible, it's currently guarding the Celestial Palace's treasury. Without the God King's order, it couldn't possibly. Thor laughed and laughed, but then his laughter stopped. Is God King no longer Loki? Could it be that the father of the gods has awakened? Sif thought of a possibility. It couldn't possibly be Loki, could it? Fandal silently drew his sword. I feel something is very wrong. Thor brandished his 2 hammers. Don't worry, I have 2 hammers now. I fear no one, no matter who it is. He is unstoppable even with a hammer. 2 hammers, wouldn't that mean they could kill gods and Buddhas alike? Double the happiness. Boom. At that moment, the light of the Rainbow Bridge swept across countless light years in an instant, stirring up the winds and clouds, like a second sun, even overshadowing the brilliance of the real sun. Sif and the others were on high alert. Thor also squinted his eyes slightly. However, Aaron suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, could he also forge the Rainbow Bridge? Once forged, will he possess the ability to freely travel throughout the universe? Although he can also melt space gems. But that thing is too big for him right now. To be on the safe side, before refining the space stone, I should increase my overall strength as steadily and quickly as possible. Or go to Kamartaj. There are many monks there. You can easily get your hands on the portal by grabbing a few random people. Furthermore, Kamartaj's magic, especially that of the Ancient One, even grants her the ability to travel between parallel universes. It can even travel through the endless dimensional world in a soul state. That said, why hasn't the Ancient One come to talk to him about their relationship yet? Are they still spying on me? Aaron scanned his surroundings, but did not see the Ancient One. However, considering that the 6th brother, who had tricked countless demons, was able to hide in the mirror space and spy, Aaron was not surprised. His supervision is currently unable to penetrate that mirror space. That was, after all, spatial power. It instantly entered a mirror dimension. We cannot understand that thing, whether it is external light, signals, heat energy, pheromones, etc. Aaron was thinking. The golden light of the Rainbow Bridge fell. A tall figure emerged from the golden light. However, what Aaron didn't expect was that. Loki? The destroyer armor I remember is nearly 3 meters tall. But this one is only a little over 2 meters tall. Moreover, a pair of cunning eyes were visible inside that hollow head. Isn't that Loki? Good grief, you've really gotten cocky. Daring to come down here yourself, do you think you're all that anymore? Aaron was quite surprised. This doesn't fit Loki's character at all. The 6th brother, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly appeared at the front desk. My foolish brother, you seem quite surprised? The destroyer armor trudged heavily through the silent streets and arrived before Aaron and the others. Loki? Thor and the others were shocked. Now call me King of the Gods. Oh, by the way, you are no longer the Prince of Asgard, and so are you all. I, in my capacity as King of Asgard, declare that because of your treason, you are no longer citizens of Asgard. Loki glanced triumphantly at Sif and the others, until his smile froze when he looked at Aaron. Loki, where are my things? Aaron asked, opening his arms and laughing. What? Thor and the others were puzzled. When Loki saw Aaron's familiar smile, he instinctively felt a little scared. But feeling the indestructible destroyer armor on his body and counting the preparations he had made, he felt much more at ease. With 6 divine weapons at my disposal, no one can stand against me. God of Midgard, I will give you what I promised, but before that, I hope you can help me take them down first. When the time comes, I'll give you what you want with both hands. Loki's eyes darted around, and he spoke. Sif and the others' expressions changed instantly. They moved a certain distance away from Aaron and stood in a triangle with Loki and Aaron, wary of each other. Fandal also pulled Sol away. Hey, he won't do that, I believe him. Gur shouted. He ignored the actions of Fandral and the others. Aaron's face darkened. You mean, to get my things back, I have to be your henchman and do your bidding first? Loki felt a pang of unease and was also ashamed and indignant at his own behavior. He raised his head and said solemnly, You can't say that. In fact, I spent a lot of energy dealing with the mess left by my foolish brother, and several gods, including the guardian god, were dismissed because of this. Your strength at level 2.2 is very strong. I sincerely invite you to join our Aesir race, become our new guardian god, wield the divine artifact, the guardian sword, and reside in the most important divine object of the Asgard palace, the Rainbow Bridge. Just think about it. That's a divine position, and you enjoy the respect of the 9 kingdoms, including the central court. Everyone except me will look up to you. I am willing to share this glory with you. Loki spoke earnestly, believing that Aaron would not be able to refuse his invitation. Because that's Asgard. Since thousands of years ago. Domestically, Odin conquered the 9 kingdoms, establishing the territory of the gods. Externally, Odin intimidated all races, deterring other cosmic kingdoms from easily migrating south to graze their horses. From that time on, Asgard has represented glory and invincibility. Aaron had no reason to refuse. But, I'm sorry, I refuse. Aaron wanted to laugh. You want me to be your watchdog? Loki, you're being far too naive. Now, I'll count to 3, and you'd better hand over what you're trading for, or else. And the wind and thunder roared simultaneously. In an instant, the cloudless sky was covered with dark clouds. Aaron's eyes blazed with a dazzling red light, making him appear like a terrifying demon god in the gloomy world. Equals. Water vapor quickly condensed in the air, and a light rain began to fall. And snowflakes. Aaron gradually flew into the air. A striped cloak fluttered in the wind. Aaron's hair, along with the golden light emanating from his entire body, turned golden in color. The entwined divine power transformed into a tangible pillar of light that pierced the sky. Dash! As Aaron's voice faded. It was as if the world had been paused. The snowflakes, rain, thunder, and gale suddenly stopped. That was the delicate calm before the storm. Wait! The thing is here. Inside the destroyer armor. Loki stared in horror at Aaron flying through the air. Looking behind him, amidst the raging wind and snow, a thunder dragon formed by lightning and solidified in the sky appeared. The entire town was frozen solid. Looking at those eyes blazing with a chilling red light, Loki finally lowered his noble head. He had never seen such a terrifying figure, like a world-destroying demon. The beam of light shooting into the sky stirred the clouds. The unrestrained surge of energy dispersed the wind and snow. Those muscles, curled up inch by inch, had already accumulated the power to destroy heaven and earth. Loki had to admit that, for a moment, he felt a fear of facing death. It was as if he didn't answer, the world would collapse in the next instant. Even though he was hailed as the god of intrigue and scheming, he had no chance of survival in the face of such absolute power. Indeed, the destroyer armor is the strongest armor specially crafted by Odin, possessing an indestructible defense and near-limitless energy, enough to annihilate any enemy. But Loki felt that the destroyer armor might not be able to withstand Ren's punches. He didn't want to risk his life for experiments. As he said before, Loki, clad in the destroyer armor, offered the treasure with both hands. Moreover, he knelt on one knee, just as Thor knelt on one knee to meet Odin during his coronation ceremony. He, the acting king of Asgard, presented Aaron with treasures from Odin's treasury in this most sublime ceremony. Loki lowered his head deeply, avoiding the disdainful gazes of Thor and the others. However, Loki did not notice. Compared to him, Thor and Sif weren't much better off. Thor, this is the god of Midgard? I don't think he's any better than you. Sif nudged Thor's gauntlet and whispered. Fandral nodded in agreement. You may not believe it, but I even feel that his aura surpasses. He didn't say what came next, but everyone understood. These men were all loyal fans of Odin, and they blindly worshipped him. But at this moment, they also had to admit that, at least in the more than 1,000 years since they grew up, Odin, who had long since ceased hostilities and enjoyed peace and prosperity, had indeed never unleashed a powerful force in front of them. Perhaps, to find out who was more terrifying, Odin back then or Aaron now, we should ask Lao Fei and Surtur. Thor secretly agreed with this view to some extent, but he still retorted, my thunder is absolutely no weaker than his. Damn it, isn't that the Warlock's Eye and the Monument of Life and Time? Those were all treasures of Asgard, seized by my father from the enemy, symbols of Asgard's glory. Thor was enraged when he saw the two treasures that Loki conjured in his hands. Loki, you are the king of Asgard. Even if you are acting temporarily, you should not take away your father's treasures and give them to others without permission. Loki glanced at him sideways. My foolish brother, if I can't do anything to Aaron, surely I can do something to you? Enough, Thor. I am the king of the gods. Loki's words left Thor speechless. Loki grinned again. These are the treasures I offer. The Sorcerer's Eye, which contains the power of the mind and the ability to dispel illusions, and the Monument of Life and Time, which contains the secret to godhood and can make one more powerful. The treasures that Odin, the former king of the gods, kept for many years are enough to fulfill his promise. Upon hearing this, Aaron looked down at the two items. With a thought. Loki, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly realized with horror that he could no longer control the destroyer armor. His body, no, the destroyer armor, carried him forward. What's going on? Loki summoned the Spear of Eternity, but still could not seize control of the destroyer armor. Telekinesis? No, this isn't it. Another force is controlling the destroyer armor from within, making it move on its own. Loki, his face tense and his eyes filled with fear, walked step by step to directly beneath Aaron. Aaron slowly descended, looking down at Loki. Loki then realized that Aaron was controlling the destroyer armor. The destroyer armor, which Asgard is so proud of, has been hacked and taken over by an outsider. Even with the eternal spear in his hand, he cannot command the destroyer. How did you do that? The destroyer armor should only be controlled by the Spear of Eternity. It shouldn't be controlled by electromagnetic forces, much less by any outsider. This is something that belongs to the Asgardian God King and is absolutely under his control. Loki was somewhat incoherent. Every time he faced Aaron, he felt as if he were staring into an abyss, filled with the unknown and mystery. He thought he knew Aaron well enough, but every time he did, he was shocked, terrified. Who knows? Perhaps I am also the God King of Asgard? It's common knowledge that there are 3 God Kings. That's perfectly normal. Aaron did not answer his question, but instead said, Not enough. What? I'm glad you brought the treasure as promised, but I'm very unhappy that you took a chance and tried to humiliate me like a watchdog. Loki, what should you do to appease the wrath of a god? Aaron stared coldly at Loki, his reddish pupils seemingly possessing the power to pierce the soul. I remember. I brought one more thing. Loki's right hand surged with green light as he took something else from his little treasure vault. This is a tuning fork, which has the ability to summon beings from other dimensions. It is said that my father used to use it to summon those things to train Asgardian warriors. It was not until the last 1,000 years that this thing entered the Asgardian treasury and has been kept in the archives ever since. This really is the last thing. I can't move anything else, otherwise my father will definitely wake up in a fright. Loki's face was full of bitterness. Aaron knew Loki was lying. You can't believe 7 out of 10 things a habitual liar says. However, he did not intend to exploit Loki any further. Even though he knew that Loki must possess the box of ice, he would still pursue these things gradually. Good. Aaron spoke succinctly, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 items were taken away by invisible telekinetic power. Now you can have a proper discussion about brotherhood. I won't interfere. Aaron turned and stepped directly into a blue light circle. Loki felt a strange sense of familiarity. This seemed to be short-range teleportation magic? No, Aaron isn't a Vanir god, nor is he a mage. How could he possibly know this thing? Loki doesn't even know how to do this yet. But it's really convenient. I remember it being like this or that. I'll try it when I have time. Loki saw Frigga use this spell, and he had also read the corresponding spell book, but he had not studied it systematically. After all, he can ride a horse. My foolish brother, now it's time to talk about the problems between us. Aaron's gone. Loki's on the rise again. Looking at Thor and Sif, he straightened his chest, revealing his god-king nature. With the destroyer armor, he felt invincible. Loki, even if you possess father's armor, you are not father. Come and try out my new power. Thor raised his golden and silver hammers high, and the thunder that had subsided was summoned back by Thor. Look, I am also the god of storms. Thor seemed to be talking to Loki, or perhaps he was speaking to Aaron. Sif and the others were slightly pleased. Their familiar Thor was back. That invincible one who wields thunder. What fact? Sif and the others were full of fighting spirit and excitement when they saw Loki pull out 2 golden hammers from somewhere. They're exactly the same, as if they were made from the same mold. Foolish brother, do you think you're the only one who's Thor? Now, I, Loki, am also the god of storms. Wearing the destroyer armor and wielding Thor's hammer, Loki looks more like Thor than Thor at this moment. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thor exclaimed in shock. But that's reality. Come on, let's see who is the strongest warrior in Asgard, who is the true hero. Loki laughed loudly, brandishing his 2 golden hammers, and charged towards Thor with heavy steps. Forget about sorcerer dreams and Asgardian godkings. He's the coolest guy in the room right now, and nobody can stop him from showing off. Far away, Aaron watched Thor and Loki's love-hate relationship unfold, and he, who indirectly caused this situation, was completely unaware that he was the culprit. Would you like watermelon or sunflower seeds? Aaron, holding a small stool, spoke to Jane and Daisy. Jane looked at the raging lightning in surprise. It's nothing, they're just joking around. Aaron didn't take it seriously and began smelting the newly acquired items. Superintelligence, monument of life similar abilities have been detected to have merged, super brain. Your brain has been further enhanced and elevated, surpassing human limits and reaching a level incomprehensible to mortals. If you wish, you can acquire endless knowledge at any time and become the most intelligent being in the universe. Ultimate life form, monument of life similar abilities have been detected, super vitality, super immunity, survival of the fittest, super healing. Your life level has been further elevated, and you have become the legendary ultimate life form. Your life force is vast and powerful, immune to 99.999% of viruses and bacteria of level 99.999 or higher in the endless multiverse. Curses are difficult to inflict upon you, your recovery ability is astonishing, and you can easily adapt to various extreme environments. Infinite evolution, monument of life similar abilities have been detected, survival of the fittest, Aesir god body, pseudo-celestial body. You possess the potential for infinite evolution. Simply absorb energy to evolve forever. With each resurrection after death, you will develop specific adaptive methods. As time passes, you will eventually become invincible. Mind power. Warlocks, you have gained powerful mental abilities and immense mental resistance. None can stop you below the Father. Insightful eyes. Warlock's eyes, your eyes possess the power to see through illusions, deceptions, and even the true nature of reality. No hidden entity can escape your divine gaze. Interdimensional summoning. Tuning fork, you can communicate with beings from other dimensions and open a portal to summon them to the real universe. However, be aware that unless you have a contract with them, these beings do not recognize you. The strength of interdimensional beings is random. 99.999% are below the Heavenly Father level. And there is a very small probability of randomly summoning dimensional demons. With the help of certain items, you can specifically summon them. Good heavens, another huge explosion. Loki was practically his lucky star. They have contributed so many remarkable abilities to him. His superintelligence instantly gave him the world's #1 brain. As long as he is willing to dedicate himself to learning and absorb all the knowledge of civilization. Perhaps they could also embark on the path of the observer, achieve godhood through technology, and even become one of the most important deities in the multiverse. This infinite evolution grants Eren limitless potential, similar to that of the Kryptonians and destruction. As long as he is not completely killed, he will eventually be invincible. Now, given his super regenerative abilities as an ultimate life form born from the fusion of multiple powers, perhaps the only way to kill him is to completely erase him from the physical realm. But if we really encounter an existence of that level, this entire universe would be wiped out. Eren ignored the interdimensional summoning and instead looked at the Eye of Truth. Speaking of which, this thing should have other uses, right? Eren thought for a moment and came up with a good idea. By consuming energy and recombining matter, a lightning rod-like object can be created. Then, using the primordial furnace, the power of the Eye of Truth was added to it. In the blink of an eye, a super radar capable of detecting illusions, breaking through concealment, and operating 24 hours a day has emerged. Let's go back first. Eren gestured for Jane and Daisy to leave. Daisy, still a little reluctant to leave, munched on sunflower seeds while watching Thor and the others wrestle with Loki. "It's getting lively over there," she said. "It's not a gay drama. Complaining about everything will only hurt you." Eren, along with Jane and Daisy, opened a green portal, taking them directly from New Mexico back to the Osborn Corporation. In an instant, it traversed thousands of kilometers. If Loki saw this, he would surely exclaim that it was impossible. Although Eren gained short-range teleportation, once it became Eren's own ability. As long as there is sufficient energy, 713 can move freely within the planet. If you want to travel to other planets or other universes, it won't be so easy. Boss? Norman, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at Eren, who had suddenly appeared in the room, and rubbed his eyes. "Stop looking. There's something you need to do right now." "Yes, boss." Norman responded instinctively. It was a complete reflex. "You have to have this installed at all Osborn Group headquarters and branches, especially in places containing important research results." Eren handed the lightning rod to Norman. "This is..." Norman wondered. "There's a lightning rod on the top of the building. You can think of it as a surveillance radar. I can detect anyone who breaks into the company without permission immediately. Moreover, it can detect those with invisible abilities. Although nothing has happened yet, it's always better to be safe than sorry." The new generation is no longer a secret among high-ranking officials in various countries. This kind of thing will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of many people. The world has never lacked people willing to take risks. They would give everything, even their lives, for this mountain of gold and silver worth trillions. Just like moviegoers only see Tony Stark's glamorous side, no one pays attention to how much attack he endures behind the scenes. Both the Iron Man suit technology and the arc reactor technology are of extraordinary value. This is especially true of Eren's newborn experiment. Even though their current testing progress is still far from mass production, it's better to be prepared. Moreover, mutants exist in this world. Those with ulterior motives will definitely exploit their abilities to steal experimental data. Oh, and we also need to make something to prevent mind spying. Eren realized that although he was not afraid of mental abilities, others could not defend against them. There are quite a few people with psychic abilities in this world. Professor X, Phoenix, and the Skrulls lurking in the shadows are all masters of mind manipulation. Unless he adds the property of isolating the mind to everyone. With that in mind, Eren decided to get Magneto's helmet. Consider it an employee benefit, one for everyone. Although Norman had doubts about the little thing's abilities, he didn't doubt Eren and quickly sent someone to handle the matter. He even piloted a helicopter to personally supervise the workers as they installed the device. Noxie always takes Eren's orders very seriously. After giving his instructions, Eren told Daisy and Jane to get some rest. He then went to New Mexico. If possible, he would also like to visit the Celestial Palace. There are many more good things there than just these. And the box of ice. He didn't believe Loki, so he took more things for self-defense. Given Loki's nature, he might just empty Odin's treasury. Aside from this reason, Aaron simply didn't believe that Loki would dare to personally take action just because he had the destroyer armor, the Spear of Eternity, and 2 golden hammers. As soon as Aaron returned, then they heard Thor's wailing. "Oh no, my Mjolnir." Then came Loki's incredulous shout. "My hammer! You ruined my hammer!" As 2 incredibly loud voices resounded through the sky. The lightning that filled the screen gradually faded away. Without the blessing of the golden and silver hammers, Loki was forced back to his original form, and Thor lost his divine powers. The remaining divine power still flows in his blood, but it won't be long before his physique deteriorates to that of an ordinary person. Thor didn't understand. Why was Mjolnir, who was supposed to be indestructible, so quickly smashed into gold and silver cakes in a hammer-on-hammer clash with Loki? Holding 2 large pancakes, Thor was bewildered. Loki wasn't much better off. This hammer cost him a fortune. However, it was destroyed in the First War. It took 2 hammer blows to make him feel good for 3 minutes. Is this reasonable? Aaron. It's Aaron. Thor, you really are an idiot. Over 1,000 years have passed, and you still can't tell the difference between your own hammer and have chosen 2 counterfeit ones. These things are really made of gold and silver Mjolnir. They're not real hammers at all. Loki gritted his teeth and said, if Thor, that idiot, hadn't never let him touch the hammer, how could he not have noticed something was wrong? The power of that thunder was too deceptive. Thor's gaze made him open his eyes. Haha, who would have thought that this god of lies and trickery, who deceives people all day long, would become a victim today? Thor was stunned. Then Aaron appeared. Why are you looking at me? Aaron didn't feel embarrassed at all. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Saul, I made you choose and reminded you many times, but what did you do? Thor, recalling the scene, was immediately filled with shame. He didn't choose the arrogant and ordinary little hammer, but instead chose 2 glamorous and shameless women. Damn it, he's not some scumbag who's always chasing after women. My little hammer, I'm so sorry. Remember now? I've never lied to you. They're Mjolnir too. Look how enthusiastic and joyful they are. The power of Thor can't be faked, right? Thor nodded blindly, his face full of regret. It's all my fault, little hammer. I still love you. Can you come back? A small hammer, perched on Aaron's shoulder, hovered in the air. Hearing Thor's self-repentance, it hesitated for a moment before darting behind Aaron. Aaron spread his hands. See? It no longer trusts you. This time he really didn't communicate with Mjolnir. Who told Thor to choose to have both the golden and silver hammers on his left and right? If apologies alone were enough, what would be the point of having police? Loki was very unhappy that Thor had resigned himself to his fate, but he didn't dare to vent his dissatisfaction on Aaron. Instead, he directed all his dissatisfaction at Thor. Ugh, what a scumbag. Mjolnir, what do you think of me? I love you with all my heart. As long as you come here, you will still be the king's hammer, the greatest artifact of Asgard. Loki tried to undermine Thor right in front of him. As long as I dig well, there's no corner I can't reach. However, Mjolnir glanced at him, shook his head, and snuggled directly into Aaron's arms. This is its choice. Who can blame me for being so devoted and affectionate? Thor's eyes widened. You had 2 girls last night. Aaron understood Thor's meaning, but I only chose it, the hammer. Saul shut his mouth, and I was speechless. Loki glanced at the hammer again, longingly wanting it. If he had obtained Mjolnir back then, he would never have done what Thor did, discarded it, and even failed to recognize who his true love was. Although he lost his 2 golden hammers, Thor also lost his golden and silver hammers. But he also possesses the Eternal Spear and the Destroyer armor. Loki revealed a cruel smile. The Destroyer armor began to move slowly. Now, it's time to continue discussing our issues. Accept your fate, Thor. You cannot stop my power. Thor, Sif, and the others were on high alert. Despite knowing they were no match for the overwhelmingly imposing Destroyer armor, they did not retreat. He is not the father of the gods and cannot unleash the full power of the Destroyer. We can win. Vostag brandished his giant axe, his imposing presence terrifying. Thor wasn't very confident. Looking at Aaron, he said, Brother, could you lend me Mjolnir for now? I'll return it to you soon. Aaron glanced at the hammer, but Mjolnir did not respond. After thinking for a moment, Aaron threw the hammer over, and it flew in a perfect parabola, landing precisely in front of Thor. He then gestured for Thor to proceed. Thor was overjoyed at the sight, and despite Loki's grim expression, he grabbed Mjolnir. "Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a few drinks later." Thor strained, but Mjolnir, heavy as a star's core, seemed perfectly connected to the earth. Even with the power of his remaining divine strength, he still couldn't lift it. Aaron stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching the show. "Thor, I've given you so many chances. It seems you're not meant to be with Meowthhammer. Let's part ways amicably. The next one will be better." Aaron beckoned with his finger, and Mjolnir immediately lifted off the ground, and to Thor's regretful and astonished gaze, very humanely and willingly threw himself into the arms of another man. Oh no! Despite not actually having a boyfriend, Thor is now experiencing what it feels like to be NTR'd, Netterer, a form of infidelity, prematurely. Loki laughed gleefully. "Foolish brother, you're such a failure, you can't even stand looking at a hammer." Loki continued forward, glancing at Aaron out of the corner of his eye, ready to strike at any moment. However, Aaron didn't seem to intend to make a move. He just stared at it, then looked up at the sky again. At that moment, Aaron noticed a gaze. Although he also possesses superhuman vision, he still cannot see Asgard or the people above it so clearly. But he was certain that from this angle, Heimdall was watching him, and the person next to him. The golden light of the rainbow bridge shone brightly once again. Loki stopped and looked over there in confusion. Heimdall, wasn't he sidelined after being dismissed from his post? Who has descended upon the courtyard this time? Could it be the Empress Dowager? After thinking for a moment, Loki put away the Spear of Eternity and stood still to the side. However, what emerged from the golden light was not Frigga, but a one-eyed old man with white hair, riding a tall horse, fully armored. Odin. Father of the gods. Thor and Loki both turned pale and lowered their heads. Sif and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight. "Father, you're awake. I'm so happy." Loki strode forward, his previous cold and fierce demeanor instantly transforming into a warm and amiable one, his face beaming as he looked at Odin. He seemed very pleased that Odin had awakened. "Father, look, I am currently instructing Thor and his friends in the name of temporarily acting as the God King. It is wonderful that you have come. Sometimes I feel that I am still a bit naive." Odin remained silent, his remaining single eye sweeping over Loki, Sif, and the others. He glanced at Saul again, a hint of helplessness and disappointment flashing across his face. Finally, he placed his attention on Aaron. Aaron was unusually serious at this moment, not because he feared Odin, but simply out of respect for a god king. Even though Odin was an expert in external warfare, he was a novice in raising children. However, it cannot be denied that Odin was indeed a powerful being who dominated the 9 realms and even the entire universe. Although he was old, and even nearing the end of his life, this was the time when he was most terrifying. "Your Majesty, the god of the human realm, the god of storms, the lord of the Crystal Palace Pantheon, and the celestial gods, I look forward to meeting you here." Odin completely ignored Loki's almost obsequious attitude. He only had eyes for Aaron. When he uttered those words, he had undoubtedly acknowledged Aaron's status as the god of Midgard. Loki looked embarrassed and swallowed back what he was about to say. "Odin, king of the gods, it is a pleasure to meet you as well." One doesn't hit a smiling face. Odin was so polite, so Aaron returned the courtesy. "I never expected that after so many years of not visiting the Central Court, someone like you would have emerged here. Indeed, I have grown old." Odin dismounted from his divine steed, looked at Thor, and sighed to himself. Ever since Mjolnir split into 3, Odin has been secretly observing everything. He learned a great deal through Heimdall. For example, he knew that Aaron was the king of a company in Midgard, and he also knew his name and age. Furthermore, they knew that Aaron possessed the ability to reconstitute matter and mass-produce Mjolnir, and even the power of Thor. At that moment, he was horrified to discover that Aaron's extraordinary ability was not a division of Thor's authority, but rather the creation of an equal amount of Thor's power. The power of Thor on Mjolnir was not an enchantment he created, but rather Thor's own power. Theoretically speaking, even if someone gains Thor's approval and acquires the power of Thor, this power still belongs to Thor. They can only borrow it. The hammer is merely a tool to give Thor better control over his innate power. Once he truly awakens, even if the hammer is in someone else's hands, Thor will not lose his power. Instead, two Thors will be born simultaneously. But the power belongs to Thor. However, Aaron defied this rule. Whether it's the golden hammer or the silver hammer, the power of Thor comes from the hammer itself, not from Thor. The power that Loki and Thor briefly possessed was the same, yet completely different, power of Thor. He couldn't understand it, he couldn't see through it at all. Odin originally wanted to observe further. But alas, Thor is truly useless. Thor, you're 1,500 years old, aren't you? Odin sighed again. Thor nodded in confusion. Loki glanced at Aaron, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, and instantly understood the deeper meaning behind that long sigh. Speaking of which, he's over 1,000 years old. Odin shook his head. Stupid and dull, is it really his own seed? I remember that person was only a few decades old when he was born, yet he had already fought alongside him across the 9 realms, earned the name of Death, and mastered his own power. Aaron, at the age of 22, had Thor and Loki completely under his control. Why is the difference between God Thor and man Aaron greater than the difference between God and an ant? God of the Midgard, I have a question for you. Go on, Aaron said, noticing Odin's strange attitude and vaguely sensing what he was thinking. Who are your parents? Odin's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Aaron. That was the divine power of the Celestials, but at the same time, it also contained the power that had been passed down for generations in the royal family of the Aesir. He had a terrible idea. Did his father, Paul, have a brief but beautiful, yet unbearable memory with some unknown deity sometime during the absence of the previous queen? Thinking of the Celestials, Odin felt a slight chill at the sight of that enormous body. He had underestimated his father. That small, thin body actually managed to hit that kind of being. Stirring up a large vat with a toothpick? He couldn't help but sigh again. Old ginger is spicier. He simply couldn't imagine it. As for why Aaron is only 22 years old, this is not an inconceivable question for the gods. For their long lifespans, which can take hundreds of millions of years to be born, a gestation period of a few thousand years is far too short. This is probably why Aaron wasn't born with the full power of a celestial. Just as I expected. Aaron shook his head and chuckled. Don't overthink it. Although I've never met my parents, I'm sure they're just ordinary people. However, Odin nodded understandingly. I understand. I can understand your thoughts. Actually, they didn't do it on purpose, and they had a hard time too. Not only does Bauer have to deal with the daily demands of the former Queen of Asgard, but he also has to lead his guardian soldiers to conquer the 9 realms, especially the ambitious Dark Elves. As for the Celestials, their task is even more arduous. They need to create light and brightness everywhere, bringing hope to the world. Moreover, this was destined to be a one-night stand that could not be blessed by others. This fully explains why Aaron had never left any trace of life on Earth before. He was not a true Earthling, but a god, one who embodied the spirit of the Asgardian king. A Norse deity of the bloodline, possessing the potential to become a god king. His skillful manipulation of matter and his mastery of the Aesir's inherited power all prove this point. No further explanation needed. He completely understands. Seeing Odin's sudden flashback, Aaron couldn't help but feel speechless. No, you old rascal, you're really wicked. What are you thinking? All right, I'm just an Earthling. I have no other divine parents. Everything I have today is entirely due to my own efforts. Aaron reiterated this point, but a vague thought lingered in his mind. Odin nodded. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Perhaps we should go to Asgard for a get-together. That's the place. Your home. Odin didn't say it, for fear of hurting Aaron's pride. This child is so pitiful. He was abandoned right after birth. No one in the Celestials group cares about this deformed child, and Paul is already dead, so he probably doesn't even know that Aaron exists. As the son of Bauer, Odin needed to make amends to Aaron for Bauer on his deathbed. That was so difficult. Although you've never met me, I still have to say, brother, you've suffered. Thor and Loki both turned to look, utterly astonished. Sif and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they instinctively covered their ears. Damn it. They seemed to have overheard some incredible secret. As for Aaron, enough. Odin, I've said I'm not your brother, nor am I an Aesir god. I can only copy the abilities of others, do you understand? Eren had no intention of suddenly recognizing his father or relatives. Get out of my way, you thieves. Odin was not angry. Thor stammered, Father, you just called Eren. Saul, who gave you permission to call yourself by your first name? He's your own uncle, the one who shares your blood. That's impossible. What fact? Thor exclaimed in surprise. Loki was stunned, and Sif and the others turned their backs, unable to listen any longer. Good heavens, they automatically conjured up a super-ethical drama in their minds. Is the relationship within the royal family really that complicated? To be honest, Eren had considered many possibilities, such as Odin being displeased with his actions and engaging him in a great battle. Or perhaps they feared his abilities and chose to settle things peacefully. But what no one expected was that Odin had grown old and developed senility. What the hell, can someone get Alzheimer's? He knew that his abilities could indeed easily lead to misunderstandings. He couldn't possibly reveal his secret weapon. But you're Odin. How can you draw such a conclusion so arbitrarily? Eren flung his hand away and turned to leave. Etc. Odin quickly stepped forward. You seem to enjoy collecting all sorts of strange things. I have many more of these things, rare treasures that I and my ancestors obtained through battles. They also belong to. I mean, you're welcome to visit them. In the name of Thor's friends. Odin smiled kindly, his golden armor gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Eren paused, then turned around expressionlessly. Let's go and try. As he spoke, he naturally and familiarly invoked the power of the Rainbow Bridge. When the familiar golden light fell once more, Odin looked at him with an expression that said, You're still pretending. He then led the divine steed forward, looked at Thor and the others, and his expression was displeased. And you all, get yourselves here. P.S. Happy New Year. Sorry, brother, I made you laugh at me. Those two nephews, Thor and Loki. I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Under Heimdall's strange gaze, Odin sighed and said to Eren. Eren did not reply. You? Teaching children? If you had even the slightest talent in this area, you wouldn't be facing Ragnarok. Odin's power was inversely proportional to his ability to father children. The whole family are weirdos. Hela, who wants to kill her father and sees power, Thor, who thinks he's the only one in the world, and Loki, who only wants to prove himself, loves watching musicals like Loki Saving Asgard, and while he talks a big game, he actually only loves Asgard and Thor. TSK hopeless. Father of the gods. Heimdall bowed to Odin, his eyes glancing at Eren and Loki. This is my brother, Eren, the son of my father Paul, who was exiled and has the power of the father of all gods. Odin solemnly instructed Heimdall, from now on, treat him as if he were me. If I am not here, you can ask him in advance if there is anything you need to do. Heimdall was taken aback, then nodded. In fact, when Eren displayed his godlike power, able to directly control the destroyer armor and even mobilize the power of the Bifrost from an extremely long distance, Heimdall was deeply shocked. He couldn't understand how one person could so easily control so many of Asgard's sacred relics. However, after hearing what Odin had just said, he suddenly realized. Everything makes sense now. Heimdall's gaze toward Eren was less wary. Only when looking at Loki did he act as if he were looking at an enemy, with extreme caution. Eren waved his hand. Stop. Stop. I didn't agree to anything, I didn't say anything. I can't be bothered to get involved with you guys. Don't try to claim kinship with strangers. Odin smiled kindly, showing no anger. Everyone else understands. Only Loki, pouting, asked, Isn't it beneath you to be an Aesir god? This is Asgard, the greatest place in the world. Etc. Thor was still grinning foolishly, but Loki was thinking about much more. If Eren is recognized by Odin as the son of Bauer, he is of pure Asgardian royal blood. Doesn't that mean he's more qualified to be king than himself or even Thor? And he's so young, so powerful, and has displayed talents and privileges that only Odin could possess. Of course, there are also those whose wisdom is only slightly inferior to his. In that instant, a sense of crisis surged forth. Loki glanced at his foolish, silly brother and sighed. Before they could even deal with Thor, they were already facing an even more formidable competitor. Is it really that hard to prove yourself? Life is tough, Loki sighed. Loki, do you have any objections? Odin didn't correct Eren. Instead, he suddenly spoke and went straight to Loki. Loki's actions this time were somewhat excessive. However, Odin was in a good mood. At least Loki had indirectly led him to discover Eren, his brother. No, it's nothing. Loki shook his head, but seeing Heimdall's cold gaze, he couldn't help but say, "Father, while you were asleep, Heimdall, Fandal, Volstagg, Hogun, and the others completely disobeyed my orders. Even though the giants of Jotunheim are about to attack, instead of preparing for war, they go out without permission. They really don't care about the safety of Asgard at all." Loki deliberately avoided mentioning Sif. With his keen observation, he sensed something subtle in Sif's gaze towards Eren. The main reason is that he understands Eren. Odin, upon hearing this, said, "All right, let's not talk about these things anymore. Heimdall did this on my orders." Loki wanted to say, "Aren't you asleep?" But after thinking about it, his expression changed slightly. Could it be that Odin, that old fox, has been secretly observing all along, or even orchestrating all of this? Damn it, I thought I was on the 5th level, but I'm actually on the 1st level, while you guys are in the atmosphere. Loki remained silent. Odin ignored it, intending to deal with Thor and Loki properly later. Those two guys gave him a heart attack. He even had a slight fear of death, not of death itself, but of Thor and Loki messing around after he was gone. Let's hope that no sooner he dies than Asgard disappears. Even if he dies, he'll be brought back to life by anger. Fandar, the three of you, go immediately to help the queen prepare for the celebratory banquet. We will celebrate the return of the lost Asgardian royal family with a grand feast. Yes! Fandral and his two companions accepted their orders and departed. As they left, they all gave Eren, who was rolling his eyes, a strange look. Their minds were still buzzing. I was supposed to be looking for Thor, but somehow I ended up with an uncle instead? In that instant, Eren sensed something was wrong. Did Odin begin preparing before even going to Earth? Is this decision being made so casually without any further verification? This is so inconsistent with Odin's character. Unless he has other ideas. Eren was thinking. Odin then reached out his hand to Loki. Loki was confused. "Take everything out." "What is it?" "Loki." "Okay, I remember now." Loki activated the destroyer armor and returned the Spear of Eternity. Then he took out the Frost Giant's sacred relic, the ancient ice treasure box, from his personal storage. They also produced an enormous glove, DBCF. It is inlaid with 6 gemstones. "Eren? I can understand your icebox, but what are you doing with gloves that are purely decorative? What are you going to do with it? Throw it at someone?" Eren realized that this thing was also made of URU metal. Strictly speaking, this thing is real. Thanos' gauntlet was made using a mold based on this thing. However, all the gems on these are just decorative. Eren speculated that Odin might have once had the idea of collecting the Infinity Stones, but because of special stones like the Soul Stone, he chose to put the gauntlet in the warehouse and deliberately left all the Infinity Stones outside. Odin glanced at the gloves, gave Loki a strange look, coughed twice, and discreetly hid the gloves. "This thing is just an ornament. Apart from giants, no one in Asgard can use it." He offered a casual explanation. But Eren then looked at the destroyer armor, which had returned to its original state after leaving Loki and was at least 2.5 meters tall. "Can you honestly say that this thing looks like something a normal person could use?" Odin immediately picked up the Eternal Spear and silently chanted, and the destroyer armor seemed to have a sentient force that withdrew. "You like this too?" Noticing Eren's gaze, Odin immediately changed the subject. "If you like, he can let you study it for a while, but it's not really anything important." Loki Thor. "No, even as your own godsons, we've never seen you so generous." Thor only has 1 Mjolnir, which he also took from the vault. Now, snap, oh dear, it's gone. Loki had nothing. The main problem is that there's nothing suitable for him. The casket of ice would be suitable, but Odin wouldn't dare. Eren didn't mince words. "I'll take a look when I have time." Odin nodded, holding the box of ice, and sighed with emotion. "This thing is a treasure of Jotunheim. When the Frost Giants invaded Earth, I defeated them in what is now Norway and managed to take this thing from Laufey with great difficulty, thus maintaining peace for 1,000 years. It contains extremely powerful energy. If released, it could instantly turn a country into a frozen wasteland." Odin then handed the box of ice to Eren. "Take a look." Eren took the item, still confused. While saying that this thing was dangerous, She handed it to him without any suspicion. He became increasingly suspicious that Odin was up to something. Even if he had no relation to Asgard, and even if he were Odin's half-brother, he wouldn't receive this kind of treatment. Just look at Thor and Loki. Oh, and Hela, who was imprisoned for 2,000 or 3,000 years. They have the most say. Let's see what kind of person Odin is in their eyes. A loving father? Well, he's more like a ruthless person than a cruel one. Suddenly, by connecting the cause and effect, Aaron gradually guessed Odin's idea. With that in mind, he began to play with the icebox without any hesitation. Who dares to say anything to Odin, that old B******************** D? Loki? He's probably the one who was completely outmaneuvered. Thor and Loki were so envious they gritted their teeth. This is treatment even my own son doesn't receive. Who can I complain to? Odin continued, Sif, Aaron is here in Asgard for the first time, so he's probably not familiar with the place yet. Why don't you show him around? Loki instinctively raised his hand. Father, I assure you I know every blade of grass and every tree in Asgard intimately. I can take this, uncle, to visit the beautiful realm of the gods, the best home he should have been in. Odin glared at him with his remaining eye. Enough. Stop talking nonsense and come with me right now. Then he looked at the gloating Thor, and you come on over. Odin nodded to Aaron, then left with Thor and Odin. Sif shrugged. Well, you know, Loki made a big mistake this time, and Thor did too. They may not be able to attend your celebration until they realize their mistake. Aaron took a deep look at Odin's back, then gave Sif a strange look, feeling that things weren't so simple. But he didn't care. As long as the benefits are actually realized, that's fine. Aaron flipped his right hand, and the icebox vanished instantly. Sif exclaimed in surprise, You also know spatial storage magic? It's very simple, isn't it? Simple? Are you sure? Sif rolled her eyes. She had tried to learn magic, but it wasn't easy. Even as a member of the Vanir race, she ultimately embarked on the path of the 10th warrior. However, when he thought about the royal blood flowing in Aaron's veins, he didn't find it strange. After all, that is the most precious bloodline inheritance in the 9 realms. Frost Mastery, a similar ability has been detected to have been fused with yours. You now possess even greater frost power. Once unleashed at full power, it could freeze a star. Ice Elementalization. You have gained the ability to transform into a body of ice. In this state, you are immune to telepathy and ice abilities. Absolute Zero. You can unleash the power to freeze space-time within a certain range, but this will consume a large amount of energy, so please use it with caution. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Immunity to the mind is a minor matter. Although he has never tried it, he strongly suspects that even if he does not acquire any similar abilities, he will not be affected by mental abilities. After all, the primordial forge was him. Who can control the primordial forge? If such a character really exists, then there's nothing more to say. Hurry up and go beyond the 4th wall to wreak havoc. What concepts, gods, or narrative layers? They won't even dare to breathe in front of you. Aaron values Absolute Zero more. It's somewhat similar to Estetha's Makapatomo from Akame ga Kill. A super heartwarming anime. Just kidding. However, Esteth can only use it once a day, while theoretically, he could use it many times as long as he had enough energy. Perhaps this is the source of the energy within the icebox. How could an artifact on par with the eternal flame be inferior? Even freezing just a small portion of space-time is enough to accomplish a great deal. Aaron then followed Sif to visit many places. Sif was initially quite reserved after learning that Aaron was Odin's brother. But after finding that Aaron was still talking to her very casually, Sif lost that sense of awe and tension. All that's left is curiosity. I'm curious about Aaron's strength and also about his experiences. When she asked again how Aaron had spent the previous 22 years in solitude, Aaron sighed and rubbed his forehead. Sif immediately tensed up. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Maybe that period wasn't pleasant. Besides studying, what else is there to talk about? Aaron shook his head speechlessly. Wonderful? If you really want to say that, then it's fine. 9 years of compulsory education, plus high school and university. 22 years have been spent studying. Then, as he walked, he was transported to the Marvel Universe. Compared to life here, those 22 years certainly weren't exactly wonderful. Shake your head. Aaron looked at the magnificent buildings floating in the sky in the distance. Both the design and style are quite magnificent. Do you have large-scale anti-gravity technology here? Sif nodded matter-of-factly. We mastered anti-gravity technology 10,000 years ago. It's very basic, isn't it? Aaron nodded, pointing to one of the floating buildings. What is that? According to the central courtyard, that's a hospital. Sif glanced at it and said casually. Aaron's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered. Although Asgard still uses traditional weapons, they have actually developed quantum technology long ago. Admittedly, they did not create a cutting-edge technology like PIM particles, but that does not mean they are inferior to PIM. Just like Thanos, who only obtained the PIM particles and was able to produce them very quickly. Asgard, where quantum technology has become commonplace, is no longer a problem. If I had the chance, I should loot the whole place. Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Aside from a few cutting-edge technologies, the most advanced military-grade or laboratory-grade technologies that are commonplace on Earth are probably just toys for children in Asgard. For Aaron, Asgard was a treasure trove waiting to be discovered. Those technologies that are in use or have been lost can be transformed into his power through the primordial furnace. Aaron immediately asked, "May I go in and take a look?" Of course, that's your right. Sif readily agreed. With Odin's permission, Aaron can go anywhere except Frigga's boudoir and Odin's vault. Do you even realize how valuable it is to be Odin's brother? Do you understand the meaning of Odin's words? To see him is to see me? By the way, do you guys have anything like warp drive technology or warp drive technology? Aaron thought of the faster-than-light engine in Captain Marvel and had an idea. Sif shook her head. We have the Rainbow Bridge. What use is that thing? If you want to play with spaceships, the Space Museum should have a few captured spaceships from other countries, perhaps thousands of years old. But I assure you, they can still be used. Saul has tried those things himself, and they're quite inconvenient. Aaron thought about it and agreed. No matter how fast a spaceship is, can it be faster than the Rainbow Bridge? With Heimdall's abilities, one can go anywhere in the universe. Perhaps we can go beyond the universe. Take me to see it sometime. Aaron decided to become a garbage collector for once. What if I can find some good stuff? As he spoke, Aaron noticed the high-tech features in the hospital. Highly realistic 3D projection technology. A soul forge capable of detecting diseases and providing targeted treatments. Aaron didn't stand on ceremony and immediately activated the illusion without anyone else noticing. One thing after another was sucked into the primordial furnace and melted down. Gravity control. You have mastered the power of gravity and can freely create gravitational fields around you to counteract or amplify gravity. Healing. You have mastered the power of healing, capable of instantly curing most diseases or negative effects in the world using energy. Soul detection / molecular energy control. You can easily see through objects at the molecular level and even perform a certain degree of detection and control based on this. Quantum control. Basic, you have barely grasped the power of quantum mechanics and can use it to perform miracles that are unimaginable to mortals. Particle stream control. Electromagnetic control's similar abilities have been detected and integrated. Your electromagnetic control capabilities have been further enhanced, allowing you to easily convert protons, neutrons, and other particles in the air into particle beams for attack. Supervision. Microscopic vision's similar abilities have been detected and integrated. Your microscopic vision has been further enhanced. Whether in the macroscopic or microscopic world, few objects can escape your eyes. Aaron remained outwardly calm, but secretly gained several more abilities. These are just some of the biggest improvements. There are many other repetitive or irrelevant abilities. Perhaps I'll never need it in my lifetime. It must be said that Asgard does indeed have a lot of good stuff. A healing stone that can instantly heal injuries. A soul refining furnace built using a quantum generator can transfer energy at the molecular level. It contained technology and magic, but in the end, they all became part of Aaron's power. They even possessed a certain degree of quantum power. This is good stuff. In the Avengers, he even used quantum technology to create a quantum tunnel, allowing him to travel through time to the past. Of course, such an outcome would only create another parallel universe and generate a new branch of time. Moreover, they must remain anonymous and try their best not to have any impact on the world. Otherwise, they might win a big prize, attracting the Kangxi conference. Although Aaron can no longer travel through time and space, he can use quantum mechanics to more easily detect his surroundings and even become invisible at the quantum level. Just like Ava the quantum ghost in Ant-Man. However, Ava's quantum invisibility is not under her control and is in danger of going out of control. But Aaron wouldn't. This ability is like blinking, sticking out one's tongue, or breathing. It can be controlled at will and is completely a part of him. That was fantastic. You seem very happy? Maybe we can go to a more fun place. Sif, who had been acting as the tour guide, winked at Aaron. The other busy doctors in the hospital looked at Sif and the completely unfamiliar Aaron with surprise. They couldn't believe that Sif could be so enthusiastic towards another stranger. What about Thor? Doesn't he care? A dozen minutes later. Aaron thought Sif would take him to the museum, but instead. The good place you're talking about is a bar? Upon entering the bar, Aaron felt a medieval atmosphere wash over him. Mercenaries drinking heartily, scantily clad barmaids, and taciturn bartenders. Aaron also saw a familiar figure from behind. Vandal was sitting there with a bar girl on each arm, drinking and laughing in each other's ears. Sif also noticed Vandal and shrugged. I thought you men all liked it here, like Vandal and Vostag would make up some legendary stories here. Okay, actually, I was just kidding. Seeing that Aaron was really not interested in this place, Sif pointed to another large floating building in the sky directly opposite and said, "The museum you want to go to is over there. Come with me. Perhaps we should call for an airship, or find a colt. It's a pity that Pegasus disappeared with the Valkyrie and never appeared again, otherwise we might still be able to ride Pegasus and gallop freely in the sky." Sif spoke with some regret, for although she was also a Valkyrie, she was completely different from the Valkyrie Legion that had vanished. Those most powerful female warriors have died gloriously on some outer battlefield, supposedly to fight an extremely terrifying enemy. Sif grew up listening to stories about the Valkyries and always wanted to be one of them, but no matter how hard she tried, Odin had no intention of rebuilding the Valkyrie army. Even her title of Valkyrie was merely a name given to her by others because she was too brave. It exists in name only, without substance. You really want to be a Valkyrie? Aaron raised an eyebrow. He hadn't tried it since acquiring that ability, and now it seemed like a good opportunity. Sif nodded in agreement, but the Allfather doesn't seem to have any intention of restarting the Valkyries. Aaron naturally knew the specific reason. Under Odin's orders, the Valkyrie army prevented Hela from escaping the seal. In the end, only one Valkyrie survived, while the rest perished in the sealed land. This Valkyrie, overwhelmed by the pain, also left Asgard permanently. After the Legion was destroyed as a whole, Odin could not possibly rebuild the Valkyries. Otherwise, seeing this Legion would immediately remind everyone of Hela, which would be incredibly awkward. But Aaron wasn't embarrassed. Aaron's expression turned serious. Sif. Sif turned around in confusion. A ball of energy appeared in Aaron's hand. In the name of the gods, the ancestors of Asgard, I, Aaron, bestow upon you the glory of Asgard. Sif was stunned, but the light in Aaron's hand had already flowed into Sif's body. And even more light is gathering from all over the world. These are the primordial forces deep within the land of Asgard and the source of power for the Asar gods. All the previous god kings grew by absorbing this energy. Under Aaron's manipulation in the name of the king of gods, these powers converged into a so-called divinity, which flowed into Sif's body, greatly enhancing her power. Sif was greatly shocked by the changes she felt within her body. If she wasn't mistaken, this power, could it be Odin's blessing? No, it's Aaron's blessing. That's a right reserved exclusively for the God King. Watching Sif look left and right, Aaron then waved and summoned a white horse. This is the divine steed of Asgard, not some ordinary horse from Earth. Their bodies are strong enough to easily withstand tons of force and move freely. Aaron retrieved the feathers of flying species such as frigga birds, peregrine falcons, gerfalcons, and swans from the primordial forge, fused their characteristics together, and then bestowed them upon this lucky white horse. After thinking for a while, Aaron's inspiration surged like the sea. They then imbued the horse with the evolutionary power of the monument of life and time, further enhancing its species. It also endows it with strong adaptability, even enabling it to survive and fight in space for short periods. 014601331 Filu 1430834771. It also grants it a certain degree of anti-gravity capability, allowing it to fly even if its wings are damaged. This is your Pegasus. Although it's different from the Pegasus Valkyries we've had before, I guarantee it will be even better. Aaron gestured for Sif to try. Sif was stunned, her eyes filled with adoration as she looked at Aaron. Upon seeing this, Aaron leaped onto his horse and pulled Sif into his arms. The Pegasus moved with remarkable agility, its hooves swaying, and with a gentle flap of its wings, the two people and the horse soared into the sky. Pegasus was very fast, accelerating to the speed of sound in just a few seconds. Sif had to hold on tightly to the reins to avoid falling off. Aaron was riding a horse for the first time, but he rode it with ease, as if it were a flying horse. He was completely unprotected, holding Sif in one arm and manipulating the reins with the other, and the Pegasus could always fly and turn at his will. Oh my god, we're leaving Asgard. Sif gasped and looked down at Asgard, who was rapidly shrinking, her heart pounding. Asgard has a unique charm when viewed from above. She resembles a round island, surrounded by thick fog, white clouds, and seawater suspended in space. The air here is quite thin. But Pegasus remains unaffected. Only Sif had some difficulty breathing. But she was still incredibly excited. Do you like it? Aaron asked. Sif nodded emphatically. This Pegasus, it doesn't need to flap its wings? Because I gave it the ability to control anti-gravity, theoretically it can adapt to any extreme combat environment. Of course, if you're going to ride it into the water, then never mind. Aaron explained briefly. Sif was completely stunned. The Valkyries in mythology didn't have such a powerful Pegasus. Sif didn't know what to say. She was questioning whether Odin could do that. I'm afraid it can't be, right? From this moment on, you are truly the Valkyrie of this generation. And I guarantee you're stronger than any Valkyrie before you. After all, that was my blessing. Aaron didn't need to consider things like balance like Odin did. It was also the first time he was using the power of the father. I accidentally gave them too much. The current Sif is at least several times stronger than before. This represents an improvement in overall quality. She rose to become a powerful Valkyrie, second only to the royal family. Similarly, Aaron, having obtained the body of a god and the power of the Aesir, also experienced a significant improvement in his physical abilities. Even relying solely on overall physical prowess, Aaron declared, if all of Thor and Hulk came at me, I could take on 10 of them. Sif felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. Her long-cherished dream suddenly came true. Even though she has not yet gained Odin's approval, she is, in essence, already a genuine Valkyrie. Blessed by the King of Gods, protected by Asgard, and accompanied by Pegasus. Oh, right. And this too. Aaron took the sword and shield from Sif's back. He was muttering to himself. Her already extraordinary divine sword, empowered by Aaron, gained even greater power. I casually enhanced this sword today, making it even sharper than before, and it also has the ability to fly and return on its own. I'll add some even better things for you another time. Aaron's first attempt at enchanting a weapon was not due to the Primal Forge's power, but rather to his own enchanting abilities. Although it cannot compare to the Primordial Forge, this sword still possesses considerable power. This is made of the finest URU metal, and Aaron specially added some extra features to it. These all need to be developed by Sif herself. Sif's expression was complicated as she looked at Aaron's serious profile, a strange flutter of emotion welling up inside her. She then remembered that Saul wanted to introduce her to Aaron. At first, she wondered if it was a bit abrupt. But now, looking at Aaron's enormous gift, it seems she has nothing to offer besides herself. Sif had a vague idea that Odin and Frigga both intended to match her with Thor, making her the next queen of the gods. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. However, there was no romantic relationship between her and Thor. It was more of a brotherhood and camaraderie. Since Aaron's trip to Midgard, during which he suppressed Loki and Thor with overwhelming power, a more powerful and handsome figure walked into view. Field. And now, Aaron's unintentional actions undoubtedly make this character more concrete. He possesses the unparalleled power of Odin, the bravery that Thor cannot match, and the wisdom that Loki cannot surpass. Moreover, he is younger, stronger, and more considerate. Feeling the warmth coming from behind, Sif impulsively leaned in and took a bite. Then, feigning nonchalance, he said, "This is my gift of gratitude." The children of Asgard never hide their true feelings. If you feel it's inappropriate, don't worry about it too much. Aaron blinked. Good heavens, he'd been ambushed. What a disgrace. Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Aaron took the initiative and directly turned Sif around to imprint her with his finger. Then, a barrier sufficient to shield the outside world was created. At the Rainbow Bridge hub, Heimdall withdrew his gaze expressionlessly, looking down upon the 9 realms, motionless, like a statue. However, those bright eyes were filled with doubt and shock. He actually shattered my all-seeing eye. At the same time, Kinmiyachi, Thor and Loki lowered their heads, listening to the benevolent father's teachings. Odin, who was speaking eloquently, suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky, and muttered to himself, "Oh no, my daughter-in-law is really gone." Loki and Thor, having not seen their father's loving care for a long time, glanced up and met Odin's piercing gaze. 0. I was so frightened that my whole body trembled. "Father, I was really wrong." Loki immediately knelt down. Thor glanced at him dismissively and turned away, raising his head proudly. As a warrior, kneeling down casually was a disgrace. Admitting fault is out of the question. "Soul, I am here." Thor also knelt down with a thud, his head bowed. Seeing this, Odin really wanted to use his old companion to give them a good beating and show them what a loving father was. But in the end, he just sighed and said, "Get out of here, all of you." Yes! Loki and Thor left in a hurry. "Loki, what do you think father is thinking?" Thor reverted to his unruly demeanor. Loki, seeing his dazed look, decided to keep his distance. "My mother always said to stay away from idiots, or you'll catch their idiocy." "Who knows?" Loki looked up, then looked again, his expression strange. "BB, Aaron and Sif?" A black dot streaked across the sky above the Golden Palace, heading straight in one direction. Loki glanced at Thor again. "My silly brother, you've been cheated on." However, Thor looked at the black dots in the sky and laughed. "I always said Sif and Aaron were a good match. Maybe I have the potential to become the god of marriage." Loki slapped his forehead. "He's hopeless." Inside the Golden Palace. "Odin, I just saw Aaron and Sif." Frigga walked worriedly to Odin's side. Odin shook his head. "Let them be. Thor doesn't like Sif anyway. But Aaron, is it really worth it? Are you sure he's a descendant of Asgard? Is it even meaningful to be sure?" Odin looked up at the sky. "At least, he has indeed gained control of Asgard and possesses the power that only the All-Father possesses. Whether he is my brother or not, in everyone's eyes, he is an Asgardian god. That's enough." Odin was not demented. He wasn't actually sure about Aaron's true identity. It's quite normal for a king who spends many years on campaigns to have casual affairs with women of other races. When he was Saul's age, he often drank and made merry in bars or parties, and entangled with noblewomen. No one dares to say whether Paul actually had a one-night stand with his wife involving a toothpick stirring a large vat. But it could also have other origins. For example, from other universes. However, Aaron could never completely shake off the label of the Aesir gods. After this carnival, all 9 realms will know that Aaron is Odin's brother and Thor and Loki's uncle. Odin looked with his single eye toward the Golden Gate, where the afterglow of the setting sun mirrored the state of Asgard at that moment. He muttered to himself, "It's already dusk." "Frigga, how are the preparations for the party going?" Frigga, worried, supported the now-aged Odin. "I've already urgently notified the other realms. This will be an unprecedented carnival. Asgard will welcome. A new great god has arrived. Hurry. Time is running out." Aaron is indeed very busy. Busy dealing with the enthusiastic Valkyries. Sif perfectly embodied the fiery spirit of Nordic women. Even on her first try, she yearned to gallop on horseback, just as she would on the battlefield. However, she clearly overestimated herself and underestimated Aaron. A knight isn't always a knight. Sometimes she can become a ladle. Aaron is very busy. So busy I could barely keep my feet on the ground. He was clearly on Earth, in charge of his own affairs, yet he had so much free time to indulge in idle reminiscing. However, after being invited to Asgard, he never stopped. He had just fought against Sif on the battlefield, He was then summoned away by Odin. Eren originally wanted to lie down for a while longer before returning to Earth to take charge of the overall situation. However, Loki, who was in charge of acting as the messenger, said that he would take his uncle to visit the treasury of Asgard. Eren heard this. Well, I guess I have no choice but to go. TXDX. When Loki uttered this word while walking down the street, it always felt very awkward. This god, who is over 1,000 years old, still calls a suddenly appearing, 22-year-old man from the central court his uncle. Is there any justice left in this world? Loki was puzzled, but he kept his thoughts hidden from Eren. The main thing is, he's genuinely afraid of this uncle. Not to mention Loki, Eren also felt awkward. He just wanted to watch the drama unfold, but he ended up becoming the drama himself. Uncle. Father said the carnival will begin tomorrow. If you don't need to, it's best not to return to the central courtyard. At least, wait until tomorrow is over. Tomorrow? Eren paused, his expression strange. Is your party really this casual? He always felt that the Osborne Group's half-month preparation time for the expo was fast enough. As a result, Asgard was more efficient. This overturned his impression of the divine realm he had formed during his visit to Asgard. Of course not. In the past, it always took at least a month to prepare, and we always prepared well in advance. However, this time is a bit special. Father and Mother really want you, Uncle, to join the Asgardian family, so they have specially sped up the process. Loki lowered his head, concealing the equally puzzled look in his eyes, and continued. But please rest assured, although the preparations were made in a very rushed manner, it will definitely be the grandest banquet in the history of the Seven. The Queen Mother has already sent envoys to the 9 kingdoms to invite the kings of each kingdom, and several of them have already agreed to come. This banquet will be unprecedented, even surpassing my father's coronation ceremony and the banquet held by Thor before. At this point, Rocky glanced at his uncle, who was deep in thought. Something's not right. Absolutely not right. Odin and Frigga are behaving very abnormally. They seemed eager to acknowledge Eren, fearing he might suddenly slip away halfway through. One day in the courtyard. Good heavens, he never imagined that Obama would hold such a chaotic and terrible banquet. Even more outrageous, they invited people from other countries to visit. It was as if they were making a solemn announcement to the whole world. Loki even overheard Odin sending a message to Lao Fei. They just broke the ceasefire agreement. Is Odin getting senile and demented? Loki was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He used to envy the glory that Thor received, but now, compared to the attention Eren received, Thor had to sit obediently at the children's table. Loki, on the other hand, was practically reduced to a mere spectator standing by. How he wished that the feast Odin was hosting was for him. What an honor it would be to have 9 nations witness it together. What an enchanting experience. However, Eren seemed not to care at all, and even looked somewhat disgusted. Loki was speechless. Why was it that the very thing he was pursuing was being rushed into someone else's arms? That person was still lying down. Did they really win by doing nothing? Loki silently put on the Joker mask. How bitter is the life of a god? Eren nodded silently, then suddenly asked out of the blue, after we go to the Celestial Palace treasury, are there any other arrangements? Loki was taken aback and instinctively wanted to ask, how did you know? Father said he has crafted a formal suit of clothing for you to wear to the banquet tomorrow, a powerful suit of armor made by the dwarf king Eitrek and personally enchanted by Father. It is gleaming with gold and looks quite majestic. Moreover, it can be large or small, and it can withstand your divine power, automatically dressing according to your will. Loki had something else to say. This set of equipment was originally designed for Thor after his coronation. However, before Thor could even put it on, and without even knowing it, it had already become Eren's property. My foolish brother, you've been NTR'd again. Loki chuckled inwardly, his face remaining calm and composed. Really? Odin has arranged my entire time from now until the banquet begins tomorrow perfectly. Halfway there. Then I saw Thor waiting there again. Goodness, I was really worried I'd run away halfway there. Hey Eren, Loki. Thor was waving wildly from a great distance. Eren, with his sharp eyes, spotted an axe behind him. Storm axe? No, that's not right. The handle of the Stormbreaker axe is made from the arm of Groot of the Flora Colossus and is made of a special kind of wood, but the axe itself is made of URU metal. Look at my new friend. Cling. Cling. A gleaming axe, I'll call it the healing axe. Aaron glanced at it, and whether it was his imagination or not, he found that this thing seemed to be not much different from Volstag's axe. If there's any difference, it's that the magic above is more abundant. Odin personally enchanted this axe, making it far more powerful than the equipment of ordinary Asgardians. But it can't even compare to Stormbreaker, let alone Mjolnir. No way. Even a god in the hall has fallen to this level? That's so embarrassing. Are there no other magical artifacts? Oh, they're all here with me. Then it's all right. Aaron glanced at it and then looked away. He didn't think much of it. With his keen eye, he had already discerned what magic had been added to the axe. He could easily forge an identical axe without needing the primal furnace to do so. Loki was so envious, he didn't know what to say. Heavens and earth, open your eyes and look. Everyone, human or ghost, is showing off, so why am I the only one getting beaten up? Thor, I'm so happy for you that you've acquired a new weapon. Loki offered his congratulations, though not entirely sincere. Then he silently looked at Aaron, his little eyes seeming to say, "My dear uncle, when did you take his axe too?" "Your nephew Loki, please." Aaron noticed Loki's strange gaze, but ignored it. He would worry about whether anyone else was gay, but he doesn't have to worry about Loki. Even if he is gay, he is still Thor's princess, Thor's bottom. Seeing that Aaron and Loki didn't seem interested, Thor's enthusiasm waned. Alright, I know this thing isn't as good as Mjolnir, but it still allows me to unleash the power of Thor. And from what my father said, he told me to make do with it temporarily so that I can transition better later. What? Loki opened his eyes wide and then kept giving Aaron meaningful glances. Listen, there's something good here. A better axe. Aren't you going to ask? I can tell you're getting impatient. Loki discreetly inquired about the whereabouts of Aaron's other axe, but Thor was completely baffled when the topic came up. When asked, they say yes. When asked again, they say no. Loki is worried about Thor. How come you didn't ask anything and know nothing? Loki is out of ideas and has decided to give up. Loki, I've gotten used to being ignored. After all, I'm the outsider. You're the family. Sol eagerly struck up a conversation with Aaron. While passing by a martial arts arena, Gwaji boldly challenged Aaron. Uncle, although I lost my hammer, I have a new axe, and I feel full of strength. Come on, let's have a real man's duel. Thor raised his axe, crackling with lightning. He was also the god of storms, possessing the power to control the weather. At that time in the small town of New Mexico, Aaron's power shocked Thor, but it did not diminish his fighting spirit. He was eager to see just how big the gap was between himself and Aaron. Thor's challenge echoed throughout the entire training ground. The soldiers, who were in the middle of their daily training, all looked over in surprise. Is that the new god of the father of God's brother, the son of Bauer, who is about to return home, as the father of God spoke of? I don't know if he's strong or not, but he's certainly very handsome. Have you heard? This god named Aaron has awakened the great power of the Heavenly Father flowing in his royal bloodline and can directly communicate with the power of the entire Asgard. Does that mean he isn't the father of the gods? Good heavens, I heard he's only 22. I imagine he couldn't even handle a stick properly at that age. I've also heard that he can grant others the power of thunder and can summon the Rainbow Bridge directly without any medium. Even the Allfather admits that Aaron is no weaker than him. Huh? Does that mean Asgard now has 2 heavenly fathers? 2 kings ruling together. That's 2.5, plus Prince Thor, if it weren't for that damned frost giant. Aaron glanced sideways, curious to see which know-it-all was so well informed. It's obvious that Odin must have tacitly approved it, or even personally sent it out. To create momentum for him? No, it's meant to intimidate the 9 realms. The elderly Odin was indeed at the peak of his divine power. But precisely because of this, he was unable to exert sufficient deterrence over the 9 realms. Neither the dim-witted Thor nor the habitually lying, but physically weak Loki were capable of stabilizing the situation. Aaron, who is young but no less capable than Odin, is the best candidate. Moreover, Aaron happens to possess the same divine authority as Odin, as well as the power of a god. With their combined strengths, it's no exaggeration to say that Aaron is the most promising and powerful Aesir since the birth of Asgard. Even if Aaron is not an Asgardian, Odin will find a way to make it a fact. Even if Eren doesn't admit it later, seeing your skillful Asgardian father's power will make others seriously consider whether they are capable of challenging Ding at his peak. The key point is that Eren is only 22 years old. Based on the lifespan of the Aesir gods, Asgard could maintain peace for nearly 5,000 years. By then, Saul's children will surely be grown up. As for Thor, Odin said that if he really couldn't afford it, he would like to raise another small pavilion. Even though Thor's talent surpasses his. But for 1,000 years, he remained unchanged. His body grew, but his brain didn't grow at all. Hearing the voices of others, Thor's fighting spirit soared even higher. Listen, you are a god king who is no less powerful than Odin, and I am also a half-god king. The only difference between him and Odin is that the coronation ceremony did not go smoothly. Otherwise, he would be a perfect god right now. Loki couldn't stand it anymore and muttered softly, "Fool." Then I found a place to sit down. "Soul, what are you doing?" Thor had just struck a pose when an angry voice came from not far away. He looked up, and lo and behold, Odin was right above him. Thor immediately grinned foolishly. "Father, I just wanted to ask my uncle for some guidance. After all, this is Asgard. In Asgard, strength reigns supreme. Only the strongest warriors can gain the approval and love of the gods." Thor conquered every Asgardian by his fearlessness, willingness to fight, and immense strength. Although everyone has heard that Eren is comparable to Odin, that is too abstract. They couldn't understand why anyone could be compared to their most beloved king. That's Odin, the All-Father. It's unrealistic for Odin to challenge Eren. It wouldn't be appropriate for either of them to win or lose. But if Thor can challenge Eren, then everyone will know that they are about to face a god even more powerful than Thor. Odin looked at Thor intently, somewhat dazed. He wasn't sure if Thor had considered this deeper meaning, or if he simply wanted to fight. He desperately wanted it to be the former, but looking at that silly smile, well, on the bright side, at least Thor's genes were decent, and his grandson probably still had a good chance of inheriting Asgard's legacy. A point. Next, Odin looked at Eren, seeking his opinion. If Eren doesn't agree, he also has a reason to stop the fight. Eren nodded slightly. "Thor, are you sure you want to challenge me?" "Certainly. Can it be used with any power?" Thor held his head high, for only those who survive to the end on the battlefield are the victors. Eren nodded. Golden light surged from his right hand, and a vast divine power pressed down on the entire training ground. That was the power of the Heavenly Father God King, the most fundamental divine power of the Aesir. Eren mobilized the divine power of Asgard. At this moment, he was the ruler of this world. Thor sensed something was wrong. He knew it all too well. He recalled the moment he was banished by Odin the day before yesterday. He looked at Odin, who was staring at Eren in surprise. "No way. Is this a second time? Don't come any closer." "Thor, in the name of the Lord of Asgard, I hereby reclaim your powers." Eren gently tapped the air, and golden light burst forth, enveloping the stunned Thor and instantly sealing away his hard-won power as the god of thunder. "Uncle, please stop using your supernatural powers." Thor was on the verge of tears. His powers had been sealed twice in 3 days. "Why are you all fellow god kings the only ones so amazing? Count me in. I want to show off with you guys too." Loki's mouth gaped open, and the banquet hall fell silent. Looking at Eren, who showed no signs of fatigue despite having Thor's powers sealed. At this moment, the question of who is stronger or weaker is self-evident. Thor and Eren were never on the same level from the start. How should I put it? This is what it feels like when a father hits his son. Even a 22-year-old father and a 1,500-year-old son. "You lost." Eren instantly teleported to Thor's side and patted him on the shoulder. Thor snapped out of his daze, looking as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He thought it was a closely contested battle between two equally matched forces. However, Eren is indeed a dragon, but he is actually a little orange cat with the character King drawn on his head. Under Eren's dragon's might, all he could do was meow. Odin took a deep breath, both extremely dissatisfied with Thor's performance and alarmed by Eren's mastery of the father's authority. In that instant, he felt that Eren was another version of himself. As expected, there was no escaping it, Bauer's son. "All right, everyone, let's continue training." Odin dismissed the others and walked alongside Eren to the Asgardian vault. Thor followed behind, looking as if he had lost his parents, while Loki walked along with a smile on his lips. That's all for today's happiness. Aaron and Odin chatted idly. He didn't say much, just asked Aaron if he needed a palace and that he could immediately send the best architects and workers to design a palace for Aaron. Of course, Aaron also has a place in the Golden Palace. He is welcome to join us anytime. It was also mentioned whether Lewin needed a few maids to serve him. Light elves, Vanir, and Aesir are all worth considering. Even if you have unusual preferences, frost giants or fire giants are not out of the question. Dwarves are perfectly fine too. Of course, if Aaron is still not satisfied, he could also go to collectors and buy a few nice maids. Given Asgard's prestige, the collector would absolutely not refuse. In response, Aaron said, "You're using this to test your comrades? My upbringing doesn't allow me to be so corrupt." Aaron replied, "How about two? There's no other meaning behind it. He usually stays on Earth, and here he needs maids to take care of the daily cleaning." Aaron would not refuse Odin's kindness. As I said before, the benefits must be tangible. You give them to me, and I'll take them. Golden Palace, a celestial palace, and treasure trove. This is the eternal flame, an evil flame filled with endless energy that can revive people from the underworld. It was originally the source of power for Surtur, the fire giant who ruled Muspelheim. Surtur was the king of fire giants who, with the eternal flame and the twilight blade, was always eyeing Asgard with hostility. Thousands of years ago, I stole his eternal fire, which is how I defeated him and prevented the fire giant from setting foot in Asgard for thousands of years. Odin recounted the events to Aaron with deep emotion. Clearly, the fire giant was a formidable and terrifying opponent, and even Odin now feels lingering fear when he recalls it. If he hadn't managed to steal the eternal flame, Surtur in his prime would never have been defeated so easily. This is the flame of glory, the flame of victory. Father, I will surely defeat that king of fire giants, just like you. Thor was thrilled and couldn't wait to pick up his axe and meet the fire giant king, whom even Odin praised. He longed to be like his father, conquering the 9 realms and awe-inspiring the 9 realms with his illustrious name. But before that, he needs to do one thing: defeat Aaron. He must be able to defeat Aaron in order to have the ability to defeat the 9 realms. After all, what he needed to do was surpass his father, and Aaron was like a young Odin. Thor made up his mind in secret, completely unaware that the goal he set was so unattainable. Odin wanted to slap Thor after hearing this. Thor, to become a qualified king, bravery alone is not enough. You must also understand benevolence. There's a saying in the central courtyard that goes something like this: there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. One day you'll understand how insignificant the world before you is. Even we gods still have things we can't do. For example, saying goodbye to death. Thor didn't take it seriously. He admitted that Aaron was very strong, but Thor felt that he could defeat Aaron if he put in a little more effort. After all, he is Odin's son and also an excellent successor to the throne of the gods. Seeing Thor's appearance, Odin sighed inwardly. Aaron paid no attention to the conversation between father and son and reached out to touch the eternal flame. When the hand touched the flame, the expected high temperature did not materialize. This eternal fire could not inflict any harm on him. 23 Aaron melted a portion of the flames without any effort. I don't know if it's just my imagination. The once leaping eternal flame seemed to have shrunk a bit, though it was still quite enormous. Flame mastery. You have mastered the power of fire, allowing you to create flames at will to defend yourself. Flame elementalization. You gain the ability to transform into flames. In this state, you are immune to telepathy and fire abilities, immune to most physical attacks, and can fly freely. Monster resurrection. Undead resurrection. You possess the power to pull the souls of the dead into the mortal world, bringing them back to life. However, after resurrection, they remain undead, not truly living beings. Only undead creatures can perfectly revive them. Fenrir, Surtur. P.S. Surtur can also be considered a dimensional demon god, or even a god of the underworld. Eternal core. Similar abilities have been detected fused with solar core. The miniature sun within the body possesses the characteristics of the eternal flame. It will burn indefinitely, continuously releasing power to strengthen the body. A joyful flame rose from Aaron's palm. This was no ordinary fire, but an eternal fire that could resurrect the dead as undead creatures. This is the flame from the core of the eternal sun, which he can summon at will, possessing all the characteristics of the eternal flame. In other words, he has become Surtur, who is not Surtur, possessing the ability to produce the eternal flame. They can also control the eternal flame at will. In fact, this flame is a special kind of life energy, containing extremely astonishing energy. It can also be used as a tool for enchanting. Even an ordinary piece of equipment, when imbued with the eternal flame, will possess extraordinary power. The most suitable weapon for it is undoubtedly the Twilight Blade, forged with the eternal fire. In order to better unleash this power, Aaron felt it was necessary to go to Muspelheim and have a talk with Surtur about life. Let's exchange feelings. Perhaps, by acquiring Surtur's traits, he will be able to utilize the energy of the eternal flame more perfectly, and at the same time, accelerate his growth. Otherwise, he would really have no choice but to lie down and wait for time to pass, slowly growing stronger while lying down. It sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Odin glanced at the flame in Aaron's hand. Do you have any relatives or friends you wish to resurrect? I sincerely advise you not to attempt the eternal flame. The life it resurrects is, strictly speaking, no longer her. That would be a creature from the underworld that cannot die or feel pain and should not exist in this world. It would be a torment for him as well. If he is a god, I suggest you bring him to Asgard so that his soul may go to Valhalla instead of being defiled by the eternal fire. Odin knew the properties of the eternal flame, but he did not use it to resurrect Frigg after her death. He loved Frigga, not the defiled spirit Frigga. In Asgard, the fallen warriors are not dead, but reborn on another level. Their souls will live on forever in Valhalla, their spirit will be immortal, and they may even be resurrected one day. Aaron shook his head. I don't need this thing. With a wave of his hand, the eternal flame vanished in an instant. It seems to have never happened. Odin stared intently at Aaron's right hand, unable to discern where Aaron had hidden the object. Such skillful spatial abilities, perhaps the power of a god? Odin was filled with apprehension towards those gods, and he would not casually approach those celestial formations unless absolutely necessary. But Aaron was different. The blood of the Aesir gods flowed in his veins. As far as he knew, all the previous Aesir royals were male, so it could only be that his ancestors had brought glory to the country, which made him inexplicably excited. I wonder where Paul found the female deity. Speaking of which, are there any women among the deities? That's a question. By the way, where is Muspelheim? Aaron thought for a moment and decided to find out where Surtur was first. Upon hearing this, Odin said, I will give you a geographical record containing detailed information about the 9 realms and even a latest star map of the Milky Way. You'll find what you're looking for in there. Odin did not understand why Aaron was so fascinated by these artifacts. Could it be some kind of peculiar fetish? He wasn't going to ask any further questions, since the artifacts he had collected had already been used as part of the deal. Perhaps these represent his past glory, but compared to Asgard, glory is dead, while this land he deeply loved and the people of Asgard are alive. You're looking for Surtur? Odin frowned. I don't mind if you go find him. Although he's not as strong as he used to be, we've signed a truce. Until tomorrow, I will still be a member of the Central Court. Aaron interrupted him. Don't worry, I'm just going to Surtur to borrow some things. Could it be the crown of Surtur? Odin thought to himself, wouldn't that mean Surtur's death? As a benevolent ruler, Odin clearly had the ability to kill his mortal enemies, but in the end he gave up. If it were Thor or Loki, he might have stopped them. But if it's Aaron, never mind, at least he's not an Asgardian now. 014601323123273381. What does his killing of Surtur have to do with me? Odin recalled the scene from the prophecy and became even less concerned about whether Surtur lived or died. Then you need to be very careful. Besides Surtur, Muspelheim also has countless fire demons and ferocious fire dragons. Even though you are powerful enough, divine power has its limits. Odin gave one instruction, and then left it at that. At this time, Frigga was followed in by 2 maids carrying golden armor. Upon seeing this, Odin smiled at Aaron and said, I think Loki has already told you that this is armor we specially prepared for you. We've added some small magic to make it easier for you to wear. 2 maids unfolded the armor. Aaron glanced at it, then looked at Su Shur with a strange expression. Thor stared at the armor in deep thought. Why did it look so familiar? He touched the two outstretched wings beside his ears, suddenly realized what was happening, and chuckled sheepishly. Father, this thing looks just like my armor. You idiot, that's yours. Loki muttered to himself, his face remaining impassive. Your set is still under design. It's in the Asgardian style, just like that. Odin smiled and pulled Aaron to look at the Thor armor. Let's see if it fits first. If there are any problems with the design, we can make some changes later. The more this was the case, the more Aaron felt that this thing originally belonged to Thor. Good grief, am I going to finish Thor off? Asgard's unluckiest man ever. Seeing that he was wearing the same armor as Thor, Aaron, however, was not satisfied. From an Asgardian perspective, this armor is undoubtedly quite perfect. It can be transformed into energy according to the user's thoughts and can also appear at any time. Its defenses can withstand most attacks, and it also has considerable energy resistance. Specifically, only weapons made of the same material can break through Thor's armor. For example, Loki's kidney stab knife. Compared to Tony's Iron Man suit, this thing is undoubtedly much better. But Aaron didn't like using Thor's methods. Something feels off. He attempted to analyze the URU metal and, using its material recombination capabilities, reconstruct it from scratch. This process is not easy. URU metal possesses certain mysterious properties, and with the current level of technology in the universe, it is difficult to analyze its composition and then replicate it. After trying it for a while, Aaron decided to stick with Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Once the power of the gods is fully unearthed, the material composition will become even stronger. The armor strip vanished from Aaron's hand in an instant. Following Aaron's ideas, the Primordial Forge reconstructed a new set of armor. Golden armor. Aaron immediately thought of the Emperor's armor. In an instant, the Primordial Furnace reassembled the image according to the scene. Soon, the Marvel version of the Emperor armor was completed. However, it only has the form but not the substance. As one of the ultimate armors in the armor world, the Emperor armor is the strongest armor in the Bright Realm, representing justice, light, and the sun, controlling time, space, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. It is even the embodiment of the way of heaven. But this Emperor's armor is still far from being perfect. After some deliberation, Aaron infused the power of ice, fire, lightning, water, and air into the armor. Although we can't gather the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, right now, we can still manage to gather the other 5. It also incorporates electromagnetic control, energy rays, short-distance teleportation, and gravity control. Aaron had a sudden inspiration. If we allow for infinite evolution, if I integrate these features, will it grow alongside me? Even if shattered by a more powerful attack, it can recover and become even stronger? As soon as the idea came to him, Aaron immediately put infinite evolution into play. Regardless of its usefulness, he was determined to create a suit of armor befitting his status. Even if all these abilities were added, it still wouldn't be as good as the original Emperor armor. But he believes that one day, his Imperial armor will surpass the original. Soon, this set of Imperial armor incorporated most of the positive characteristics and concepts extracted from the Primordial Forge. With Aaron's permission, anyone who wears it can instantly transform into a weak, omnipotent god. Its goggles possess Aaron's ultra-long-range vision, microscopic vision, and night vision. Its material combines an unconventional steel body with the properties of 3 major metals, making it absolutely the strongest metal in the universe. Flying through the air and diving underground, fighting in space, these are all commonplace. Moreover, this Imperial armor is also incorporating the Eternal Sun Core, ensuring ample energy. It is impossible to run out of energy. Whether it's cosmic rays, light energy, heat energy, or kinetic energy, they can all be converted into its stored energy. Aaron also used his authority as the God King Father to meticulously enchant it. With his will, this Imperial armor moved freely against the enemy, just like the Destroyer armor. Even across countless light years, it has absolutely no effect. Perhaps it's not as good as a real Imperial armor, but it's truly all-around powerful. Moreover, although it was made according to the design of Imperial armor, it did not have that plastic feel. Under the sunlight, there was a faint shimmering light, even more handsome and domineering. Compared to Thor's original armor, It's worlds apart in terms of both appearance and functionality. There's simply no comparison. When Eren summoned this Imperial armor, Thor's eyes stopped moving. He glanced down at his armor, then looked at Eren, and felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him. It's one thing for him to be more handsome than me, but why is his armor even better than mine? Experts see the details, while laymen just watch the spectacle. Thor focuses on the aesthetics of his armor, while Odin focuses on its practicality and capabilities. Odin was deeply attracted to the armor. His expression gradually turned serious. "Is this the armor you just modified?" Eren nodded. "What's wrong, father? Is there a problem? Do you also think it's really not bad?" Thor didn't even blink. Upon hearing this, Odin wanted to slap Thor again. "It's okay if you don't understand, but don't reveal it." Look at Loki, who's equally bewildered, but he doesn't say anything so as not to appear ignorant. Odin sighed helplessly. "This armor contains an extremely powerful energy. I can sense it. It's extraordinary." Thor scoffed. How could it be as powerful as the Destroyer armor? Odin glared at him. "The Destroyer? It's nothing but a toy I made. This armor is more than 10 times more powerful than the Destroyer. In the comics, the Destroyer armor is an anti-god armor that combines the power of Zeus, Odin, and many other heavenly fathers, so it's naturally incomparable. Here, it is merely a special suit of armor crafted by Odin to guard the treasure vault and protect the earth." His strength was still considerable, but he was easily defeated by Thor. Eren's Imperial armor is different. If it were Thor fighting against the Imperial armor, even if Thor's hand is broken, he absolutely cannot break through its defenses. His lightning bolts will become the power source for the Emperor's armor. You could say this set of Imperial armor is a smaller version of Eren. He possesses most of the major abilities. Thor simply cannot outmaneuver him. Even Odin. Odin shook his head. He understood Eren less and less. The armor he casually crafted gave him a startling sense of power. If Eren were to don his armor, Odin shudders to think who could possibly stand against him. Perhaps, only by using all our strength in a desperate, all-out attack can we possibly defeat Eren? Odin thought uncertainly. Eren paid no attention to Odin's inner monologue. When his hand touched the armor, the Imperial armor transformed into energy and surged into the surface of his body, becoming tangible. The Emperor armor can automatically fit the user's body shape and also has similar auxiliary functions. It can be used through sound, subtitles, and mental communication to help wearers get started quickly. Even the blind, deaf, and illiterate become gods the moment they put it on. Eren quickly adapted to the new armor. He raised his hand to create a mirror-like water feature, and with a thought, the head armor of the Emperor's armor vanished as energy, revealing a handsome face. I can't help but sigh. If being handsome is a crime, then I am unforgivably guilty. Thor and Loki stared wide-eyed. Damn it, he tricked me. Putting aside other things, just look at the two maids behind Frigga, their eyes shining, staring at Eren without moving. That alone is enough to show how handsome he is now. Although Thor was reluctant to admit it at that moment, he genuinely thought it was cool. The man is handsome, and his armor is handsome too. He's a bit young. He's still his uncle's generation. The thought of having to utter those two words in front of so many people tomorrow made him feel uneasy. Loki's eyes lit up, and he eagerly moved closer. Uncle, your armor must be really powerful. We can conduct some actual tests. Let professionals test how powerful it really is, so we'll have a clear understanding, right? Eren knew Loki's thoughts without even having to guess. No need for all that trouble. Why don't you just give it a try? Loki's face paled upon hearing this, and he shook his head repeatedly. Let Thor do it. Uncle, you know I'm so small and weak. How could I possibly be a match for a strong person like you? Thor shook his head repeatedly after hearing this. Uncle, you know, my hammer is gone. Seeing Mjolnir suddenly fly in front of him, Thor was speechless for a moment, then looked up with an awkward laugh. What I mean is, I've become obsessed with axes. I can't get used to hammers at all. Well, this child is hopeless. Everyone thought the same thing. Sure enough, when Mjolnir heard this, he looked at him like he was a scumbag, fell down and hit Thor's foot, then flew back to Eren's side. Although it fears Eren, it hates Thor even more. Ugh, what a scumbag. Thor hopped around, clutching his feet. Fortunately, Mjolnir still held back a hammer out of consideration for their past relationship. Otherwise, even a powerful Thor would have been bedridden on the healing stone for days. I'll do it. Odin finally couldn't stand it anymore. In the vast land of Asgard, there wasn't even one person to command respect. So much so that even at the advanced age of 5,000 years, he still had to don armor and go into battle. He rescued people from the giants of Jotunheim with just himself and his horse, and now he's going to personally take to the front lines. Frigga looked over with concern. Aaron was also quite surprised. Odin's eyes turned serious. Loki was absolutely right. We must clearly understand every hidden potential within ourselves, every piece of equipment, in order to better prepare for the battles to come. As he spoke, his gaze subtly swept over Thor, but the latter didn't listen at all, still clutching his feet and grimacing, looking at Mjolnir with reluctance. What a tragedy. Odin couldn't bear to look at him, so he turned to Aaron and took a deep breath. I am old. The future of Asgard rests with you. Although you have the blood of the Aesir and the gods flowing in your veins and possess the power of both races, you have not been tempered by enough war. A true strongman, in addition to possessing unwavering courage, a determination to live or die, and immense strength, should also experience more real combat to hone his fighting skills and be able to skillfully use every kind of power. You're too young. Having strength but being unable to unleash its full potential is dangerous. Amid Frigga's concerns, Odin laid it all out. I have a premonition that Asgard may face a great threat in the near future. You must be strong enough to face those enemies lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Father, Thor was about to step forward and pat his chest to assure him. However, Odin merely gave him a cold glance and Thor immediately fell silent, obediently retreating to listen attentively. Loki's eyes darted around, and he listened attentively, behaving like a quiet, handsome man. Odin turned away helplessly, utterly disappointed in Thor and Loki's abilities. Aaron, I see you possess extraordinary strength. You are a genius among the gods, one in a million. The piece of the 9 realms rests on your shoulders. Aaron's lips twitched. Why did he feel this strange sense of familiarity? Tell me, did you also secretly go to Earth to watch TV? Aaron really wanted to say that he actually had extremely strong control over his body, even stronger than you. But Odin doesn't think so. Odin believed that Aaron's power, relying on his bloodline, was indeed very strong, with extraordinary potential, and was already quite extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary Aaron was, he was only 22 years old. In Asgard, he was just a bouncy little kid. Do you really expect him to have time to master various abilities and improve his combat skills after awakening his powers? Do you really think everyone is a monster? Compared to Odin, who was 5,000 years old, Aaron, who was 22, was not even a fraction of his age. No matter how strong you are, it's all for naught without fighting skills. This is also what Odin is most worried about. Aaron's ability to defeat Thor, the hammer god, doesn't make him that strong. In his eyes, Thor at this point was far from being a strong man. Those who are truly powerful will not take Thor seriously. Only Aaron saw this potential and put on a show. Come on, don't worry about my aging body. Although I'm old, my strength hasn't diminished. Put on your gear and let's have a good fight. Odin beckoned, and the destroyer armor arrived with heavy footsteps. The frontal armor opened up like liquid, and Odin stepped back, seamlessly merging with the armor. He held the eternal spear in his hand, revealing only his sharp eyes. This is Odin at his strongest. Even when dealing with Laufey, they had never been this serious. This shows how much he values Aaron. Aaron shook his head helplessly. All right, since that's the case, I'll play along with you. I'll just use the power of the armor itself. Don't accuse me of bullying the old and weak. Odin frowned. Use all your power. I'm not as fragile as you think. He did indeed sense the astonishing power contained within Aaron's armor, so much so that he needed to draw upon the power of Asgard to have the confidence to suppress it. But sometimes, having a lot of energy doesn't necessarily mean being powerful. At its peak, Surtur possessed virtually inexhaustible energy, its physique comparable to the highest mountain peak, its feet firmly planted on the earth, its head reaching the blue sky, and a single strike could unleash the force of tens of thousands of tons. How majestic this is. But he still lost. As a god king who has fought for thousands of years, defeated countless powerful enemies, and whose power has deterred many cosmic empires from directly confronting him. Odin has the right to say that. Eren didn't rush to explain. Everything is decided in the circle. As energy surged, the head armor reappeared, enveloping every inch of Eren's skin. Since he had said he would only use the power of the armor, Eren would not waver easily. The Imperial armor also possesses super strength, granting the summoner a physical boost upon donning it. Compared to the original figure of 30 tons, this Imperial armor can directly grant the summoner a force of thousands of tons. This is not the limit of the armor, but merely the limit of the summoner. The stronger the summoner, the stronger this bonus. Theoretically speaking, given Eren's physique, this number would only go straight to 10,000 tons. It is now difficult to measure with specific numbers. But Eren is currently only using the most basic form of his armor. Seeing Eren complete his gear, Odin didn't even greet him and thrust his spear forward. "Hey, father, this is so unethical," Thor shouted, but Odin's hands remained steadfast. On the battlefield, the enemy won't give you time to put on your gear, nor will they give you a heads up. Compared to Thor, who only watched the spectacle, Loki understood the situation perfectly. He thought to himself, if it were him, he would have rushed up and stabbed Eren twice before Eren even had his equipment ready. Knowing the properties of the Eternal Spear, Eren naturally wouldn't recklessly use his indestructible armor to block this piercing artifact. He was not afraid of other Yoryu metal equipment, but the Eternal Spear, though seemingly a physical attack, was actually a magical attack. Its ability to hit its target with a single blow and to penetrate its defenses makes it extremely terrifying. Odin wasn't using his full power, he was still holding back. The Eternal Spear, like a beam of light, swept across a distance of several meters in an instant, striking its target without any surprise. But Odin frowned slightly, and Eren shattered like a phantom. His expression changed slightly. Odin, still in a charging stance, forcibly twisted his body. He didn't have time to retract his spear. He used his left hand to protect his chest and forcefully blocked Eren's fist that suddenly appeared beside him. However, Odin underestimated Eren's strength. He was caught off guard and was sent flying dozens of meters by the punch, crashing directly into the inner wall. However, the walls here are covered with a layer of Yoryu metal material, and although there are no cracks, they are sunken. Protected by the destroyer armor, Odin was unharmed. He immediately braced himself against the inner wall, turned around, and thrust his spear out once more. Eren, who had just teleported there, slightly turned to dodge the spearhead, but the Eternal Spear seemed to have eyes, and after missing its target, it changed from a thrust to a sweep. Too slow. As soon as Odin began his movement, Eren reached out with his right hand and grabbed the spear to stop him. Turning his head, the red goggles burst into a burst of red light, and an energy blast containing terrifying power erupted instantly. Odin was surprised, but he didn't hesitate and also released a terrifying beam of light from his face. Boom! The energy blast and the beam of light collided, and the intense heat caused ripples in the surrounding space. Odin, with his incredibly rich combat experience, immediately lowered his spear and charged forward at top speed. However, this was nothing more than a predictable routine in the face of Eren, who possessed hyperdynamic vision, microscopic eyes, and super perception. As if he had foreseen this, Eren kicked out and Odin, clearly not expecting Eren to react so quickly, was sent flying and crashed heavily into another wall before he could even react. Thor and Loki exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of existential unease. They didn't see wrong, did they? Odin, a veteran of countless battles and invincible, launched an immediate attack, but was completely overwhelmed throughout the entire engagement. They were not weaklings, and naturally they could see that every move Odin made seemed to be accurately predicted by Eren, who turned the tables and kept Odin on his toes. Are you sure you're only 22? Should we add 3 zeros at the end? That way we'll feel better. From a young age, Thor grew up under Odin's care and attention. Thor knew just how agile and powerful this seemingly white-haired old man truly was. But now, Odin was actually outmatched by Eren in combat skills? Everyone was quite surprised. Eren's behavior was completely unlike that of a 22-year-old. He was more like a martial arts master. Odin was equally surprised, but he wouldn't be distracted during the battle. fighting skills are not the only factor that determines victory or defeat. He made a sweeping motion with both hands, and a black rift appeared in front of him. Odin stepped into it, and Eren followed without hesitation. The two arrived at a deserted, open area. This is a remote part of Asgard where we can fight to our heart's content. As Odin spoke, his aura surged, revealing the power unique to the Heavenly Father God King. The dissipating energy surged, causing the surrounding trees to rustle, and clouds gathered in the sky, with faint flashes of lightning. Odin is not the god of storms, but that doesn't mean he can't use the power of storms. Magic is a wondrous thing, and Odin is a hidden great magician. A sorcerer far surpassing Loki. Thor and Loki followed. Upon seeing this, Thor could no longer hide his excitement. His blood was boiling with excitement. He was finally about to witness his father's true power. He wanted to see how far he was from becoming a true god king. Unfortunately, the one fighting Odin now is not him, but another man. Eren raised his hand. Quiet down. That faint voice seemed to contain an unquestionable sacred decree, and the entire world fell silent. The wind subsided and the clouds dispersed. No matter how powerful Odin's magic flowed, he could not control the elements of heaven and earth. Magic? Or power? Recalling Eren's self-proclaimed title as the god of storms, Odin understood. This time, before he could even make a move, Eren took a step forward. In an instant, a powerful force from heaven and earth descended from above, bending the entire mountain forest under its weight. The trees and flowers all bowed low, as if bowing their heads in submission to the Emperor. Even Loki and Thor couldn't help themselves for a moment, and Eren knelt down. Although Odin had not anticipated it, he was already prepared for battle and managed to block this divine power. Gravity? Your ability surprises me. I thought you would grow bigger before you could master this power. Odin exclaimed that it was no secret that the gods controlled gravity. After all, they are so enormous, with bodies comparable to stars, that if gravity were not controlled, simply getting close to Earth would cause a catastrophic disaster. After exclaiming in astonishment, Odin unleashed his full divine power. The aged and frail body, empowered by the continuous infusion of divine power, unleashed astonishing strength. Odin, enveloped in golden light, stomped his foot heavily, and the earth instantly cracked open, forming deep, bottomless ravines. He transformed into a golden cannonball, moving with the speed of light, and arrived in front of Eren in the blink of an eye. His fist contained the power of a god king, surpassing the limits of mortals. However, Eren also unleashed a golden light, accompanied by a deafening thunderous aura. The red goggles erupted with a violent red light. That's a precursor to a massive burst of energy. Eren clenched his fist and threw it out, with roaring thunder and bursting golden light swirling around him, while also being covered with a layer of red light that Odin was familiar with. That is the power of the eternal fire. At the same time, layers of frost, sharp as blades, formed a slowing effect, and the biting cold caused the golden light to pause slightly. Fire and ice strangely merged. Thunder and wind accompany each other. And that unrecovered gravity continues to affect the surrounding mountains and rivers. Experience the unique power of the 5 elements. As the ethereal voice echoed in their ears, 2 ferocious figures, Linuas, collided, generating boundless shockwaves that swept wildly across the heavens and earth. The next instant, a figure with dim golden light flew backward uncontrollably, like an indestructible bullet, tearing through the towering mountain behind it as if tearing through a bubble. After traversing countless mountain peaks along the way, the golden light swiftly returned once more. Thor and Loki looked closely and realized it was their father. Odin flew away, but what about Eren? The two looked up at Eren, who stood high in the sky, only a short distance back, their eyes filled with confusion. Odin, the invincible god king in their eyes, lost? Odin coughed twice, felt a dull ache in his body, and sighed. He was getting old after all, and his aging body could no longer suppress the power of Odin. Was even this level of combat difficult for him? Odin raised his head, meeting the gaze that was also looking down at him, and smiled bitterly. I misjudged you. Your power is already enough to deter all villains. If I'm not mistaken, this is only a portion of the armor's power, right? What? Thor and Loki were even more confused after hearing this. Are you telling me this is only a portion of its power? Or is it part of the armor? Eren nodded. But you only used a very small portion of your power, didn't you? Odin shook his head. That's different. I can only safely use this part of the power, while you only used a portion of it. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you can achieve if you really unleash your full power. Eren looked around. This isn't a good place. I can't really use my skills here. Odin suddenly realized. Yes, for a qualified god king, Asgard is no more sturdy than a house. You agree, Thor? Thor was completely unaware, and feeling Odin's gaze, he was even more puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Odin sighed and shook his head. Does your suit of armor have a name? Emperor's armor. Emperor, a very nice name. Odin murmured. The destroyer armor is not even 1/10,000th as good as it. Loki, did you see anything? Thor pointed at Loki, who rolled his eyes but shook his head. Is what father said true? Just now, they only used a small portion of their power. Thor looked at the desolate wilderness, and as far as the eye could see, Odin had pierced through countless mountains. And this is only a small fraction of the power? What level of full power would that be? Would it destroy Asgard? Are you kidding me? How come he didn't know his father was so powerful? Loki shook his head again, looking at Eren's armor, which was burning hot. I really want it. If I had this thing, I'd definitely become the new God King, and crushing Thor wouldn't be a dream, right? Thor tugged at Loki again, his expression conflicted, and whispered, Do you think I can surpass Eren if I'm serious? What? What kind of hellish joke am I listening to? You, Thor. Loki glanced quickly at Eren, a smirk playing on his lips, and exaggeratedly said, Are you out of your mind? Do you really think you can surpass our great, respectable, handsome, and invincible uncle if you're serious? Thor, perhaps I can give you a sleep spell where you can have anything in your dreams, including becoming an invincible god king. Thor scratched his head after hearing this, looking at Eren's excessively young face of only 22 years old, and then at Odin, who was nearly 5,000 years old and had an incredibly aged face. That rusty head, which rarely moved, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I understand. If I want to become the God King, the person I should surpass most is not Eren, but my father. Thor exclaimed excitedly, My father can no longer improve, but I'm different. I'm only 1,500 years old, and I still have plenty of time to hone my skills. If I just work a little harder, surpassing my father is not a dream. Loki, upon hearing this, immediately thought it made perfect sense. Odin is almost finished. His power level is already set. Eren is only 22 years old, and his potential for future growth is terrifying. Tit. My foolish brother. You're still dreaming unrealistic dreams, while I've already found the real shortcut. Dear uncle, I am your most obedient, sensible, and understanding nephew, Loki. Although we had never met before, the power of our bloodline drew us together like a strong magnet. From the first day I saw you, I knew that you were the person I respected and was closest to the most. From now on, I will be your most loyal little brother. Loki doesn't want to work hard anymore. He wants to latch onto a powerful figure. Clinging tightly to Eren's coattails, surpassing Thor? Isn't that a piece of cake? TSK, Thor, you can get out of here. Soul, you come here right now. When Odin suddenly spoke, Thor immediately sensed something was wrong. 993, it's been a long time since I've tested your strength. Now, I'm going to put your abilities to the test. Odin was still wearing the destroyer armor. Although he was panting heavily, his imposing and upright posture still exuded a terrifying divine power that could not be ignored. Thor, with his sharp eyes, noticed the dents slowly healing on the destroyer armor and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Eren broke through the destroyer with just his fists? How tough must he be? He was still thinking, Odin has already fired his gun. The spear's edge flashed like a dragon, like a falling meteor. Thor hurriedly parried, but in an instant, he was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. Even the axe in his hand had a hole in it. Wait, father. My axe is broken. Saul cried out in alarm. Is this a case of sacrificing family for the greater good? Then use your fists. Like Eren, that's what makes a real man. What? Me? Thor was greatly shocked. Looking at Odin, who was menacing and seemed to harbor resentment over the theft of his wife, Thor felt wronged. I didn't do anything. Without hesitation, you turned and ran. Uncle, are you tired? Would you like something to drink? Celestial wine? Secret brew from the central courtyard? Juice? Coffee? Just name it, and I'll get it for you right away. Even the fire giant's lava brew or the ice giant's icy spirits are no problem. Unusually, Loki didn't laugh at Thor. Instead, he eagerly moved closer to Aaron, acting like a devoted servant to him. Aaron glanced at Loki. Speak, what do you want to do? When Loki couldn't see, Liren held a few drops of Odin's powder in his palm. Odin was seriously injured in the battle just now. Even the destroyer armor could not withstand the power of the Emperor armor. The primordial furnace is turning. Light flowed into his body. Dark energy teleportation. You can use dark energy to teleport at the light year level, reaching any point in sight. The greater the teleportation distance, the greater the energy consumption. Odin's power, full versions similar abilities have been detected. Thor's power, in the name of the king of the gods. You have gained Odin's power and have a deeper control over Asgard. The Aesir's divine power is now purer, stronger, and its potential is further enhanced. Simultaneously, your ability to bestow blessings is further increased, and your absorption of Asgardian energy accelerates once more. The Encyclopedia of Magic, Odin version. You have mastered all the magical properties learned by Odin, containing various enchantments, active or passive magic, which become the protagonist's own abilities, with strength comparable to Odin's. The power of Odin. Aaron's eyes flashed. With the power of Thor he had received earlier, he now possessed 2 out of 3. He wondered if this ability would change if he obtained Hellas' inherited power. For example, to completely control Asgard? In fact, this inherited power will exhibit different characteristics and different focuses of ability in different people. For example, Odin is more well-rounded, with the most emphasis on magic. Hela represents healing abilities and materialization. Thor, on the other hand, focuses on lightning and physical enhancement. Thor may have the highest potential, but that doesn't mean Thor and Hela are inferior. After all, they really could dominate Thor in the early and mid-game. If I get the chance, I'll go find Hela and collect the complete power of the inheritance. Then, wouldn't I become the true ruler of Asgard? Or rather, the power of Bauer? Aaron shook his head, and then raised the loan by 1 more digit. The biggest gain this time was the dark energy transfer. He had been eyeing it for a long time. Compared to Loki's short-range teleportation, dark energy teleportation is undoubtedly a level above. In the blink of an eye, one can travel to any planet. As for energy consumption? Please, even Heimdall, who was on the verge of collapse, could activate it, let alone Aaron. His energy is far beyond what Heimdall could compare to. At this moment, Loki shook his head eagerly. I don't want to do anything yet. I just want to follow behind you, Uncle. Aaron responded with a half-smile. Loki chuckled awkwardly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, Uncle. Actually, I noticed you seem to really like those strange things, so I was just thinking. Could I do your job and help you collect those things then? Loki looked at Aaron's imperial armor and smiled silently. You want the Emperor's armor? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Loki bowed slightly. Of course, I'm not worthy to wear the same armor as you, Uncle, but considering how hard I've tried, could you perhaps give me a slightly weaker set of armor? Let me think, at least I can defeat Thor. Loki's requirements are low and simple. Defeating Aaron is impossible, absolutely impossible. But I can defeat Thor. I don't need to be the strongest, but I only need to be stronger than Thor. Then Odin and the people of Asgard will focus more on him. When Aaron decides he doesn't want to get involved anymore, won't that be Loki's chance? He had observed it. When Aaron was in the central courtyard, he was also a hands-off manager and didn't care about the company at all. Loki could easily be a de facto king of Asgard, albeit without a formal title. All he needs to do is be stronger and smarter than Thor. Of course, the most important thing is for Liluen to recognize and support the idea. Loki was a smart man. He saw at a glance that the future of Asgard belonged to Aaron. All he needs to do now is serve Aaron well, and everything will be fine. Aaron shook his head and chuckled. Loki, you're very clever. Fine, we'll do as you say. If you do a good job, how about I casually give you a powerful suit of armor later? For Aaron, crafting a suit of armor was a piece of cake. The Emperor armor is out of the question, but other armors are perfectly fine. The Eternal Flame Dragon, the Atmosphere, Wind, attribute Flying Eagle, the Water attribute Black Rhinoceros, the Gravity, Earth, Attribute Earth Tiger, and the Ice Attribute, Original Metal, Snow Mastiff. Isn't it just a different kind of 5 elements armor? What? Not enough? Are 88 Saint cloths enough? What about the hundreds of surplus cloths and the countless C-scale cloths? If all else fails, we can use the Cayman Rider suit. As for whether it has the form but lacks the substance, it's okay, it's still early. With a little more data collected, not only the original suit, but even a super upgraded version, will be no problem. Time and space are both included. There's nothing you can't imagine that I can't do. Eren was quite confident about this. As long as Loki can bring him enough benefits, everything is negotiable. Want to get something for free? Let's go to the underworld and be reborn as beautiful women first, then we'll talk again in our next life. Loki was unaware of Eren's thoughts. Otherwise, he would likely have said, actually, transforming isn't out of the question. I can do it. Of course, if we're going to say that, Loki would probably have to enter Valhalla much earlier. Dear uncle, it's settled then. Leave all the problems to me. I'm definitely more loyal and capable than that Norman from Midgard. Loki then left, his mind filled with these thoughts. You, Thor, have Odin's favoritism, and I, Loki, can also get my uncle's support. Everyone has someone behind them, but yours is the setting sun, while mine is the rising sun. I am the future. Eren, having dismissed Loki, glanced at Odin and Thor, who were still exchanging pleasantries, and remarked, "What a loving father and filial son." Shaking his head, Eren turned and took a step forward, disappearing from sight. Odin seemed to sense something and looked over, darkness. "Father, wait for me to get ready." Odin was even angrier after hearing this. Why didn't Eren prepare in advance? You unfilial son, you keep causing problems every day. Watch out for your gun. Eren had only been back in the Golden Palace for a short time. 2 maids found Eren and led him to a room filled with a sense of magic and technology. Your Highness, this is a geographical record that the Father of the Gods instructed us to give you. It contains star maps of the 9 realms and most of the Milky Way galaxy. The maid looked at Eren curiously, and when he looked at her, she quickly lowered her head. Eren ignored the maid's furtive and cautious manner, took a device that resembled a USB drive, activated its magic, and a dazzling star map appeared before his eyes. It was a spectacular star map of the Milky Way, encompassing hundreds of billions of stars and trillions of planets. In addition, there are some star maps from outside the Milky Way. It is far less detailed than the star map of the Milky Way. Eren glanced at the top left corner, his lips twitching slightly. Is this a star map from 1,000 years ago? I remembered the latest star map Odin had told him about, and this is it? How relevant are maps from 1,000 years ago? The maid quickly explained, this star map was seized by us when we defeated other civilizations that had intruded. Asgard has not been in contact with the outside world for over 2,000 years, so we don't know much about what's going on outside. However, as far as we know, the power dynamics within the Milky Way have remained largely unchanged for about 1,000 years, so this star map is basically fine. If your Highness requires a more detailed star map, perhaps you should consult the Guardian God, who has recorded everything in the Milky Way in his mind. Eren nodded, glanced at it casually, and his mind, like a state-of-the-art computer, quickly copied and recorded the star map. On it, I saw the familiar Kree Empire, the Vol civilization, and the void where the Collector resided. Of course, the other 8 realms of the 9 realms are all within the star map. Moreover, it is the most detailed. Upon closer inspection, Eren discovered that these 9 kingdoms were quite far apart, yet they were connected by a special tree. The 9 kingdoms combined to form a smaller, tree-shaped universe. Moreover, there are some unofficial paths between the major countries. Through these secret passages, the time required to travel hundreds or thousands of light years can be reduced to just a few seconds. However, these paths were not recorded in the text. So, Odin knew from the beginning that Loki had brought the frost giants? The thought popped into Eren's mind, but he didn't dwell on it. It was none of his business anyway. Your Highness, is there anything else I can help you with? The maid asked, mustering her courage, her cheeks flushing. Those eyes were filled with adoration. Eren didn't tease the maid, mainly because she was almost unsuitable. Holding the star map, he turned and headed towards the museum Sif had mentioned. This time, he no longer needed Sif to guide him. He could enter these unimportant places entirely by scanning his face. Odin immediately sent Aaron's portrait to every Asgardian. Everyone knows that this strange man from Midgard is actually the son of Bor, the brother of Odin, and a powerful god comparable to the father. Meanwhile, the story of Bauer bringing glory to his country quietly spread throughout Asgard, and it consistently ranked first in terms of discussion. Listening to the strange looks from others along the way, and hearing the absurd and ridiculous rumors that were nothing more than third-rate gossip, Aaron was at a loss for words. The concept of the 8 trigrams is common, even among the Asgardians. Even stories like the battle between Bauer and the Mother of the Gods have popped up. Aren't you afraid that the supreme being of the gods will hear this and go through the trouble of traveling billions of light years to come and have a heart-to-heart talk with Asgard? Aaron entered the Interstellar Museum with a dark expression. This place contains miscellaneous items that Asgard stored up after defeating various kingdoms over millions of years. Dark elf armor, frost behemoth fangs, fire dragon scales, and uranium barrels crafted by dwarves. Other items include Kree guns, ancient scroll star maps, the giant stone on the chest of a stone giant, and black stockings? What strange things have gotten mixed in? Aaron looked around and specifically asked a museum staff member if the items inside could be taken out. The staff member hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "The King of Gods said that seeing you is like seeing him. If you need anything, feel free to choose any of these items. They're just remnants of the losers. We can always go and get some more. Listen to this. This is the pride of being a god." Aaron patted him on the shoulder. "You are a worthy Asgardian warrior." Upon hearing this, the staff member exclaimed excitedly, "You think so too? But the military is blind to my abilities, thinking I'm too weak and has rejected me 3,500 times. Aaron felt ashamed. Asgard recruits soldiers only once a year, and to be rejected 3,500 times, regardless of one's strength, must be a person of unwavering perseverance. If this were on Earth, such perseverance would definitely make him a Captain America. "Oh, you're from Asgard, and you're already at the Mithril level? Never mind then." Aaron asked him to retrieve the fangs of the frost beast and the scales of the fire dragon. It's a pity there's no Kree Warhammer. It's said to be quite extraordinary. It can be considered a pretty good technological marvel. At that moment, Aaron saw something round. "What's this?" The staff member glanced at it and said, "Oh, this thing is said to be a hand grenade left behind by the Dark Elves, an antique with at least 4,000 years of history. It's nothing special." "A black hole grenade? Black hole grenade? You mean this thing? Actually, I think you'd be better off just grabbing a shield, sword, or axe from random people on the street. We use this equipment to torment the entire universe." The staff clearly did not know anything about black hole grenades. After all, he wasn't even born when the Dark Elves were wiped out. By the time he grew up, the Dark Elves had become legends. Everyone thought the Dark Elves were all dead. Who would care about a bunch of losers? Oh, there's one person who cares quite a bit, but he's not in Asgard. As for the Aesir, there's no need to discuss the losers. They're just one of countless legends told before bedtime. Every time it's mentioned, people say, "Wow, His Majesty Bauer is amazing. I want to become a qualified warrior too." That's all. Odin couldn't possibly have specifically described the Dark Elves' power, since, to him, they really weren't considered powerful. It's a smooth, uninterrupted push, isn't it? Take this out. Aaron ignored the other party. The black hole grenade is a well-known piece of advanced technology in the Marvel Universe. Using ether particles, the Dark Elves created the black hole grenade and the dark matter particle gun. The former can also be described as a dark matter grenade, a standard individual weapon of the Dark Elves. When it explodes, it can generate a shock wave around it and release a large amount of energy to create 10 small black holes. It can absorb all surrounding objects. Neither fully equipped Asgardian warriors nor cursed warriors who overpowered Thor and sent Mjolnir flying could resist the spatial power of a black hole. In an instant, they were sucked in and torn apart to death. The latter can easily break thick stone pillars, and even a physically powerful Asgardian warrior will die instantly if hit in a place where he is not surrounded by armor. It can tear biological tissue at the molecular level, forming an incomprehensible penetrating wound. Only an enchanted Yoryu metal shield can withstand this artifact. However, these two powerful weapons were standard equipment of the Dark Elves 5,000 years ago. Even in today's universe, they would still be considered divine weapons, capable of killing even gods without hesitation. Aaron, who already knew of this thing's reputation, how could he possibly miss out on the black hole grenade? He originally thought he would have to wait another 2 years, until the 9 stars aligned and the ether appeared in the world, before he could get his hands on it from the Dark Elves. Or it could directly absorb ether particles. 2 years is enough time for him to develop a steel body capable of bearing the power of the gem. But unexpectedly, surprisingly, some of the seized artifacts are still in the museums of Asgard. This was an unexpected delight. Do you have any spaceships here that can perform jump travel without a jump network? Aaron tried to describe it in detail to the other party, mainly because he was also very familiar with the spaceship. If possible, he hopes to acquire a spaceship capable of directly creating wormholes. But it seems, with Marvel's current technology, it's still difficult to achieve. It seems the Kree have this technology, but it's not perfect. However, the other party shook their head. If you just want spaceships, we have captured enough, but if you want ones that can travel on their own without using wormholes, we don't have any. Why don't you ask the amazing Heimdall? He must know where what you want is. Good heavens, Heimdall the Kink? Perhaps you were a conch shell in your past life. Upon hearing this, Aaron abandoned the wormhole technology. It doesn't really matter if you don't have it. With dark matter teleportation and short-distance teleportation, he could travel freely to all parts of the universe. And Heimdall. He must get his hands on the all-seeing eye. The objects he sees with his super farsightedness may be star systems from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. However, Heimdall, at the right time, looked at everything he wanted to see in the 9 realms and even the Milky Way. It can even share a view and converse over extremely long distances. It's definitely one of the most powerful eyes in the Marvel Universe. Its support capabilities are top-notch. Next, Aaron took a few more items from the museum. Amidst the confused and bewildered gazes of the staff, Bing Luan walked away with an air of nonchalance. Actually, there are many more things inside. But Aaron didn't have time to search any further. He skillfully melted down the black hole grenade. Dark matter manipulation. Black hole controls similar abilities detected, now merged with gravity manipulation. Your gravity control has advanced further, and you can easily manipulate dark matter and create an indiscriminate black hole at will. Its exact size depends on energy. The main takeaway is the manipulation of dark matter. As for the Frost Beast and the Fire Dragon, these two things did not provide any improvement for Aaron. The so-called ice resistance, fire resistance, and flight resistance are not even icing on the cake. It was entirely for filling the primordial furnace database. Diversify the data. Putting everything else aside, the ability to manipulate dark matter is quite interesting. It is important to know that dark matter accounts for 27% of the total mass and energy of the entire universe. The total mass of visible celestial bodies detected so far accounts for only 5% of the total mass of visible celestial bodies. This shows just how abundant dark matter is. Moreover, dark matter does not emit or reflect light, nor does it interact with electromagnetic forces, making it impossible to detect by ordinary means. In addition, dark matter uses gravity to promote galaxy formation and maintain the structure and stability of galaxies. If we could truly control dark matter completely, that would mean controlling 27% of the universe. In the blink of an eye, the universe can collapse. It can also create galaxies, indirectly creating life. Aaron is quite looking forward to this ability in the future. In particular, by using the energy of gravity and dark matter to create black holes, his current energy is definitely larger than that of a black hole grenade. The power of spatial collapse, who wouldn't be confused by it? I heard your armor is indestructible? Well, what will you do when I pull out a black hole pancake and smear it in your face? He's not a black hole grenade. He can see the trajectory and dodge in advance. His black hole can appear in an instant, and touching it means certain death. That's how domineering we are. Let's go to Muspelheim first. Let me see. The lower half of the world tree. How far is it from Asgard? Let's find Heimdall first. After looking at it again and again, Aaron realized that the coordinates on it were very unreliable. After all, planets rotate. Coordinates are not static. Transmission is not a problem. It would be fun if you accidentally teleported to some weird and wonderful place. Looking towards the Rainbow Bridge, the super long-range vision and X-ray vision lock onto the target. Dark energy surged, and in an instant, Alan arrived at the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, as always, remains a sculpture, gazing ahead and watching over the 9 realms. Sensing the energy fluctuations behind him, he immediately looked over. When he saw Aaron, he was stunned. You. Dark energy teleportation? A blessing bestowed upon you by the Father of the Gods. Heimdall felt a pang of unease, especially since Odin had only blessed him before. I don't need that blessing thing. Aaron shook his head. In fact, the dark energy transfer was not obtained through a blessing, but was taught to Heimdall by Odin, including the all-seeing eye. It is not simply a blessing. This is the potential inherent within them. The blessing merely stimulated this power within them, allowing this genetic ability to be expressed. Ordinary blessings, like those bestowed by a female warrior. Physical fitness has improved to some extent, but that's about it. Or it can bestow targeted blessings, but it is impossible to achieve a holistic perspective like the all-seeing eye. In theory, every Asgardian enhances their abilities through blessing. But the final result will be different. Some people, though seemingly weak, can awaken special powers, such as the all-seeing eye, after being blessed. But the chances of that happening are too small. Heimdall did not become a guardian deity because of the blessing, but rather because he possessed the potential to become a guardian deity, which is why he was blessed. Otherwise, with so many Asgardians, why would Heimdall, who has made no significant contribution, be entrusted with this difficult task? Just because he's good at playing the statue game? Heimdall, can you monitor every place in the 9 realms? Aaron was curious about a question. Heimdall was shaken, but remained calm, nodding expressionlessly. Odin's blessing allows me to see the twinkling stars, and naturally, I can monitor the 9 realms. Can you simultaneously observe every place in the 9 realms and ensure there are no external invaders? Heimdall shook his head. I only have 1 pair of eyes. Aaron seemed thoughtful. So, you can't guarantee that the 9 realms won't be invaded by other outsiders? Heimdall's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and he said with a hint of emotion, but I can protect Asgard from threat. That time before. Are you here to reopen old wounds? Heimdall wanted to retort, but considering Odin's instructions, he held back. He's loyal to Odin, and Aaron is equivalent to Odin, so he's directly loyal to Aaron? Damn, why does this feel so uncomfortable? That's because someone is deliberately condoning it. Heimdall was making a pointed remark. Loki's successful smuggling of the frost giants was the greatest humiliation of his life. Someone, right under his nose, led the enemy into the Celestial Palace's treasure vault to cause trouble. Although Odin didn't say anything afterward, Heimdall felt uneasy every time he thought about it, and even felt that he had let Odin down. So, what aspects of the all-seeing eye do you think need improvement? Aaron earnestly inquired about Heimdall's shortcomings regarding the all-seeing eye. Throughout his millennia-long guardianship, no one understood the all-seeing eye's flaws better than Heimdall. But Heimdall shook his head. It's perfect. Everyone envies me for having these eyes. Including Thor and Loki. Heimdall proudly raised his head. The all-seeing eye represents supreme glory. This is a manifestation of Odin's trust in him. He wields the guardian sword, guards the rainbow bridge at the gates of the Celestial Palace, and oversees the 9 realms in the name of the guardian god. They even mastered the ability to transmit dark energy as a precaution. If you were to ask who Zeus trusted most in all of Asgard, the answer would undoubtedly be Heimdall. Neither Thor nor Loki earned their trust and respect. Even Aaron was the same. Looking at Heimdall's arrogant expression, Aaron secretly shook his head. In this day and age, does anyone still feel happy about being a watchdog? For 1,000 years, they have stood guard over the Rainbow Bridge, their eyes never blinking. By the way, don't your eyes get dry if you don't blink for so long? Aaron couldn't help but ask. Heimdall? *****0. I told you I'm a guardian deity, overseeing the 9 realms, and you're asking me if my eyes are dry? If I blink even once, it would be a dereliction of duty on my part. He shook his head. Aaron was greatly surprised. That's amazing. Seeing this, Heimdall raised his head even higher. Look, even the son of Bor, Odin's brother, has to envy his all-seeing power. I admit you're powerful, but you'll never have eyes like mine. Eren patted Heimdall on the shoulder. "You're great, keep it up." Heimdall instinctively replied, "Yes." "Okay, except for the reflection. Since Eren represents Odin, why not?" Heimdall was unaware of this. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Eren swiftly removed his hair. With Heimdall's strength, he was completely unable to detect Eren's movements. Eren skillfully melted the strand of hair, and seeing the familiar light surge forth, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So, even a single hair can be perfectly melted. The primordial forge is amazing. All-seeing eye, supervision, similar ability detected, already integrated, supervision. You now possess extremely powerful far-field vision, capable of seeing things hundreds of millions of light years away. A butterfly's wings are flapping. Super hearing, similar abilities have been detected to have merged, giving you even more powerful hearing. You can keenly hear the distant babbling of a stream and sense the hustle and bustle of city traffic. Malong's voice is particularly sensitive to certain words, such as your name. Even if someone calls your name from a light year away, you can hear them instantly. Sensory sharing, you can share what you see, hear, and feel with others in real time, even across billions of light years. The other person needs to be open-minded. Or perhaps the difference in strength is too great. 0. Super perception. Similar abilities have been detected to have merged. Your perception is now even stronger. Combined with your all-seeing eye and super hearing, you can instantly focus on and lock onto whatever you want to see. However, some abilities can still block your senses and sight, such as Loki's magic. Statue, sculpture. Congratulations on becoming the master of this statues game. No one can beat you in this game. You are the god of statues. Eyes that never tire. Your eyes are extremely well developed. Even if you never blink, you will never feel tired. All-nighter expert. You possess incredible resilience, capable of staying awake forever and maintaining a high level of alertness without fatigue. The internet cafe is my home. Well, I admit I underestimated you. Heimdall is indeed quite remarkable. No wonder he was valued by Odin. 7 useful features were revealed at once. Just for that number, it deserves a thumbs up. The traits Eren gained from Heimdall made him even more versatile. His eyes flashed with golden light as he secretly thought of Muspelheim and Surtur, based on the star map in his mind. Soon, the gaze travels through countless light years. He saw that high-temperature world filled with flames and lava. I saw Surtur, the fire giant king, sitting slumped on his throne, clutching a black iron sword, nearly 3 meters tall. The next instant, dark energy surged, and the figure vanished. Heimdall finally blinked. His face suddenly showed surprise and uncertainty. He thought he had just seen Eren's golden eyes. After a brief moment of thought, he was shocked. Eren, he has his eyes. Wow, is there anything he can't do? Heimdall was immediately rendered speechless. After a while, he finally remembered to observe Eren's position. Then he saw Muspelheim. A large group of fire giants swarmed toward Eren, who had suddenly appeared in front of Surtur. Damn Asgardians, you are far too arrogant. On the throne, Surtur, in a severely weakened state, looked at Eren with considerable anger. Under his command, the fire giants, who originally lived on the lava cliffs, nimbly leaped down from a height of tens of meters. Their powerful physiques made them seem to ignore the effects of gravity, charging towards the uninvited guests one after another. Excuse me, you misspoke. Eren shook his head. I am not an Asgardian. Stop pretending. The aura emanating from you is that of a damned Asgardian. I'll never forget that smell. Surtur was furious, and then threw a projection device at Eren's feet. Then, a clear voice came through. It was Frigga's voice. Your Excellency Surtur, the Flame Giant King, we sincerely invite you to attend tomorrow's. At the very end of the audio, a clear image of the person is thoughtfully displayed. Listening to Frigga's invitation, he glanced at the circular mark on the ground not far away, engraved with mysterious runes, and the 3D projection that looked exactly like himself. For a moment, Eren was speechless. Good grief, you've sent the invitation straight to Muspelheim. I am not an Asgardian until at least tomorrow. I don't care who you are, once you're here, you're not leaving. Surtur picked up his greatsword and charged. Even in a weakened state, with less than 1/10,000th of his peak strength, Surtur remained fearless under the influence of his rage. Roar! A colossal fire dragon circled in the sky, while an endless array of fire demons, fire giants, wielding sharp blades charged toward Eren. They spread across the wilderness like ants, marching towards the royal court amidst the roars of Surtur, the fire giant king. Let's call it a royal court for now. In reality, it's just a cave. At first glance, there is only a giant stone throne at the very top. Compared to Earth and Asgard, they were practically uncivilized, barbaric tribes. But these barbarians are able to fight against powerful cosmic empires. Surtur raised the dark twilight sword, channeling scorching flame energy into it, and then released high-temperature rays from its tip. Eren, clad in imperial armor, showed no intention of dodging. With hands on hips and chest puffed out, he took the full force of Surtur's energy bombardment. The beam of light, powerful enough to melt iron and sever metal, failed to penetrate the chest armor. When the rays struck the armor, they were immediately absorbed and stored by the imperial armor. Even the impact energy from the rays was absorbed by the armor. Under that full-force attack, Eren began to move forward. Surtur, I only came here to borrow something from you. There's no need for you to make such a fuss. Let's calm down, okay? Eren walked slowly, oblivious to Surtur's rays. Damn Asgardians, don't get cocky. This is Muspelheim. Even if Odin came here alone, he would have no chance of survival. Surtur spewed magma, his entire body ablaze with even greater fury. At that moment, the nearest fire giant had arrived in front of Eren, and the blade, sharp enough to pierce through an Asgardian, was about to fall. Eren didn't even lift his eyelids, and took another step forward. Boom! A surging, powerful aura instantly swept in all directions. The icy, bone-chilling cold, accompanied by a sudden burst of gale-force winds, transformed into a devastating wave of extreme cold, engulfing an area of hundreds of miles in a very short time. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky at some unknown time. Eren smiled, ignoring the several sharp blades that had solidified into ice crystals less than 5 centimeters from the armor, and continued forward. Under the sunlight, the knife gleamed with a cold, icy light. The faces of the fire giants at close range remained etched with smug, terrifying smiles. They seemed to be laughing as they were about to stab Eren. But that distance of less than 5 centimeters is like an insurmountable chasm. The snowflakes are still falling. The surrounding area, spanning hundreds of miles, was completely transformed into a frozen wasteland, a death zone for the fire giants. Any fire giant that ventures further in will be frozen in the extremely low temperature until the scalding hot lava blood congeals. He then died quietly. More fire giants hesitated to move forward, circling the icy landscape. Within that circle of death, it was like an icy hell. Outside the circle, however, lies a world of scorching lava. Even Surtur, the fire giant king, found it quite difficult to withstand this cold wave. He struggled to keep the flow of lava blood going. At the same time, it is also subject to continuous high-temperature radiation. He believed that all defenses had their limits, even Eren's strange armor. When the armor melted, his attack killed Eren. Surtur, I suggest that next time you do this, you should stand on the right. What are you talking about? Surtur asked, puzzled. Historically speaking, the left side of the ball is always the weakest. If you're Dynamo, then never mind what I said. Eren raised his hand, and the gauntlets of the Emperor armor gathered immense energy. The next moment, the surrounding protons and neutrons were gathered together by a powerful electromagnetic force, and a terrifying particle beam shockwave tore through Surtur's high-temperature rays. The Twilight Sword was instantly blasted hundreds of meters away and stuck high on the cliff. Surtur was also sent flying dozens of meters, smashing his throne into pieces. Surtur's strong body began to crack inch by inch, with countless tiny fissures spreading outwards. But Surtur continued to laugh, seemingly unconcerned. It's no use. You're incompetent, so nothing you do will make a difference. I am destined to destroy your homeland. My time will come. When my crown is once again bathed in the eternal fire, I will regain all my power. I will be higher than the mountains and plunge my sword deep into Asgard. All right, go say that to Thor. I have no interest in hearing your tale of Ragnarok. Eren interrupted Surtur's daydream, suddenly realizing that Surtur was currently severely injured. If they were to smelt him now, would it be impossible to maximize the benefits? Speaking of the eternal flame, is this what you mean? Thinking of this, Aaron spread his 5 fingers, and the familiar flames danced joyfully between his finger-arm armor. The eternal flame. My flame! Surtur opened his eyes wide and lunged forward, dragging his shattered body. Don't worry, it's yours. I'll give it to you now. Aaron's eyes were filled with malice. He took a step forward and stood in front of Surtur, striking him on the head with the eternal flame in his hand. However, Surtur was not angry at all. Instead, he greedily absorbed the eternal flame. More. I want more eternal flame. Aaron's rude behavior was ignored in the face of the temptation to regain his power. His body grew rapidly. A mere palm-sized ball of eternal fire allowed him to grow to over 100 meters tall, and he was still growing. Not enough. It's still a bit lacking. Aaron was not satisfied with Surtur's growth rate, and another ball of eternal fire appeared in his hand, which he threw onto Surtur's crown. Heimdall, witnessing the scene from the Rainbow Bridge, was immediately shocked. Aaron, the father of the gods, has betrayed his country. Having just finished disciplining Thor, Odin, in a great mood, was about to head back to his palace. Upon hearing Heimdall's urgent call, he disregarded his doubts and immediately activated the dark energy teleportation, carrying Thor to the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, what happened? The father of the gods, Aaron, went to Muspelheim and gave the eternal flame to Surtur. Now that fire demon is rapidly regaining its power. Heimdall directly shared his vision with Odin and Thor. My god, this thing is bigger than I imagined. Thor looked at the mountain peak beside Surtur that reached his waist, and thinking of his own tiny body, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Just how big is this thing? Heimdall gave the answer directly. 4,351 meters. He's still growing. Thor secretly gestured to show the difference in their physical strength. He wondered if he could even budge such a terrifying monster. His lightning, it seems it can't destroy a mountain, can it? Odin frowned. Father of the gods, we can no longer wait. Once Surtur has fully regained his power, he will lead the fire giants and threaten Asgard. Please allow me to immediately activate the Rainbow Bridge and utterly destroy Muspelheim. Heimdall did not want to destroy the stars. But if the planet is too evil, he would not hesitate to become the executioner for the sake of Asgard. Wait a little longer, Aaron is still there. Odin shook his head. Heimdall cried out urgently, but Aaron, the father of the gods, has already betrayed the country. I saw with my own eyes him hand over the eternal flame to Surtur. Odin remained silent, gripping the spear of eternity tightly in his hand. Thor didn't say anything either, just staring blankly at Aaron and Surtur. He wondered if he could truly be a qualified king. Father, how exactly did you defeat that great monster back then? Odin seemed to recall unpleasant memories, shaking his head and saying, Thor, because Asgard stands behind me. You mean, unity? No, I mean, I had no choice but to defeat him. Surtur was arguably the most powerful of the many enemies Odin defeated. In order to defeat Surtur, Asgard at its peak paid a heavy price. But now, Surtur has revived. Aaron, what do you want to do? Odin looked at Aaron with a puzzled expression. At this time, Aaron finally nodded in satisfaction. That's about enough. It's time to harvest. Asgardian, you are too arrogant. Surtur grew bigger and became a fly. Aaron, this strange Asgardian, would return the eternal flame to him, which surprised him greatly. But this did not quell Surtur's hatred for the Asgardians. I am now invincible. As a token of my gratitude, I will grant you death. Surtur wielded the Twilight Sword, which was thousands of meters high, and with a force of more than 1 billion gene, he smoothly sliced through a nearby mountain. It carries the overwhelming demonic power of a supervolcano erupting in fury, as if it had been accumulating energy for hundreds of millions of years. The scalding lava fell as raindrops, melting the ice and turning the earth into a vast expanse of lava. His roar was deafening, like thunder, and in an instant it shattered the sky and tore apart the boundless black clouds. But Aaron remained unmoved. Give me death? You are not worthy. Absolute zero. Aaron silently chanted in his heart, and the unique power of the ancient icebox erupted instantly at this moment. The once crumbling, icy, and snowy landscape solidified once more. The thousands of meters tall Surtur had no time to react before it was frozen by an absolute zero force erupting from Aaron's body. The Twilight Sword, as imposing as a mountain, was frozen in midair, unable to fall. Even though Surtur possesses the power to destroy stars, he cannot break through the power to freeze space-time for the time being. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Eren instantly appeared thousands of meters high, standing on Surtur's crown and placing his hand on it. Melted. The primordial furnace, like a black hole, spun rapidly. Surtur, unable to move, had no way to escape its attacks. Soon, half of the eternal crown, which was larger than a house, was melted down, and even a large chunk of Surtur's body disappeared. The power of the eternal flame is actually resisting the power of absolute zero. Eren frowned. Surtur, combined with the eternal flame, was indeed not to be underestimated. Although he only used a small portion of his energy to unleash absolute zero, Surtur was able to slowly resist the power of ice by relying on the energy continuously released by the eternal flame. Perhaps if we wait a few more minutes, Surtur will be able to break free. That's true. The eternal flame and the box of ice are artifacts of equal caliber, and they counter each other. Using only a portion of the ice power to kill Surtur is simply unrealistic. In that case, let's call it a day. Eren withdrew his hand, and then a more powerful force gathered in his hand. With a gentle slap of his right hand, the space around Surtur's remaining body instantly collapsed inwards. In the blink of an eye, a black hole hundreds of meters in diameter took shape, greedily and unrestrainedly absorbing everything around it. The surrounding ground was torn off by the force of spatial rifts, and the broken mountain peaks were also shattered by space. The force known as gravity bound the roaring Surtur. He struggled for only a few seconds, and along with the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters, a huge semicircular abyss was formed. Surtur, the eternal flame, and his eternal crown have all been utterly destroyed by space. Nothing remains. Eren then began to summarize his gains. Gigantification, eternal Surtur full version with a continuous supply of eternal energy. You will be able to infinitely grow into wood, and your strength will increase exponentially. The exact size depends on the amount of energy. Power of the Flame Giant, Titan, King. Similar abilities have been detected fused. Frost Giant Bloodline, Stone Giant Bloodline. You have gained the inherited power of the giant race, Primordial Giant Power, Remnant, further enhancing your physical strength and resistance to magical energy. You can now freely manipulate the power of ice, fire, and earth. The power of the original Titan? Could it be the power of Ymir, the first Titan? Eren was somewhat surprised. The forces of ice and fire, which were mutually repulsive, were strangely fused together, and there was also the bloodline of the stone giant that he had previously fused with. Perhaps the data on the bloodlines of the frost giants and stone giants is insufficient, resulting in an incomplete chronicle of the primordial giants. Eren fell into thought, vaguely sensing that the earth was providing him with a continuous source of energy. This must be the power that comes from the stone giant. If he could fuse more titans, could he perfect the power of the original titan, thus adding another source of energy? Then his growth rate will increase rapidly. I'll give it a try if I have the chance, or I should also go see Lao Fei. Eren made up his mind. Loki's bloodline as the Frost Giant King is too rare. He's practically malnourished. As Surtur is a member of the Fire Giant race, this data is certainly quite comprehensive. The final stone giant, however, is a bit troublesome. As far as he knew, stone giants existed in Vanaheim, but in small numbers, and he had never heard of the king of the stone giants. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Things will work themselves out. Who knows, there might be other giants among them. He casually manipulated dark energy to open a spatial teleportation channel and returned to Asgard. As soon as I got back, I saw Sif leaning against the bed. Then a fire rose up inside his body. Eren's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the influence of Surtur's hatred for Asgard? He would never admit that this was his idea to experiment with new abilities. Sif, do you want to experience double the pleasure? Sif looked completely bewildered. In an instant, Eren shared his tactile sensations with Sif. This is Heimdall's ability to share senses. After gaining this ability, Eren wondered if he could let his partner experience the thrill of two people during certain special sports. Eren, who is ranked 5.5 as the smartest person on Earth and loves practical experience, naturally couldn't wait to seek out Sif for an experience. The moment his hand touched Sif, she immediately felt something different. The advantages of being soft. Wow, it's so warm and fulfilling. Oh no. On the other side, the three people on the rainbow bridge fell silent at the same time. I didn't see wrong, did I? Eren killed Surtur? His power could probably destroy Asgard in an instant. Thor was referring to the main city of Asgard. Eren's move could wipe out most of the Asgardians. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Eren flew into the air and did that. It's likely that everything he knows will be gone. That's the power of space. Odin's expression was solemn. Faced with the power of that black hole, even he might not be able to withstand it longer than Surtur. No, he couldn't possibly have survived. Unless he can get out of the way beforehand. This is something that the physical body alone cannot withstand. Only a more terrifying force can break free from the power of space. However, Eren's spatial collapse, although not large in scale, was so condensed that it caused the destructive power of the central area to increase exponentially. This black hole, only a few hundred meters in diameter, is so large that even if Odin and Thor were filled into it, it might not be able to be blocked. And even if you manage to avoid the black hole, can you really avoid the icy current? It should be noted that even Surtur, who absorbed the eternal flame, was unable to break free of the seal for a time. Odin was deep in thought when he suddenly awoke. He realized that the power Eren possessed had surpassed his own as the Heavenly Father God King. If he so desired, Asgard would vomit at the mere thought of it. What's even more terrifying is that he doesn't know whether Eren is using his own power or simply the power of the armor, the father of the gods. Muspelheim. After a long silence, Heimdall came to his senses. His golden eyes swept over the fire giants who had destroyed the royal court and suffered millions of casualties, especially the extremely regular abyssal hemisphere. He hesitated quite a bit when he spoke. This is probably the most brutal war since the war against the Dark Elves. The Fire Giant King was killed without a burial place, and the Fire Demon and Fire Dragon suffered heavy losses as well. That's absolutely brutal. The Fire Giants were truly on the verge of extinction. Until tomorrow, Eren wasn't one of us Asgardians, was he? Odin composed himself and pondered for a moment. Announce everything that has happened here to the 9 realms. Because Surtur arbitrarily broke the agreement, therefore, the great son of Bor, the Vice King of Asgard, the Lord of Storms, the Master of Flames, the Ripper of Space, the Master of Ice, the Watcher of all things, the Celestials, the Destroyer of Muspelheim, and the King of the Crystal Palace, Eren, returns the eternal flame to its rightful owner and slaughters the eternal Surtur in the royal court. Odin spoke expressionlessly. Thor was filled with fervor. What glory! What valor! With so many noble and powerful titles bestowed upon one person, there is no doubt that Eren is the greatest being after Odin. That was Surtur at its peak, surrounded by countless fire demons and fire dragons. But Eren killed him with overwhelming force while they were just chatting. Such a magnificent feat deserves to be celebrated for eternity. He could already imagine the stories that would be told by bards at various banquets and taverns in the future. Thor was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But he understood that this was the glory Eren deserved. If it were Thor himself, he wouldn't have the slightest confidence in defeating the eternal Surtur, who could effortlessly cleave mountains and rivers, and whose roar shook the heavens. But that doesn't stop Thor from being proud of Eren. Because Eren is his uncle. Father, Zeus, I'm sorry, but from now on, the person I admire most will probably be Eren. Thor, overjoyed, told his companions everything that had happened in Muspelheim. At the same time, we should go to the tavern and let everyone know about Eren's great feat. This is nothing like Vostag killing a few beasts or Van Wall fighting a dozen Nornheim enemies alone. Ladies and gentlemen, you're probably going to have a sleepless night. Heimdall was responsible for delivering the notice to Nidavellir, Alfheim, Nornheim, and Rhea. Of course, there is also one of the most important places, the frost giant Laufey in Jotunheim. Upon hearing this, Loki took full responsibility and decided to handle the matter personally. After all, that was his real father, even though Loki didn't acknowledge him and even wanted to kill his own father to prove his love for Asgard. Loki created a replica of the projection and traveled alone to Jotunheim. This is related to Uncle Eren's celebration, so naturally he wants to make sure it's done perfectly. Original. Laufey was not impressed by Loki's arrival. Even though he knew that Loki was also a frost giant and one of his own abandoned children, he still did not consider him one of his own. If you want me to attend that ridiculous feast of the gods, then you can get lost. I will absolutely not go to Asgard, absolutely not. I'd rather die than do that. Loki smiled confidently. Laufey burst out laughing upon hearing this. Look around, this is Jotunheim. Loki raised his head arrogantly, is that so? But in my uncle's eyes, you are nothing but a bunch of bones in a grave. Loki, you've gone too far. Do you think you're Odin? Just as Laufey was about to say something, Loki raised his hand and cast a projection spell. Surtur's terrifying titan form instantly attracted the attention of all the frost giants. Laufey, in particular, was instantly filled with suspicion and uncertainty upon seeing Surtur's appearance. The eternal flame of Surtur. Yes, my uncle returned the eternal flame to Surtur. This is Asgard's way of showing goodwill, Loki smiled. Laufey's expression hardened slightly as he watched Aaron press a torch against Surtur's face in the video, his eyes twitching slightly. You're telling me this is sincerity? Who shows sincerity by slapping someone in the face like that? Laufey exposes Loki's lies. At least Surtur has regained his power, which is true. It must be admitted that even with the frozen box, he would still find it difficult to contend with the eternal Surtur. He was not the progenitor of the frost giants. His bloodline was incomplete. His ability to grow to gigantic size alone was far inferior to Surtur's. Moreover, he was unable to absorb the power of the icebox to strengthen himself, which meant he was already a level below Surtur. You Asgardians are truly courting death, daring to hand over the eternal flame to Surtur. Does Odin intend to eliminate a troublesome obstacle for you before he dies? Laufey sneered. He knew Odin was about to die, and he waited patiently. The day Odin died was the day the frost giants stormed Asgard. He didn't take either Thor, the heir, or Loki seriously. Even without the box of ice, Laufey was confident he could defeat Asgard, which was complacent with its past glory, lax in its preparations, and weakened in its fighting power. Look at this. A battle that should have been resolved in a few days, yet they're spending a month eating, drinking, and celebrating. Every year it's the same localized peacekeeping wars, just dealing with a few minor players, yet they're still bragging about it for years. How could such an Asgardian stand against the frost giants who lived in the harsh lands, harboring deep hatred and honing their martial arts skills day after day? What he had to do was outlive Odin. Until Laufey suddenly stood up. He saw. Aaron instantly froze Surtur. Even the flames of that eternal fire cannot melt the extreme cold. He saw. Aaron came to Surtur's head and devoured him with strange spatial power. He saw. Aaron raised his hand and created a black hole, annihilating Surtur into nothingness. Then, on the land of Muspelheim, a bottomless sphere was left behind. The fire giants suffered heavy casualties. The eternal Surtur has vanished without a trace. Aaron, however, left the battlefield unharmed. Loki, what are you trying to do? Try to deceive the frost giant with ridiculous magic. What, is this all Asgard has left? Laufey outwardly smiled coldly, but his hands, hidden behind his back, clenched tightly, revealing his inner turmoil. 014601323123313401. The frost giants surrounding Loki watched as the towering Surtur vanished like a bubble amidst thunderous, desperate howls. These ice demons were filled with genuine fear. Especially when looking at the man in the picture, he vaguely overlaps with Odin. No, he is 100 times more terrifying than Odin. The frost giants looked at each other, then simultaneously turned to Laufey, gesturing wildly and muttering something under their breath. It's as if it's saying, Surtur, that huge creature, lasted 3 seconds. How long can our tiny leader last? Half a second. Laufey, his face dark, strode down to the stage. Not much taller than Loki. Loki smiled faintly. I believe that the mighty Frost Kingdom has the ability to verify whether it is true. I'm putting my words right here. Tomorrow is the celebration of my dearest Uncle Aaron's return home. Every living person in the 9 kingdoms must come to witness this event. Luffy, my uncle, is very kind and reasonable. He will never pay special attention to who attends the ceremony or who gives a gift, but he will definitely remember who didn't attend, understand? Loki was laughing, and Laufey really wanted to punch him to show him what fatherly care was. But Laufey tolerated it. After all, Loki has his blood flowing through his veins. Even after living in Asgard for 1,000 years, the kinship born deep in one's bloodline cannot be erased. As a father, Laufey felt it necessary to make up for the long-overdue care and love. For Loki's sake, he could actually attend the triumphant Asgardian ceremony. No matter what, we are all part of the World Tree community, and we have been one family since ancient times, so we should live in harmony. As the saying goes, a loving family is just like this. Loki, go back and tell Odin that tomorrow. I will come. Laufey gritted his teeth and said the most insincere words. There was nothing that could be done. Odin was old, and so was he. 22-year-old Eren possesses boundless potential and unfathomable strength. He could outlive Odin, but he could never outlive Eren. If he doesn't back down today, Eren will make sure that the Frost Giants have nowhere to retreat tomorrow. Muspelheim's present is their Jotunheim's future. Laufey took a deep breath, sitting on the throne in a daze, not even realizing when the smug Loki had left. The image of the ruthless erasure of millions of fire giants and the eternal Surtur still echoes in my mind. Laufey couldn't help but look up and roar. We are about to outlive a tyrannical king, only to be ushered in an even more tyrannical one. By the ancestor of giants, this is not fair. The next day, Eren, who was focused on washing clothes, looked down at Sif and shook his head with a sigh. Sif, you are a blessed Valkyrie. Last night's performance in battle was a disgrace to the Imperial Physician Valkyrie. As it turns out, the effect of doubling the sensory experience was somewhat terrifying. Despite her exceptional physical abilities and formidable fighting prowess, Sif, a Valkyrie, ultimately became the second Felicia. He hasn't even used his real skills yet. Sifnin dared not refute, yes, I'm sorry. Sif felt wronged because she had heard other women say that the men were all lacking in skill and were no match for them. But why did things turn out completely differently when facing Eren? She completely abandoned all the glory of being a Valkyrie. Fortunately, all the Valkyries have disappeared. If even one of them were still alive, wouldn't they humiliate her to the fullest extent of their power upon learning of her current situation? Fine, you can try harder next time. Now, your punishment is to wash it clean for me. Asgard's technology is top-notch. Even cleaning up dirt has an automatic mode. Although she seemed quite inexperienced, Eren believed that with more instruction, she could gain enough experience to master more skillful combat techniques. Then Eren will have an experienced Valkyrie warrior to ride and fight for him, etc. Sif suddenly widened her eyes. She felt like her whole body didn't belong to her. The intense battle was hard for her to accept. In particular, Eren's Vajra was able to break through her Asgardian shield. He always manages to hit her weaknesses from the most tricky angles. Sif saw and felt places and sensations she could never have experienced before, both from her own perspective and Eren's. That's so against the rules. How can such an ability still exist in this world? Eren was slightly taken aback. He hadn't even pressed the start button, yet the washing machine was already running at high speed. It truly lives up to its Asgardian name. Wait until completely clear. After cleaning up, you can enjoy fine wine and food. He had been looking forward to the delicacies of the divine realm for a long time. Hopefully, today will satisfy him. After a while, Eren, having resolved his personal problems, and Sif, having drunk Asgardian dairy products. One wore majestic and noble imperial armor, the other wore gorgeous and graceful Asgardian robes, and they traveled together. The two rode together on a flying horse to the Golden Palace, the venue for the banquet in Asgard. Amidst the spotlight, the handsome and powerful Eren and the noble and beautiful Sif walked to the top of the red carpet with friendly smiles. Sif's steps were a little unsteady, and Eren supported her slightly to prevent her from making a mistake. And offstage, Eren saw the nearly 4-meter-tall Nidavellir dwarf King Eider, the king of the Light Elves, Laufey, Lord of Jotunheim. Besides, Eren also saw some unfamiliar countries. The 9 realms are not just 9 countries, there are also some scattered regions on the World Tree. For example, Nornheim. They also had their own lords. It is one of the direct territories of Asgard. In Thor, the Dark World, Thor quelled a rebellion here. This is because Queen Karnila of Nornheim only outwardly submitted. She was always looking for an opportunity to seek independence. Queen Karnila of Norn is a powerful and beautiful sorceress, but also a woman of great evil. She has a rare head of long black hair. Dressed in a magnificent robe, she stood out in the front row, exuding the noble aura of a mage and a queen. Moreover, she was very obedient. But Aaron knew it was all an illusion. C had told him about the countries that were coming to attend the ceremony. Among those present, I'm afraid that apart from the Vanaheim gods, the Nidavellir dwarves, and the Alfheim light elves, other nations are somewhat dissatisfied with Asgard. Nobody likes having an emperor emeritus above them. They also have the right to boss them around. This is why, after Thor shattered the Rainbow Bridge, rebellions broke out almost simultaneously in the 9 realms. Without the Rainbow Bridge, Asgard lost its ability to threaten interference in their internal affairs. And now, they came to witness the ceremony as Odin had commanded. The most important reason is Aaron. With the death of Eternal Surtur, Aaron's fame reached its zenith. After the authenticity of the victory was proven, they had no choice but to attend the ceremony, no matter how unwilling they were. Even Laufey, who was the most unwilling, was not one of them. He was expressionless at this moment, standing in the very front row. He looked up at Aaron. They looked at the man who instilled fear in them. Odin, sitting on the throne in the Golden Palace, was ignored by everyone at this moment. Odin is old. The only person they really need to focus on is Aaron. At Aaron's repeated requests, the complicated prelude was shortened to a very short one. When Odin personally draped a cloak of fine Asgardian leather over Aaron, and together they grasped the spear of eternity. In the name of the son of Bor and the current king of Asgard, I hereby declare that I will share this supreme glory with my brother Aaron. Everything I have belongs to Aaron, including my wealth, glory, and status. At this point, the entire prelude reached its climax. All the Asgardians, led by Thor and Loki, chanted Aaron's name. Among the many people from various countries watching the ceremony below, apart from a few who smiled voluntarily, most forced smiles, Luffy's smile was more like a grimace, enough to terrify any child. At this moment, everyone realized that the 9 realms had changed. Odin's words and actions were simply announcing one thing to the 9 realms. He will share the rights of being the father of the gods with Aaron. All will regard Aaron as they would Odin, for together they represent the name of the supreme Aesir and the status of rulers of the 9 realms. LOL. At this point, no one would consider it an overstepping of the bounds if Aaron were addressed by the name of the Father of the Gods or the Lord of Asgard. What's even more terrifying is that Aaron is younger, more powerful, and more unfathomable. Future 9 realms. They will tremble in fear under Asgard's rule for another 5,000 years. No, Aaron also possesses divine blood, so he might live even longer, perhaps even until the destruction of the universe. Thinking about this, many countries felt their future was bleak and they saw no hope at all. Queen Karnira of Norn pursed her lips as she watched Aaron on the stage, who exuded the unbridled power of the Heavenly Father and radiated an aura of confidence. She was lost in confusion. At this moment, she noticed Aaron's scrutinizing gaze. Karnila forced a smile, met Aaron's gaze, and slowly nodded. She noticed Sif, who was standing beside Aaron, and then looked at Thor thoughtfully. Your Majesty Aaron, the great king of the gods, on behalf of all the light spirits of Alfheim, I extend to you our sincerest blessings and greetings. A middle-aged man with long blonde hair, pointed ears, and a tall, upright figure walked up carrying a glass of fine wine and greeted Aaron respectfully. Loki, who had been following Aaron and Sif like a loyal lackey, immediately whispered, Uncle, this is the king of the Light Elves, the master of Alfheim. Aaron nodded slightly upon hearing this. Thank you for your blessing. He took a sip of the wine and then prepared to leave with Sif. Upon seeing this, the king of Light Elves quickly said, Wait, your majesty. I heard from King Odin that you've recently been keen on learning more new magic. Huh? Aaron wondered. Had he said that? Although the Light Elf was indeed very skilled in magic, having the magic treasury of Loki and Odin, he wasn't in such a hurry to refine the magical properties. Ahem, I have a daughter. Her name is Savannah, and she perfectly inherited all the virtues of the Light Elf race. He glanced at Sif instinctively, and seeing that she still had a sweet smile on her face, he quickly added a sentence. What I mean is, the advantages of magic. She has been so engrossed in magical research that she has been oblivious to the world's affairs. Recently, She heard that a king in Asgard has appeared who possesses great magical power and is pursuing the future of magic. So she hopes to discuss magical knowledge with you. Aaron instantly understood. Could this be the handmaid Odin found for him? That was incredibly fast. The first one to arrive was a princess of a country. Although we don't know what Savannah looks like yet, just looking at her father-in-law, he's definitely not bad-looking. After all, no matter which universe it is, there are no ugly spirits of light. The king seemed somewhat uneasy, especially when facing Sif. He was very awkward. Aaron said there was absolutely nothing to worry about. He didn't know about the others, but as for himself, he was absolutely certain he wouldn't have any problems. What? Sif says no? Then try it out first. Vibration plus temperature control plus perfect muscle control plus super speed plus sensory sharing. If you can last more than 5 minutes, you're really good. Before Aaron could speak, Sif exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful. Where's Savannah? I can't wait to see her." Thank goodness, at least there's someone. Cough cough. Sif realized what was happening and quickly shut up. I almost said something inappropriate. But there was nothing she could do. She had utterly disgraced the Valkyrie and truly lacked the confidence to stand up for herself. It would be wonderful if someone could help her. Savannah could tell from her voice that she was a woman focused on magic. She probably believed Savannah was far less skilled than herself. The King of Light and Loki both looked at Sif with surprise, whose smile seemed genuine. Seriously? You're not bothered at all? Loki thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, no wonder he's my uncle, so incredibly capable in every way. He tamed Asgard's wildest horse in just one day. A true role model for us all. The King of Light hesitated for a moment, then waved to the distance. Soon, a delicate girl with a white, gorgeous court dress, shiny blonde hair, and fair skin walked out from the crowd, looking somewhat shy. Beside her was a woman in a green dress, with an equally amazing figure and a rather athletic appearance. The latter appears to be Savannah's bodyguard. "This is my daughter, Savannah. This is Nina, Savannah's personal bodyguard, who is an expert archer." The Elf King introduced the two men to Aaron. "Hello." Savannah blushed as she glanced at Aaron, then immediately lowered her head. Yes, she is indeed very shy and seems to have little contact with outsiders. Nina smiled and nodded at Aaron, her eyes filled with curiosity and respect. Sif, pulling the light and frail Savannah along, nodded with satisfaction. When she saw Nina, who had a good figure but was clearly stronger, she was even more satisfied. This sprite should be able to take on more of the firepower, right? "Aaron, I'll take Savannah and Nina for a chat first," Sif said, seeking Aaron's approval. Aaron naturally agreed. "Alfheim is a beautiful and peaceful place, and I think it will remain peaceful forever." Aaron casually made a promise to the other party. The Elf King immediately smiled and replied, "With your Majesty's protection, on behalf of the elves of Alfheim, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you." This one sentence is enough to ensure that Alfheim is not invaded by outsiders and that no one will interfere in its internal affairs. The spirits of light excessively advocate peace. Despite their considerable magical abilities, their lack of military training over the years rendered them utterly incapable of effectively resisting the evil invaders. If it weren't for Asgard's protection, the Dark Elves would have wiped out these traitors first. With Aaron's promise, those ambitious individuals will have to carefully consider whether they are capable of withstanding the wrath of the most powerful god in history before the Spirit of Light. In a way, Aaron could be considered Alfheim's son-in-law. You can't just stand by and watch your father-in-law get stabbed in the back, can you? Aaron and the King of Light exchanged a glance, both quite satisfied. After drinking another small cup, the king wisely took his leave. Loki continued to introduce Aaron to guests from other countries. Wow, is he the ice demon from the story who eats children? Oh my god, is he going to eat me? A child hiding behind Vostag peeked out with one eye and looked at Laohu in the distance. Laufey was taken aback when she heard this, looked over, and revealed a terrifying smile. The child was so frightened that he quickly shrank back. Volstagg, who was holding a large wine glass and telling everyone another version of Aaron's glorious victory over Surtur, immediately looked over warily. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. The ice demon won't dare to eat my little cutie." Vostagg held the child and comforted him. Seeing the wary and fearful looks the Asgardians gave him, Lao Fei smiled silently. A bunch of annoying cowards. However, that's exactly what he thought. Uncle, this is Lao Fei, the Frost Giant King. He originally didn't want to attend your ceremony, but I persuaded him with reason and emotion, and he reluctantly came. Huh. Jotunheim is the only guest here without a gift? Lao Fei, who was swaggering towards the Asgardians, suddenly shuddered and slowly turned around. 014601323123323271. Looking at Aaron's scrutinizing gaze and Loki's constant embellishment, his heart sank. Lao Fei roared inwardly, then forced an ugly smile. Your Majesty Aaron, greetings. This is a gift I present on behalf of the Frost clan. It is an ice dagger left behind by the Frost progenitor giant. Please accept it. We also have several Frost behemoth cubs prepared. If you are interested, please let Heimdall know at any time, and we will present them to you immediately. As he spoke, Lao Fei glared at Loki, that damned, unfilial son. Seeing this, Loki became even more smug. Oh right, the Frost Giants recently made some threats against us, saying they'd give Asgard what it wanted. Let me think, it seems they meant war. The camaraderie of soldiers. Laufey's smile became even more unsightly. Loki has my blood flowing through his veins, and he is the second prince of Asgard. He is the symbol of the friendship between the Frost Giants and Asgard, and the bond between the two races for peace and good relations. Odin. The Allfather has always hoped for peaceful coexistence between the two races, so I believe that Jotunheim is fully capable of achieving peace and lasting friendship with Asgard. Lao Fei was speaking against his conscience when he could vaguely hear the hissing and laughter of Vostag and the others in the distance. Damn it, I've become the kind of person I hate. Loki wanted to say something else. Aaron stopped him from continuing. I've heard that you are extremely skilled in ice magic. I happen to know some myself, and I'll visit you sometime and ask for your guidance. What? Don't come any closer. Lao Fei felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of Aaron freezing Surtur into a sculpture at his peak and turning Muspelheim into an icy planet. We are not good at ice magic, especially in front of you, the Master of Ice. We have no right to say such things. Your Majesty Aaron, you are the true god of ice, surpassing our own race. We sincerely hope and look forward to you ruling Asgard and the Nine Realms. These words even made Loki look over. Who says Lao Fei only knows how to fight and kill? That's quite a statement, isn't it? At least for this moment, Lao Fei actually resembles me a bit. He's got some ambition. Loki thought to himself. Aaron was quite surprised, but he didn't continue talking to the other person and instead looked in another direction. A tall, alluring woman dressed in a purple royal court robe approached gracefully, carrying a cup of purple wine. Aaron immediately abandoned the ugly Lao Fei and went up to her. Loki glanced at Lao Fei, who was breathing a sigh of relief, and quickly followed. Seeing this, Lao Fei cursed him inwardly as a lackey. How could he have given birth to such an idiot? Of course, all of this was just wishful thinking. Peichi and Aaron seemed to have a pretty good relationship. We absolutely cannot afford to suffer such a loss. If someone were to whisper in Aaron's ear afterward, the distant Jotunheim would probably feel even colder. Oh no, it's also possible that the temperature could spike to thousands or tens of thousands of degrees in an instant, causing it to evaporate on the spot. He suspected that Aaron might not show mercy like Odin, and if he angered Aaron, the Bifrost would truly turn into a planet-destroying cannon. Uncle, this is Queen Karnilla of Nornheim, who is also a great mage second only to me. However, Asgard does not recognize her self-proclaimed title of Queen of Norn, which has made Karnilla quite unhappy with us. Loki quickly explained the closeness of their relationship. This time, Loki didn't embellish the story. His eyesight is quite good. Lao Fei said it, and that's that. Looking at the entire Frost Giant race, apart from him, there isn't a single one worth mentioning. It's as ugly as can be, utterly unsightly. But things are different now. The Nornheims are a race similar to those of Asgard and Vanaheim, with comparable physical abilities and a high level of magical development. There is even the famous Norn Three Goddesses. Even Odin highly praised it. Especially this woman in front of him, who calls herself the Queen of Norn, is said to be the most beautiful woman in Nornheim, and her magic is so amazing that it can be compared with Odin. He doesn't comment on appearance because he's not interested in women. Beauty doesn't matter to him. As for magic, he is the #1 mage in the 9 realms. Greetings, your majesty Aaron, the newly appointed king of the gods. As soon as she approached, Carnila smiled sweetly, her lips slightly parted. I am Carnila from Nornheim, and it is a pleasure to meet you here. Karnai stretched out his hand. Aaron squeezed, and suddenly his palm was hooked by a finger. This woman. Carnila's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smile. Your Majesty, are you all alone? Today is your day of glory, I think everyone. One might think that a great hero should have a beautiful woman by his side at all times. Loki was shocked. Good heavens, was this a blatant attempt to poach his partner? Wait, wasn't she just insulting me? Am I not human? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Carnila, you mean? Carnila slowly stepped forward and took Aaron's arm. Great hero, may I have the honor of being your companion for the next day and night? 11. She emphasized the last word. It even winked mischievously. Sif, come quick. If you don't come soon, your uncle will be snatched away by that wicked woman next door. Loki was so anxious that he wanted to use magic to remind Sif. When he tried to use his magic, he was horrified to find that it was ineffective. He glanced at Carnila's meaningful yet dangerous gaze, which seemed to sweep over him unintentionally, and alarm bells immediately went off in his mind. This woman subtly interfered with my magic. I'm sorry, Sif, I've done my best. This was your own choice to give up your spot. Letting another woman have it for one night should be all right, right? Loki, of course, wouldn't bring the matter to light. After all, he was the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. The magic failed? That doesn't exist. He simply didn't want to disturb his uncle's good time, seeing that Aaron hadn't stopped him. Loki remained silent. Aaron had already sensed the other party's utter sincerity and enthusiasm. A broad mind and a feeling of being fully satisfied. All natural, rich, and generous. She was dressed conservatively, but her natural beauty, even when shrouded in this extraordinary purple dress, still made people want to explore its depths. Aaron readily accepted. I think this represents the unbreakable friendship between Asgard and Nornheim, he said meaningfully. Carnila's body stiffened slightly as his arm moved slightly. It's vibrating. This feeling. Carnila bit her lip, trying to suppress the tingling sensation, and smiled sweetly. Your Majesty is right. Nornheim is honored to have a stronger, younger, and more powerful king to lead and assist her. After all, Nornheim is not a fertile field waiting to be developed. Moreover, there dwell the 3 Norn goddesses, who hold sway over destiny and possess beautiful faces. Before I left, they spoke of your majestic figure and radiance to me many times. Mingweilai, I have the utmost respect for you. I believe His Majesty will be very interested. Carnila said this with a pointed remark. Good news from Zhao. Aaron nodded repeatedly. I've always heard that Nornheim is quite wealthy and generous, and everyone who goes there to experience its scenery lingers there, perhaps. I have at least an afternoon to explore that beautiful and bountiful place. Carnila paused slightly, then asked, where? She looked at the bustling banquet center, where people were coming and going. It's only noon, and we still have to attend more social events this afternoon, right? Carnila was a little flustered. She hadn't received any assurances from Aaron yet. As the Queen of Norn, she paid close attention to Asgard and naturally knew that Sif was almost universally considered Thor's future wife and future Queen of the Heavens. However, after Aaron arrived, Odin immediately pushed Hillary into Aaron's arms. 014601323123323271. After learning that Aaron also possessed divine blood and might have an infinite lifespan, Carnila then abandoned the idea of confrontation and instead thought of winning Aaron over. What you, Odin, can give, we can give too. We also have 3 goddesses who control destiny, and I believe no one would refuse to glimpse their own future. If they can win Aaron over and make him the king of Nornheim, then they will be completely free from Asgard's control and may even have a chance to truly rise to power. Even if that doesn't work, it would be better to settle for second best and become Aaron's lover or woman, allowing Nornheim to pursue true independence. Just as Frigga became Odin's wife, Vanaheim was still able to maintain its autonomy. Why can't she do Nornheim? But she was indeed prepared to give her first time. But what she originally planned was for the 2 of them to have a good chat in the afternoon and then consider the important matters in the evening. Queen Carnila, don't you have time this afternoon? Erin's warm breath pattered against her neck. Carnilla put on a gentle smile again. Of course. I have time. I was thinking, we could go over there and have a duet? She gave Loki a warning look to get lost, then pressed herself against Erin and pulled him away. On stage, the two sat ear to ear, laughing and chatting. Sometime later, the two quietly left. Comments. Carnilla was a proud woman. She looked down on everyone and believed that no man was good enough for her. Her magical abilities are quite high, even more powerful than Loki's. In some aspects, it can even rival Odin. In addition, he possessed a physique that was in no way inferior to that of an Asgardian. The combination of these two factors made her the most powerful being in Nornheim and successfully made her the Norn Queen, leading the resistance against Asgard. Erin was the first person she had taken a liking to in all these years. His genes are perfect, and his strength is considerable. So Carnilla decided to conquer him. However, while fantasies are beautiful, reality is cruel. Erin immediately used sensory sharing. Even the most inexperienced novice can quickly improve their driving skills through sensory sharing and soon become an experienced driver. After repeated practice, one can master the perfect force and direction. In modern urban society, a novice driver, by associating with an experienced driver, can master driving skills that would normally take months to acquire in just a few hours, even surpassing the original driver and reaching a perfect state. The state of a sage. That is precisely why Carnilla, who strives for perfection, ends up being even more pathetic. However, while Erin activated the autopilot, he also melted down the transparent engine oil. Encyclopedia of Magic. Carnilla, you have mastered the magical properties of alchemy, teleportation, interdimensional teleportation, instantaneous movement, object penetration, and magical shields. Magic gift. You can enhance your physical and sensory abilities by infusing energy, yourself or others, thereby gaining different forms of superpowers and unleashing energy attacks and creating energy shields. Good. Erin was full of praise. Carnilla thought Erin was satisfied with his movements, so he worked even harder, studying and practicing them diligently. She strives to share her senses, perceiving both her own feelings and Erin's feelings, trying her best to ensure that both of them are at a common high point, and quickly accumulating various kinds of knowledge. Suddenly, Erin suddenly infused him with magical energy, a magical blessing that could enhance his sensitivity in certain areas, making it easier for him to grasp the essence of things. Carnilla suddenly felt that her senses had become even more acute. It has increased at least 5-fold. Oh no! Carnilla collapsed on the spot. Sif, aren't you really going to go find your uncle? That woman from Nornheim has already taken him away. If she succeeds in her plan and lures her uncle away, Asgard will become the biggest joke. Loki, who had been keeping a close eye on Erin and Carnilla, immediately went to Sif. However, Sif looked puzzled and asked, I remember. Carnilla was a pure mage. Loki nodded. Is she as good as me? I mean, in terms of physical strength. Absolutely impossible. You are the most powerful female warrior in Asgard. Loki said, puzzled. Sif smiled mysteriously. Keep an eye on the time. I bet Erin will show up in an hour. Loki? Sif remained perfectly calm, showing no sign of panic. She wanted to laugh after hearing Loki's brief description. A mere female mage dares to face Erin alone. She's utterly ignorant of her own limitations. And she's even being so proactive. She knew all too well just how terrifying Erin was in his blood rage state. According to Erin, Carnilla probably wouldn't last a single Felicia unit of time. That's it? Who can you possibly kidnap? Thinking of this, Sif's expression suddenly turned strange. I think it won't be long before we can completely conquer Nornheim. Thor, who had just walked over, heard this and, as if triggering a key phrase, immediately moved closer. Uncle is preparing for a full-scale war against Nornheim? When? How many troops? I am willing to be the vanguard, to fight for Asgard and to destroy Norn. Sif's expression became even stranger. For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit tired of Thor's reckless behavior of constantly launching massive military offensives. This time, we can win the battle without firing a single shot. Thor and Loki were both dumbfounded. How can we take Nornheim without mobilizing an army? And expect them to remain subservient forever? Especially Thor. Please forgive him for not being able to understand that scene. How can one perfectly conquer a country without war? Hearing this, Thor asked in confusion, what method is it? Persuade. Sif didn't say anything, but gave a mysterious smile, and then pulled Savannah and Na, who had voluntarily left the pilot site, away. Conquering a country doesn't always require defeating their army. Conquering one person is enough. Loki understood some things, but also didn't quite understand others. He shook his head. He couldn't understand. Is everything really okay? Loki glanced at the time and silently started counting down in his mind. Just 50 minutes later, Aaron returned to the scene, looking full of energy. Loki was even more puzzled. However, nobody cared what he was thinking. After Aaron returned, he found Sif. Sif smiled mysteriously. Aaron, between the fertile fields of Nornheim and the beautiful scenery of Asgard, which is more memorable? Seed BC. Aaron glared at Sif, then looked at Savannah, who was curiously listening to their conversation, and pondered for a moment. Nornheim's fields are quite fertile and abundant, with babbling brooks and lush forests, especially the mountain peaks, which possess a unique and beautiful charm. Sif's smile faded, and she looked down at herself. Damn it, she'd lost this one. However, Aaron added, Asgard's scenery is also quite beautiful. Although the forests are not very lush, they are well organized. It's just that the streams sometimes overflow, making the fields smoother and more compact after being irrigated, allowing for the planting of more seeds. Although the mountain peak is not as high as Nornheim's, it is quite beautiful. Overall, the scenery in Asgard and Nornheim is equally breathtaking. Sif smiled with delight. Princess Savannah, the light elf princess, and Nina, the female elf guard standing to the side, both felt that this description was a bit strange. Is it a good thing for streams to overflow and cause floods? Who would think so? As elves, they're extremely skilled at farming. They can tell at a glance whether a field is good or not. Anyway, the fields in Asgard are definitely not as good as those in Nornheim. Savannah didn't dare say such things. Sif was very kind to her. Savannah said cautiously, Your Majesty Aaron. Just call me Aaron, there's no need to be so formal. Aaron gestured to her that she didn't need to worry about those formalities. Sif also said, we agreed to call each other sisters, so what should you call me? Savannah's lips moved slightly after hearing this, but her voice was barely audible as she said, sister, brother-in-law? Aaron secretly gave Sif a thumbs up after hearing this. That's a good way to address me. Now that you and Sif have become sisters, you're practically my sister-in-law, so you can call me that when we're out in public. Savannah nodded after hearing this, her face flushed. The thought of having a super powerful hero god king as her brother-in-law made her head spin. Nina, Savannah's bodyguard, couldn't help but feel envious upon hearing this. Everyone says that Ren will be the most powerful being in the history of Asgard, and even the Nine Realms. Even Surtur at his peak was easily defeated by him. Moreover, his youth and good looks instantly made him the subject of everyone's discussion. In addition, the Elf King constantly instilled in him a perfect image of Aaron. Who doesn't admire? By the way, what did you just say? Aaron asked. Savannah, still speaking softly, said, brother-in-law that. Asgard is incredibly beautiful, and Nornheim is equally stunning, actually. She mustered her courage and looked directly at Aaron. Actually, Alfheim's scenery is just as beautiful. The forests are even more lush, the streams even gentler, and the mountains even more majestic and towering. Upon hearing this, Aaron and Sif exchanged a knowing glance and both laughed. Savannah, unconvinced and emboldened by who knows where, straightened her back, pursed her lips, and declared, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Aaron smiled and nodded, glancing at Savannah and Nina. Of course I believe you. My eyes can see the most beautiful scenery in Alfheim. What you said is true. They are beautiful, without a doubt. You must experience it properly if you have the chance. Savannah laughed when she heard this. However, she then realized that she had spoken so fiercely to a powerful god king, and her spirits dampened. It felt like I was shrinking into a ball. Nina awkwardly pulled Savannah along, saying, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, our princess is a little. I know, Quail. Well, they're a bit timid, but I believe that will change soon. Aaron walked up, patted Savannah on the shoulder, and looked down into her amber blue eyes. Brother-in-law, you should also share in my glory. From now on, you can stand tall and speak loudly with people instead of whispering like a quail. Otherwise, a coward like you, everyone would want to bully you. Savannah was even more confused, nodding blankly before realizing what was happening and saying, "No way. My father is the king, my sister is the strongest Valkyrie in the 9 realms, and my brother-in-law, you are the most powerful man, the most mighty god king. No one will bully me. And what about me? Are you going to let me bully you?" Aaron suddenly wanted to tease her. The little coward was quite amusing to tease. Savannah bit her lip, quickly glanced up at Aaron, and looking into his beautiful golden eyes, nodded subconsciously. "Sister, you can bully me. Is it a deal?" "It's a deal." Savannah nodded emphatically. Aaron laughed even harder, drawing frequent glances from those around him. Other nations in the 9 realms, including the Asgardians, were amazed to see Aaron chatting so amiably with Savannah, Nina, and the others. He secretly labeled Savannah as someone not to be trifled with. The light spirits had almost no intimidating power, but Aaron made the gods tremble. "All right, Savannah and Nina, you two will stay in Asgard from now on. However, I will be in Midgard most of the time, so you can come to Midgard to visit me and experience a different kind of life. If you have any trouble, just tell your sister, Sif, and she'll take care of it for you." Aaron stopped teasing Savannah. Teasing her occasionally wasn't good. Too much teasing can even lead to a sense of guilt. This innocent, adorable, and timid little rascal deserves to be well cared for. If you get separated from your partner while out and about, you will almost certainly be kidnapped. They're the kind of people who get sold out and still have to pay the seller for it. Aaron said something to Sif, and then Sif led him away. Savannah and Nina went sightseeing. Savannah's little face lit up with a smile. She was very happy today. Nina was also very happy. Aaron, who was merely a supporting character to the flowers, could actually call her name correctly. Moreover, the noble Valkyrie helped both of them at the same time. This sense of importance made her feel exceptionally happy, and she couldn't help but hold her head high and puff out her chest. Her perfectly slender waist, shaped by long-term training, was particularly eye-catching. Of course, others can't see it. Beautiful flowers need careful care and watering, and they need plenty of warm sunshine every day, but they may not necessarily bloom in full glory, and they may even sprout out of the wall. But the supporting grass is different. Just a sliver of light squeezed through your fingers occasionally, or a few drops of water sprinkled inadvertently, and the grass can grow even more lushly. And they were exceptionally joyful and happy. After saying goodbye to Sif and Savannah, Aaron did not stay at the banquet any longer. He disliked such occasions, even though he didn't need to flatter or fawn over others, and no matter how he responded, there were always great scholars to debate with him. They would automatically fill in the blanks in their minds and dared not say a word. But Aaron still didn't like it. After trying all the fine wines and delicacies, Aaron then left the banquet. Although he, as the main character, has left, the scene was still incredibly lively. The atmosphere didn't cool down. On the contrary, it became more relaxed and cheerful because of his departure. Even Laufey, after Aaron left, drank cup after cup for the first time ever and viciously ate chicken legs, as if he wanted to eat Asgard out of business in this way. Fandral held a barmaid in his arms, while Vostag, with his child and wife, told one story after another. Saul moved among the crowd with great ease during the banquet. Whether they were the strongest warriors, nobles, commoners, or foreign dignitaries, they all adapted very well to this environment. The Asgardians, in particular, had been living a life of unparalleled paradise, blessed with eternal technology and long lifespans since the peace treaty of Jotunheim in 965 AD, a life that was the envy of all. They lived a leisurely life. They're a paradise that other civilizations in the universe would envy. I'm falling into depravity day by day like this. Thor has made no progress in 1,000 years. Compared to when they were conquering the 9 realms, they were actually more like corrupt and decadent noble knights. They looked majestic, but in reality, they were more skilled at banquets and preferred fine wine and delicacies. Aaron glanced at it and then began to forge the so-called dagger left behind by the frost progenitor giant, which he had obtained from Laufey. Gigantification. Frost Giant King full version powered by the energy of the icebox, you will grow infinitely larger. Primordial Giant Power, Remnant, fusion of fire giant, frost giant, and stone giant, your physical attributes are further enhanced, allowing you to absorb energy more quickly from ice or fire. By absorbing energy, one gains greater control over ice, fire, and earth elements. The results were acceptable. Aaron could sense that his body cells seemed to have become more active again. The strength of each cell also increased again. Although it's only a little, for him now, every bit of improvement represents a leap in potential and a multiplier increase in strength. On average, each cell is probably equivalent to several gods. Aaron, you don't seem to like this environment? You're the star of this banquet. Don't you want to enjoy your moment of glory for even longer? Together with your people, enjoy fine wine and food, and raise a toast in celebration. Odin came from afar. He has experienced similar scenarios countless times. This is the first time that all 9 realms have celebrated together like today. But Odin had long since given up on it. He only cares about the future of Asgard now. I am a human being, not a god. Even if I had the power of a god, I would still maintain the mindset of a human being. Aaron reiterated that he was neither a god, nor the son of Bor, nor the brother of Odin. Odin nodded, indicating his understanding. You'll get used to it. We have a long life ahead of us. We always need to find something to do, right? We must learn to live as God, otherwise it would be too boring and uninteresting. Aaron nodded. What he said was true, that was indeed the case. But even if he wants to enjoy a good life, he needs to be invincible first. However, during his invincible journey, he didn't mind enjoying the scenery along the way. We must not miss any beautiful scenery. As for bad scenery, get out of here. Moreover, Aaron preferred to explore landscapes that no one else visited because those places belonged only to him. Perhaps one day, when he has reached the very top, he will return here and enjoy his retirement with them. But not now. To enjoy a godlike life, one must possess the power to fear nothing. Unfortunately, it's not here. Odin's pupils constricted. Aaron didn't spell it out clearly, but Odin vaguely guessed what he meant. Odin's eyes flickered slightly. But now the problem is solved. Ragnarok will not occur. Surtur has been torn to pieces by space and will never be able to descend upon Asgard again. He only told Frigga about this. Even Thor is unaware of this. However, Aaron was not surprised. Surtur is only one factor. The threats in the universe are not limited to him. Compared to the vast universe, what is intel? Odin remained silent. You see further than I imagined. If Thor had half your vision, how wonderful that would be. Thinking of his son, Odin sighed again. He's 1,500 years old. When he was that age, Hela would have been almost born. However, Thor's gaze remained fixed on the small place of the 9 realms. They hadn't even noticed that the world beyond the 9 realms was countless times larger than this place. Putting aside everything else, there are all sorts of amazing beings within the Milky Way alone. That omnipotent city where all the gods gathered, that Kree Empire, hailed as the first empire in the galaxy. And then there's the elusive and powerful celestial race, the top-tier divine race. Although the Asgardians, like the Greeks and other gods, are among the higher gods in the galaxy, they are far inferior to the Celestials. And just recently, a guy named Mad Titan ambitiously begins collecting the Infinity Stones. And at the center of that universe, there exists a great being known as the God of Gods, a being who is nearly omnipotent, eternity. Thor knew none of this. Thor only cares about the fine wines and delicacies of Asgard. He only has eyes for the mere 9 realms. However, even so, Thor is not even worthy of being called the supreme ruler of the 9 realms. He has not yet truly mastered the power of his inheritance. Even if he ascends to the throne, it's unlikely that many people in the 9 realms will submit to him. But Aaron, at the age of 22, he mastered his power, sensed Ragnarok, and even 170 detected a hidden crisis in the universe. And by forcefully killing the eternal Surtur, he shocked the 9 realms and forced many gods to submit. This strength and cunning are truly admirable. Evildoer. She's even more monstrous than Hela, and even more so than myself. You're leaving? Can't you stay a few more days? Asgard, there are still people waiting for you. Odin wanted to say that the people of Asgard needed him more. But after thinking about it, I didn't say it. It has a suspicion of moral blackmail. Now Odin has to be even more careful when facing Eren, for fear of losing this powerful ally he had worked so hard to win over. There was no other way. Whether from the perspective of a father or the current king of Asgard, he had to find a way to pave the way for his son and people. Ragnarok haunted his mind like a nightmare. And Hela, who will soon break free of her seal after his death, is also a big problem. Thor lacks the ability to clean up messes and handle problems. On the contrary, it may make the trouble bigger and create more problems. Loki, his schemes and tricks are useless in the face of absolute power, and he is powerless to resist the crisis. Otherwise, what harm would there be in letting him be the king? Eren is the hope. Asgard may be freed from the nightmare of Ragnarok. I still have a lot to do. At least you're not dead yet, are you? Eren knew what Odin was thinking, but he didn't care. Sif and the others are here. With just a thought, he could travel from Earth or even further to Asgard. Even across billions of light years, he can sense and communicate with them at any time. If Sif and the others encounter any trouble, all you have to do is shout Eren's name, and he'll be there in no time. On the other hand, Earth, although far inferior to Asgard overall. But that place contained many things he needed. Odin nodded upon hearing this. Take care. Asgard will always stand behind you. Eren nodded slightly, dark energy surged, and he vanished from the spot. Odin looked at the empty balcony and gazed into the distance. He saw the waves at the border of Asgard, stirred by the sea breeze. Wave after wave crashed onto the beach, and the previous wave was quickly crushed. Odin became even more dazed. What a monster. Earth, Osborne Group, New York. Boss, you're back. Felicia, surrounded by a mountain of documents, noticed a familiar scent and looked up in surprise. Little kitty, did you miss me? Eren walked up behind her, glanced at the document, and saw it was a security document for the expo to be signed. Felicia nodded repeatedly, but feeling Eren's eager gaze, her face fell. Boss, I haven't finished my mission yet. Could you help me? Let's hurry. Eren raised an eyebrow. I'm the boss. You want me to do things? Felicia pouted, but this is your problem. God knows why she, a mere secretary, was reduced to a heartless signing robot. They are also responsible for arranging various major events. According to procedure, after Norman signed, she had to review the signature again. If it were someone else, they might just glance at it and sign their name. Felicia was very serious. The Osborne Group was Eren's property. And she is Eren's kitten. Isn't guarding the house for its owner its primary responsibility? This also led to... Even with Spider-Man's abilities and physique, she was somewhat mentally exhausted because she did everything herself. Eren noticed her exhaustion and touched her forehead with his index finger. Boss? Felicia was confused, and the next moment, she felt her whole body lighten by several pounds. He was full of energy and vitality. Various hidden health problems disappeared. The mental strain from staying up late for several days seemed to have lessened considerably. I feel like I could work all day. Felicia looked at Eren with admiration. Boss, what kind of ability do you have? It's nothing, it just has the ability to instantly cure human diseases and hidden dangers at the molecular level. Eren raised an eyebrow, studying hard? Felicia nodded. Eren pulled Felicia along, and the two instantly arrived at the lounge. Come up here yourself. Eren sat down first, gesturing for Felicia to start eating. The latter had an "I knew it" look on her face. What could she do? She was just a lowly secretary. She would do her best to meet her boss's needs. Satisfaction in various senses. Subsequently, Felicia felt a very peculiar sensation. 5 times more sensitive, shared senses. Wait, something's wrong, stop. Felicia dreamt of the scene of the tragedy. 3 seconds. Felicia. I'm sorry. I'm so bad. Felicia wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. As I bowed my head to apologize, I felt a bit hot, so I casually hung my coat on the hanger, relaxed my body, and embraced nature. Eren nodded. This is what an apology should do. I wasn't ready, but now it's time to start the real work. After Felicia got into the zone, he explained the latest work arrangements of the Osborne Group with a serious expression. She's trying to distract herself. Eren didn't expose it. His boss, while you were away, there were 9 espionage incidents within the company. One of them involved a mutant infiltrating, but they were discovered and expelled the moment they entered. The other 8 have all been arrested, and the FBI has taken over the case. Aaron interrupted her with a slight movement, and Felicia took a deep breath. Boss, is there anything you need to tell me? Are you sure it's the FBI and not S.H.I.E.L.D.? Felicia shook her head. It doesn't feel like it. Aaron snorted. How can they dare to invade his territory without giving an explanation? After thinking for a moment, he dialed Barbara's private number directly. Hello, this is Adeline. If you need to discuss tutoring matters, I'm sorry, I'm no longer working. Upon hearing this, Aaron immediately knew that Barbara had other people with her, and they were definitely from S.H.I.E.L.D. I have 8 children here who need tutoring, Aaron said. Barbara was about to answer. At that moment, Felicia accidentally tripped and fell, letting out a cry of pain. Then, with another loud thud, he landed hard on his bottom, and it hurt. It's bright red with 5 stripes. Barbara's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at her phone and hung up immediately. I subconsciously picked up a glass of plain water and drank it to cool down. And opposite her, Nick Fury's expression was strange as he glanced at the water dispenser next to him. I've never heard of you having a habit of drinking plain water. I don't have it, but that monster does. Barbara's expression remained calm. Aaron likes to drink plain water, so I have to cater to his preferences, including the room temperature, the size of the door, and even my voice and actions. Nick Fury frowned upon hearing this. These rich people are all so strange. He didn't continue to doubt. After all, as a secret agent, the price and effort required to get close to a target far exceeded what outsiders could imagine. Sometimes, if your partner has certain strange quirks, you can only grit your teeth and continue. The hardships involved are beyond what outsiders can understand. You came up with so many ideas on your first time doing this kind of task. No wonder you were the best student in the last cohort. Nick Fury nodded in approval, noting that even secret agents need emotional value. In order for a boss to better complete a task, they must pay attention to the status of their subordinates from time to time. It's all thanks to the director's excellent teaching. By the way, I need to apply for some assistance, which might help me carry out my next tasks. Upon seeing this, Barbara immediately made a request. Need people? Upon hearing this, Fury immediately became interested. I need a list of those 8 people. Given Aaron's character, he certainly wouldn't tolerate outsiders invading his kingdom's territory. If I could use this as a ticket. Nick Fury hesitated. This is a very troublesome matter. Time. Someone will give it to you in a moment. Upon hearing the name Aaron, Nick Fury agreed without hesitation. There is evidence that the old bridge incident in New Mexico. Aaron traveled to the mythical Asgard with the legendary gods. These days, S.H.I.E.L.D. went to great lengths to figure out the identities of those individuals. Since this involves aliens and legendary gods, it cannot be taken too seriously. As for the people behind those individuals, compared to these things, what are they? He's not going to clean up the messes of those idiots. Nick Fury had just given the orders. A phone call came in. Nick Fury immediately became serious. Come on, there's news that Aaron has returned to Osborn. Upon hearing this, Barbara knew her opportunity had arrived and immediately said, I'll contact Carter now with questions about his studies. Nick Fury nodded. Barbara, you're S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hope. The future rests on your shoulders. Take him down as soon as possible and gain his complete trust. Barbara nodded outwardly, but inwardly she disagreed. She won him over? What makes her think she can win him over? Just because of that broken doll? She was completely taken advantage of. Her body and soul were taken over by the other party. Okay, I'm a disgrace to the spy world. After seeing Nick Fury off, Barbara immediately contacted Aaron. Not long after, she drove towards the Ospington group. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D., but the entire world is in turmoil because of Aaron's return. But strangely, even though everyone knew what Aaron was about to do, they all stopped all their actions after Aaron returned. This includes major arrangements such as state visits. The entire Earth has become unusually quiet. Then suddenly several more scandals involving celebrities surfaced. Everyone was enjoying the show. At this eerie moment, Aaron obtained the information from S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead of opening it immediately, she looked at Barbara, who was wearing a white princess dress resembling a Barbie doll. I must say, it actually has a unique flavor. Before Aaron could speak, Barbara glanced at Felicia, who was resting from overexercising, gave her a defiant glare, and bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, I'm sorry, Master. Barbara just hung up on you. Please carry out the family discipline. Barbara pulled a whip from behind her back. Felicia's eyes widened. Aaron looked at her in surprise. Woman, you really know how to play the game. Please don't show any mercy. Punish Barbara severely. Barbara will work hard in the future and will never let you down. What could Aaron do? Of course, he would satisfy his woman's masochistic desires. Let's treat it as dessert before the main meal. On this day, the sky was dark and gloomy. Until nightfall. Only then did Aaron have time to look through the information provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. Sokovia Mercenaries. Congressman Rudolph's private investigator. Member of the Ten Rings Gang's Al-Qaeda organization. A peripheral member of an unknown underground gang. Are there assassins from some unknown organization? Aaron smiled as he looked at the list in his hand. Suicide Squad or an unknown organization. Isn't this obviously S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or rather, the Hydra. In the Marvel universe, if you can't find the culprit, you can always pin the blame on Hydra. Even if they didn't act directly, they definitely provided assistance indirectly. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities, is confirming an identity really that difficult? Aaron didn't care about all that. Since you haven't figured it out, don't blame me for getting caught in the crossfire. Aaron knew. This list certainly has more than just this one problem. For example, who instructed the underground gang members? 5.8. Sokovia is a small country. Where would such audacious mercenary group come from to provoke such a powerful nation? Congressman Rudolph. Aaron immediately went online to search. He's just a newly elected member of parliament. Is he crazy to dare cause trouble for Aaron? Didn't you see all those military leaders and high-ranking U.S. officials supporting Osborn? Has he gone mad? Even if you want to die, this isn't how you die. Perhaps he was pushed out as cannon fodder by certain people. Huh, do you think I'm a fool? Aaron was thinking. Suddenly I realized something. He looked up at the sky. His gaze narrowed slightly. It's finally here. At this very moment, within the solar system. My water lily, I am about to descend upon your world once more. An oval-shaped white spaceship sped through the jump point, gazing at the distant blue planet. Igor sighed with a certain emotion. Master, please relax. If Meredith knew, she would be very happy. The mantis noticed Ego's turbulent emotions and whispered words of comfort. Yes, she'll be very happy. After all, I come from a star in the sky, a fleeting shooting star, arriving with her beautiful wishes and then quickly departing. But she is the luckiest woman in the world. After all, she won the love of a god. It's such a pity that my daughter's child, Peter, was snatched away by some despicable plunderer, separating us father and son. A smile appeared on Igor's lips, as if he was still reminiscing about the past. However, in the blink of an eye, all tenderness turned into a ferocious face. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to disrupt my plans will pay with their life. As the spaceship rapidly approached, Igor's anger was suddenly cooled by the ice water. He looked at the earth with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. That's the aura of a god? No, that's my child. Next. Igor couldn't be wrong. The celestial gods don't have the problem of being old and blind. People can deceive them, but their aura will never be fooled. Master, is your child still on Earth? Wasn't he taken away by the raiders? The praying mantis woman was puzzled. By the way, my child, he's grown up now. I'd say he's about 29. Perhaps he has already broken free from the raiders. After all, he inherited the genes of the greatest celestial being in the universe. After a moment's thought, Igor offered a barely plausible explanation. Although he didn't understand why the other party could awaken the power of the gods without his help. It's also incomprehensible why he could maintain this power even after being away from Ego Star for so long. Perhaps some other celestial being passed by, discovered his identity, and enlightened him? Igor ignored him. In any case, as long as the other party contains the genes of a god and possesses the power of a god, that's enough. My child, we've come. You are not alone. Igor steered the spaceship to approach rapidly. He couldn't wait to see his child. I believe he has perfectly inherited his handsome appearance and strong physique. The hair is reddish-brown, or perhaps it's the golden hair of a water lily, flowing and beautiful. He must love singing very much, just like the water lily with its beautiful voice. She's also a fantastic dancer. She'd definitely be the North American dance king. His eyes must be just like mine, very bright and expressive, perhaps even blue. His skin was definitely white. He was just as white as water lily, and he even had dimples when he smiled. After all, he was the only lucky one in thousands of years to inherit his divine power, so he would definitely be more like him. As Igor pondered, the lines that had been repeated over the centuries echoed in his mind. With just a slight name change, it can be used flexibly. There will be no problem. He had sealed away all his past memories at this moment. He kept only water lilies, which are now his only true love. Igor thought excitedly. His spaceship recklessly crashed into Earth. There was no invisibility, no hiding of oneself. Because none of that matters anymore. He came to Earth only to take his child away. As for this land, plant a seed, and it will take root and sprout, becoming another version of yourself. What are the opinions of the 23 other life forms on Earth? He doesn't care. Chief. An unidentified spacecraft is rapidly approaching Earth at Mach 35. Based on our simulations, his ultimate goal is the United States, New York. Osborne Group. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was startled. When I heard the rest, my head started spinning. Where is Aaron? Nick Fury asked. Should it be the Osborne Group? Oh wow, Barbecue is here. Why does everything have to do with you? The fact that it's clearly an alien spacecraft is troublesome enough. Now they're linked to the Osborne Group, no to Aaron. Could this be a good thing? Assemble your forces immediately and head to the Osborne Group. Nick Fury quickly went to the command center to coordinate with various departments. At this stage, regardless of Aaron's motives, he cannot afford to get hurt. Because he now represents not only himself, nor the Osborne Group, but the hope of all those in power in the world. Anyone can die, but Aaron and the Osborne Group cannot be allowed to die. Otherwise, wouldn't those in power go mad if they finally saw a glimmer of hope for immortality only to have it cut off again? Whether it's a god or an alien. Dare to mess with the Osborne Group? Very well, then they'll face the wrath of the Earth-Human Alliance. No matter how unwilling Nick Fury was, he had to step in and help. When the military heard about this, General Ronald was the first to slam his fist on the table. I don't care about the other departments. The North American Air Force must strike. Let those damn aliens know that they won't tolerate trampling on American airspace. After a moment's hesitation, the Army commander dispatched troops from the surrounding areas to New York. The Navy commander acted swiftly as well. They happened to have a fleet patrolling nearby, so they headed straight for New York without hesitation. They weren't just helping Aaron and the Osborne Group. They were thinking about a new beginning. Even if something were to happen to the Osborne Group, they would still need to get their hands on the information as soon as possible. The quickest to act was undoubtedly Tony Stark, who also lives in New York. When Jarvis heard that he had detected an intrusive aircraft, he immediately donned the Mark IV suit and went into action. Not only that, even Heimdall, residing in Asgard, upon seeing the spaceship rapidly heading towards New York, informed Odin immediately. Upon hearing this, Odin immediately left the banquet and rushed to the Rainbow Bridge. What's the situation now? Heimdall's golden light shimmered. This spaceship is of unknown origin. I have never seen it before. It does not seem to be a type of spacecraft currently used by mainstream cosmic empires. But its structure is quite unique, perfectly integrated, as if the whole is one piece. This is a work of art. Heimdall's expression suddenly changed. Odin's expression turned slightly grim. The next instant, it actively accessed Heimdall's senses. My child, I'm here. You must have suffered a lot while you were away for decades, right? Earth. Osborne Corporation. You work in this small place? You're a god. This is such a waste of your talent. Odin started to feel uneasy as he listened. Earth Osborne? Isn't that Aaron's company? Does the Osborne Group have another deity? I didn't notice. The father of the gods, could it be Aaron? His Majesty? Heimdall reminded him. Odin was already somewhat suspicious, and upon hearing this, he exploded with rage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aaron is the son of Bauer, and the purest inherited power of Asgard flows through his veins. He is in no way inferior to me, no, he is even purer and stronger than me. How could I be mistaken? He must be the king of Asgard. This guy, he's just some wild god who popped up out of nowhere, a low-level god, yet he dares to try and steal our Asgardian child. He deserves to die. Looking at Igor's ugly, Gray-haired appearance, and then at Eren. Could they possibly be from the same mold? They don't resemble each other at all. This guy is so stupid and ignorant. How could he possibly have given birth to a monster like Eren? Their Asgardian bloodline is truly exceptional. The women are beautiful, and the men are handsome and robust. Eren is one of the best among them. Odin said through gritted teeth, "Tell Thor to gather the army. No, let the Queen and Sif continue to preside over the meeting. This matter cannot be complicated. I will personally lead the Golden Palace Guards to show this wild god, who has appeared out of nowhere, that the realm is not a place where he can run rampant. You dare try to steal someone from me, Odin? You're not worthy." Regardless, Eren is the son of Bauer, the ruler of the 9 realms. No one can take it away from me. Heimdall hesitated for a moment. What if he really is the owner of another bloodline of Eren? For example, Tianbu? Odin laughed. "I've never seen a god so small." "You call him a god?" "Those big guys would be the first to disagree. At his age, in the celestial gods group, he's at most a newborn baby, not much older than your own. And he's a god. And the previous and subsequent rulers of Asgard were all single-line successors." Odin's tone was leisurely, yet filled with murderous intent. If this guy is Eren's father, then who is Eren's mother? Bauer? They are 2 male gods. Who is 1 and who is 0? Who will be the father? Who will be the mother? Is this something I can talk about? At least, he had never seen Paul with a big belly. Oh no, it seems like he's always had a big belly. Heimdall opened his mouth, wanting to say that it wasn't impossible. Isn't it true that gay couples are all the rage on Earth right now and gay relationships are everywhere? Then look at Zeus, the god of the omnipotent city. He is also a famous god who faces difficulties head-on. Although the idea of having offspring is indeed quite outrageous. Absolutely not. Odin was certain, when we meet Eren, everything will be clear. Soon. Upon receiving the order, Saul immediately rushed over. Loki, with his sharp eyes, followed suit. Odin frowned at the eager Loki, but said nothing. To recount what is happening on Earth. Loki immediately turned hostile. What? Someone dares to steal our uncle? Steal our Asgardian king of gods? They're courting death. Father, I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the Ad army to the central court. Thor quickly followed suit, saying, "Father, let me take the lead. I can handle that wild god all by myself." Odin shook his head. "No, this time I'll do it myself. Even if he is a god, he must understand that the 9 realms are our territory, and everyone here must obey my rules." Odin's tone was chilling, revealing the unmistakable might of the God King. The destroyer armor appeared in front of him instantly. "Summon the heavenly horse." Odin, fully armed and exuding an imposing aura, somehow concealed the signs of aging. A while later, a force of up to 1,000 men, the most elite of Asgard's royal guard, gathered on the Rainbow Bridge. "Heimdall, it's time to march." Odin coldly gave the order. Heimdall felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to those days. Thor and Loki were both incredibly excited. Finally, it's time to go all out. Today's battle is called the Battle to Protect Uncle. Boom! The Rainbow Bridge shone brightly. Squads of guards entered in an orderly fashion. Odin and Thor took the lead. New York. Manhattan Street. This is where he is. It is quite tall, but it still does not conform to the status of a god. Perhaps I should build him a brand new castle. The spaceship remained high in the sky. Ego stood with Mantis in front of the Osborne Corporation building. At that moment, a familiar scent emerged from the building. Igor had a smile on his face. That was the aura he exuded. "My child, you." Igor's smile froze as he looked at Eren and blinked. "Wow, Master, is this your child? He's so good. Even better than yours." The Mantis woman made an exaggerated expression, "And he looks just like you were made from the same mold." "Eh, mold? Are you sure?" Eren's expression turned strange upon hearing this. "What?" Igor's smile gradually faded. "Alike?" "Not at all. Yellow skin, black hair, black eyes. Eren is handsome, extremely handsome, worthy of being called handsome. It is called perfect. But he bears absolutely no resemblance to Igor. Even more embarrassing is that he also bears no resemblance to Igor's water lily Meredith." A thought flashed through Igor's mind. Have I been cheated on? No, impossible. Why does he possess divine genes? "How old are you?" After holding back for a long time, Igor finally spoke. Aaron seemed to have guessed what Igor was thinking. 22 years old. 22 years old. My child should be 29 years old. Could it be my child's child? 7 years old. Even if it were the child of a god, it would be difficult for them to stand up at this age, wouldn't it? I remember Water Lily died in 1988, and the child should have been 8 years old. Could it be that my seed stayed for 7 years and produced another one? Igor was dumbfounded. Even a god couldn't process what was happening. Perhaps, only by using the brain of that planet can we figure out the relationships involved. He thought about it. That year. He must have slept with an octopus man? Hey, what's going on here? Do you need my help? Tony Stark, who had been nearby for some time, observed for a while before descending from the sky. To his embarrassment, however, no one paid any attention to him at that moment. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, led by Hawkeye and Coulson, also arrived here. Just as Coulson was about to ask what was going on, the Rainbow Bridge's light descended from the sky. Outlander God, this is Asgard's territory. Get out of here now. Odin's voice was loud and filled with boundless majesty. The celestial horse leaped out from the golden light. Next up are Thor and Loki. Squads of Imperial Guards appeared in neat and orderly formation. They immediately surrounded the area. 017. This put Coulson and the others on guard, forcing them to confront the group of people who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Coulson, with his sharp eyes, spotted Thor and quickly greeted him. Hey Thor, remember me? We drank together. Odin frowned and Thor rode up to Coulson. He said in an unquestionable tone, guys, you can leave now. This place will be taken over by our divine realm. From now on, you'd better not stay here, lest the wrath of 2 demigod kings. Fire is enough to destroy this city. Coulson's smile faltered. 2.5 god kings? The legendary Odin? And Thor? Who is half? Coulson was about to ask. Aaron, the protagonist, tells Ego, if you're looking for your child, I suggest you leave Earth. Your child isn't here. No, you're my child. Ego was momentarily dazed, glanced at Odin and the others, showed no fear, and said confidently, I can't be wrong. It must be a genetic mutation, yes, that's it. Your appearance may deceive people, but your genes and divine power can never deceive people. My child, I am your father whom you have not seen for many years, the god Ego. Aaron's brow twitched and veins bulged on his forehead. These days, I've seen people everywhere seeking godfathers and godmothers, but I never expected so many people to suddenly appear seeking brothers, uncles, and even children. This isn't One Piece. Igor, do you really want to die? Upon hearing this, Odin felt reassured. Did you hear me? Get out of the courtyard right now. Otherwise, even if you are a god, you will surely die. No one may enter without permission. Igor turned around. The Aesir? Never heard of them, but I'm sure you've heard of the Celestials. I am a Celestial. Igor knew about the Aesir, but he didn't care. I'm here only to find my son, and I'll be leaving soon. If you don't want to provoke the wrath of a god, then please don't disturb me. Enough. Odin was furious. Aaron's bloodline flows with the purest power of Asgard. He is my brother, Odin's brother. He is the king of Asgard, the father of the gods, the lord of the gods. It is also shared by all 9 realms. You want to take my brother away, king of Asgard? Then you'd better see if the spear of eternity in my hand will allow it. Aaron never admitted to being an Asgardian. Whether he was or not, that was all Odin could say. If all else failed, they could become sworn brothers. Loki quickly summoned 2 small daggers. How dare you steal my uncle, the god of wisdom, Loki's uncle. My god-slaying daggers will not stand for it. Seeing this, Thor brandished his axe and shouted, me too. Kill. For the king of gods. 1,000 palace guards marched in unison, their heavy armor made of URU metal gleaming with a bloodthirsty, cold light. Igor's face was grim. He never expected that such a simple family reunion would bring out so many strange and monstrous figures. As for the other side, Tony Stark and Coulson were truly dumbfounded. No, we all agreed to be brothers, but you suddenly became the king of gods and the lord of the 9 realms? What the hell is that? Why did Aaron become the king of the gods after only 2 days away? What kind of large-scale anime convention is happening today? Tony Stark looked at Coulson and found that the other was also quite bewildered. They seemed to still be saying something. Sir, something terrible has happened. Aaron has become the king of the divine realm. What? At Trident Tower, Nick Fury sat up straight, his mind filled with questions as he listened to Coulson's words. No, I was just thinking about it casually. You really dare to do it? Instead of conquering New York in a week, you went and conquered Asgard. Good grief, so you look down on the US and the Earth. F***KU. This tastes just right. Coulson thought to himself, Sir, what should we do now? The legendary Odin, along with Thor and Loki, are all here, along with about 1,000 other divine warriors. If a war breaks out, I'm worried about New York. Evacuate New York immediately. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately notified Agent Hill. Where's the military? Tell them to come and help us out. Sir. They've arrived. Coulson watched the fighter jets and attack helicopters hurtling towards them in the distance. This place is completely surrounded. He also heard the roar of engines belonging to armored vehicles and tanks. The small Osborn group has managed to gather forces from multiple parties in a short period of time. The military, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Protoss, and aliens have all arrived. Owner. The Mantis woman looked at the suddenly changed situation with a sense of bewilderment and helplessness. Igor remained calm. He doesn't care about any number of humans. Only Eren and Odin. No matter what, I'm taking you with me. Igor made up his mind. Even if I just go back to be a battery. He wants to take Eren with him too. Ego couldn't understand why Eren possessed the same divine power as himself. Could it be that he had disposed of the divine seed? Theoretically speaking, the divine flower he left behind does indeed contain his genetic makeup and abilities. That was another version of him, another version of himself. He simply couldn't understand how Eren had done it. This is very unscientific. It's not theological either. Hearing this, Eren also became a little annoyed. Your child's name is Peter Jason Quill. Even if you go and adopt Jason as your son, don't come looking for me. If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Eren vanished suddenly. When it reappeared, it was already behind Igor. The latter's expression hardened, and he quickly turned around to create a sturdy energy shield. Despite having withdrawn 99% of his power because this was his own company, Eren still easily broke through the temporary shield that Ego had created and kicked him away towards Odin's location. Odin reacted just as quickly, raising the Spear of Eternity and transforming it into starlight. Ego tried his best to control his body and dodge, but facing Odin, who had extremely rich combat experience, his left arm was still torn apart. Very well, you have angered a god. Since you're unwilling to come with me, then I'll have no choice but to tie you up and take you away. Igor's amiable smile vanished, and a pale blue light surged from his wounds as his material reorganization ability allowed him to rapidly restore the damaged parts. You think this is a game? You still have time to spout nonsense. Eren's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Igor's cold face suddenly froze. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and then a hand ripped open his chest, holding a beating heart in its grasp. He stared in astonishment at his own heart, then at the gradually fading figure of Eren right in front of him. Phantom clone. Huh, what a weak god. With a slight exertion, Eren's heart burst open with a bang. Then another kick sent Igor's mangled body flying hundreds of meters, causing a building to collapse with a crash. Coulson's eyelids twitched. That building was purchased by S.H.I.E.L.D. to monitor Osborn's secret base. So you don't care at all that it's not your house, and you're just messing around with it? Excuse me, whose building is that? My secretary will contact him directly later. Eren smiled and looked at Coulson. The latter's lips twitched. No need, E. You can talk to me directly about the repair issue. You absolutely did it on purpose. But what could Coulson do? S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tactics are useless against Eren. He could only manage a forced smile in response. You have gone too far by showing no martial ethics. Amidst the swirling smoke, Igor emerged, dragging his body, which was only partially intact. Tony and Coulson were quite shocked. Are you an unkillable cockroach? The house is destroyed and you're still alive? As a god, even if it is just an avatar, Ego is not so easy to kill. All the injuries he sustained were from Eren's claw and kick. These materials on Earth cannot cause him any effective harm. Ego's rage burned within him. He wanted to show these ignorant gods the power of the gods. Swish! Ego grunted and turned to look at Loki, who had appeared out of nowhere, holding a dagger and stabbing him in the kidney and liver. You're still not dead? Loki was greatly shocked. Igor was furious, truly furious. Earthlings are so unreasonable. Not only did they gang up on him, but they also managed to trick him twice with a phantom. I am a god. A flash of azure lightning illuminated the area, and a dazzling light appeared in Igor's hand. Loki's expression changed drastically. Before the lightning struck, Aaron waved his hand, and Loki suddenly appeared beside Thor, causing Igor's lightning to miss its target. You all deserve to die. Igor has gone berserk and his mental state is worrying. He came here with sincerity, but what he got in return was having his heart, liver, and kidneys ripped out. Even if he were an incarnation of a god, he couldn't withstand such torment. However, Aaron wasn't one to wait for the boss to go berserk. He flew straight into the sky. His hands transformed into machine guns, unleashing a barrage of particle beams that relentlessly bombarded Igor's body. Each ray of light tears apart a part of the body, one after another. After several reorganizations, the recovery speed decreased significantly and could no longer keep up with the rate of destruction. Cole. I kill you. In his impotent rage, Ego was gradually wiped out. The world finally quieted down after the last mouth was wiped away. However, Coulson looked at his building, which was the only one that had been razed to the ground. Then he met Aaron's questioning gaze. He forced a smile. Perfect, we don't need to worry about demolition anymore. We can start rebuilding right away. What a tragedy. Aaron nodded, satisfied. I'll have Norman handle things with you. You'll get your money, not a penny less. Is this a question of whether it's a small or a large sum? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. really need that little bit of money? This is a matter of face. Even after Igor's death, the Golden Palace guards did not disarm. The Mantis was surrounded, looking in panic at the erased Ego and the demon-like Aaron. She didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Faced with a group of fierce-looking men, the Mantis woman trembled with fear, completely at a loss for what to do. Should we take her back to Asgard and lock her up? Odin asked Aaron. Aaron pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, let her stay on Earth. She and Ego are inseparable. After saying that, he flew towards Igor's spaceship. Hands resting on the white oval spaceship, directly infiltrated the spaceship's network. Having the ability to control data, without Igor's control, the spaceship could easily be hacked by Liren. The coordinates of planet Igor are here. Aaron's eyes flashed with golden light, piercing through tens of thousands of light years away, and he saw a red planet that looked like it had a human face. It's not big, about the size of the moon. It would be insignificant even in the vast universe. Odin noticed Aaron's actions and his expression changed slightly. Are you going to cause him trouble? I don't want my mortal enemy to live past the next day, otherwise I won't be able to sleep at night. Aaron replied, stomping his feet on the ground and drawing upon its power to restore his energy. Simultaneously, he pulled with both hands, opening a dark energy channel spanning tens of thousands of light years to the planet Ego. Wah! A rhythmic alarm sounded. A secret agent was sweating profusely, his face contorted with fear. Sir, the energy index in New York is skyrocketing. Good heavens, is he trying to blow up the entire United States? Nick Fury strode over and saw that all the screens in front of him simultaneously popped up red emergency warnings, with constantly flashing red lights and off-the-charts energy levels. Even someone as composed as Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Coulson, what exactly happened on your end? I don't know, sir. Coulson was also confused. He was just a bystander. How would he know so much about all this? Wasn't the otherworldly evil god Ego dead? Whom should we cause trouble for? Looking for a ghost. Aaron seems to have opened a black hole? Or maybe a portal. Anyway, it leads to another place. Coulson boldly speculated that these things defied his previous understanding. So, Aaron opened a door and used energy powerful enough to destroy the United States? Nick Fury's eyes widened. What the hell kind of monster was this? Even a humanoid nuclear bomb couldn't compare to a fraction of your power. Odin looked towards the dark energy channel, secretly alarmed, but kindly said, do you need the Rainbow Bridge's help? Odin did not want to use the Bifrost, a restricted planet-destroying weapon. But that doesn't mean he won't use it. If we can further win over Aaron, destroying 1 or 2 planets would be no problem at all. Odin merely extinguished the fire, but the fire still reigns supreme. Eren shook his head and stepped inside without looking back. I'll be right back. Seeing this, Odin glanced around. Then he looked up and shouted, Heimdall. The next moment, a golden hue also appeared in Odin's pupils. Thor and Loki joined in. They all looked toward where Eren was. At this moment, Igor Star. With the complete death of the clone, memories are also transmitted back to the planet in some way. The entire planet was engulfed in violent tremors. And in that thick underground, a brain shaped like a human was trembling incessantly. As the blue tubes, resembling blood vessels, surged. Another Igor has hatched. Earth, Asgard. How dare you defy a god? Igor was furious. He couldn't accept that he had made a wasted trip. As a god who has lived for tens of millions of years, ever since he created his avatars and traveled throughout the Milky Way, no one dares to be so arrogant towards him. But today, he met him, Igor. Just as he was thinking about how to get revenge, he suddenly looked up at the ground and instantly moved outside. A black hole appeared. Eren slowly walked out. Eren, you've come to my planet after all. Igor was both surprised and furious. But more than anything, there was joy. On Earth, with the help of the Aesir, it would indeed be difficult for me to do anything to you. But I never expected you would dare to come to my world. Igor wanted to burst out laughing. I searched high and low without finding it, only to have it come to me effortlessly. He flew into the air. The entire planet was trembling. Did you see that? I am the god of this planet. In your earthly terms, I am the omnipotent god. Without your little friends, you'll just stay here obediently and be a battery for 1,000 years, while your poop slowly grows bigger. Eren ignored him. He glanced at the earth. The all-seeing eye and the X-ray vision combined to begin searching for the location of his brain. What are you doing? Igor suddenly had a bad feeling. Eren seemed to know his source of confidence. Suddenly, Eren locked onto his target. Alarm bells rang in Igor's mind. That's where his brain is located. How did he know my weaknesses? Igor's expression changed drastically, and with his thought, his brain consciously and rapidly headed towards the star core. At the same time, the Earth continued to accumulate together, becoming more solid and compact. All the gaps were sealed together. Still trying to run? Eren raised an eyebrow. It's time to show off the real skills. At this moment, the energy of all the cells began to circulate wildly. His body grew rapidly. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Soon, he grew to 10,000 meters. The planet Igor is approximately 3,000 kilometers in diameter. Eren's height at this point was already 1/30th of that of Ego. And it continues to grow bigger. Both weight and strength increased exponentially. Igor was stunned. Thor and Loki, standing in the distance, both gaped open. Even Odin's lips twitched. It's too big. If it keeps going like this, it might just smash Asgard to pieces with a single punch. Is this the true value of a deity? In comparison, Igor, also a god. Ugh, I can't bear to look at it. Someone like you wants to emulate Whitebeard? You idiot. Loki opened his mouth, feeling that Eren wasn't Paul's son, but rather Paul's father. Upon closer examination, Odin's logic simply doesn't hold up to scrutiny. He had always been skeptical about its authenticity. Not only her. The other countries that attended the ceremony also had similar doubts. They don't even believe it at all. But what can you do if you don't believe it? Did they dare to say it? Was Odin's fist a disadvantage? The army of Asgard was not yet completely corrupt. Most importantly, Eren has already used the title of the Asgardian God King, Ma Wangzhao. Nobody believes it, but everyone has to believe it. 0146013231233535411. How could this be? This is a move I haven't even learned yet. Igor was dumbfounded.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.